Yo, what's up? I figured I'll just come already in and start talking to you while I still do some administrative stuff. Thanks for the resub, Boulder. 47 months, big boy. Appreciate it very much. Yeah, I uploaded footage to YouTube and it actually did better than I thought. Changed stream name, it's today, not tomorrow. Yeah, I changed everything, just not the Twitch stream name. But hey, you got baited by it to call me out on it, so that helps. If you like purposefully say something wrong on the internet, people come to tell you that you're wrong. It's engagement farming. That's actually smart content creation. That's the strat. Break macaroni in front of you making your Italian soul suffer? I'm not gamer for life. You're Italian. I'm not Italian. Nothing against Italians. Although Italian food isn't as good if you make it vegan. It relies a lot on Parmesan cheese. What did I want to do? I wanted to post on the Discord and let everyone know that we're live streaming, but then my OBS crashed. Now I remember, it was terrible. But honestly, I think I just had the YouTube community tab and I posted all the links there, so that should be fine. On a scale from 1 to 10, how hyped are you guys? For me, it's an 8.8 for hip hop. Wow. You guys got played. You get Chaotix first, even though obviously not first, but first to claim first. So technically first, which is the best kind of first. Are they even announcing today? I'm confused. It's the big reveal stream for what the scope of early access is, like what we're gonna get, like in terms of league mechanics that are brought over from PoE1 and content, and yeah, of course, how to get in, how it's gonna be run in general, like what to expect in terms of updates, I guess, and the timeline until release and all that. And Twitch drops, so really important before we forget. Here, GGG live Twitch drops as always. Public service announcement. Oh, we can still play for 30 minutes? Still play a little bit of Path of Exile then. Yeah, GGG live Twitch drops. We get these hands, right? And you need to go to your Twitch settings page and be logged in. Oh wait, I'm not even showing it. I'm so dumb. Oh god. I'm constantly on the wrong computer. Alright. So remove the wrong mouse and the wrong keyboard. Go with the distant camera so I feel more comfy. And you're not that close up in my face. Drops here. GGG live drops. There we go. That's the page, guys. And you need to go here, Twitch settings. If you haven't been there yet, just make sure you do this. Path of Exile on my account, Twitch, and there you can link in manage account, I believe, you can go and link your Twitch account to your Path of Exile account, right? It says remove for me because mine is already linked. But yeah, you can also connect other accounts for no additional benefit. But Twitch drops are a thing, so definitely want to connect that Twitch. So I think if you click it, normally you're gonna get prompted to log into your Twitch account if you aren't already logged in. But it should be a straightforward process for anyone who has a frontal lobe. And 90 minutes of watching. So you basically watch the full announcement and the Q&A with Ziggy together with me here on stream, or on a channel of your choice directly from the source, Path of Exile, Twitch, or you can watch anyone really in the Path of Exile 2 directory, right? Are we in the Path of Exile 2 directory? Can we make sure of that? Game. Game was set to query is required. Okay. That is a thing. Game was set to Path of Exile 2. Wait, are we in the right? I need to triple check this, guys. I feel like we're responsible for your drops, right? So we need to go into the dashboard and yeah, here, Path of Exile 2. Right. Maybe add the EA announcement stream. Restream live reaction. And then I wanted to also go into the big thing that we had yesterday. This is cozy. Hey, Krabby, long time no see. How have you been, dude? Glad to see you're well and up and going. You work at that dispensary still? We have legal cannabis in Germany now as well. I mean, I don't have any here, but it's funny because we don't have dispensaries, but you can like really cheaply go to an online doctor where you don't need like a personal appointment or anything. You just within 3 hours you have a receipt, and you can get it delivered from a pharmacy or via a pharmacy. And anyone can, like, you pay 15 euro once for a receipt, and is a receipt or prescription? Sorry, I'm dumb. My brain, because in Germany you say Rezept, right? Auf Rezept. Anyway, you get a prescription, right? And you get just for 15 bucks you pay once. You can pick 3 different kinds, and you can get up to 30 grams per month. That's so fucking insane. It's like the most dumbest shit ever. Because it's technically dispensaries, but like with extra steps, right? Anyway. For free? No. You pay, I mean, unless you get a really good insurance and your insurance says, yeah, you really need that cannabis. So the insurance is gonna pay it for you, but no, you pay 15 bucks once for the prescription, and then obviously you pay for the product every time you get it. But you can get legal cannabis of very, very high pharmaceutical quality, which is nice because pharmaceutical quality means, you know, it needs to be medical grade, right? Because for certain patients that are using it that have like immunodeficiencies or whatever, obviously they can't deal with contamination or inferior quality or like remains of fertilizer or stuff like that. So it needs to be 100% good shit, right? And so it's pretty okay. But hey, I mean, it's not like, I mean, it was hard to get good stuff before, but I know people. Anyway, where are we? On the dashboard, everyone is on board. We got the Twitch. You guys get your Twitch accounts logged to your Path of Exile account, and we exactly. I wanted to listen to a YouTube video and comment on it because Tai Killer actually uploaded a video voicing his concerns about Path of Exile 2. At least that's what is baited from the thumbnail. I have PoE2 made me quit my job. Oh, we watched that first. That's cool. Oh wait, no. First we play what little is left of Path of Exile before it goes down. Twitch has stories now. Yeah. You need to utilize that shit in order to let everyone know that you're live, I guess. All right, I need to play on the proper screen. I'm still on the stream PC, and I'm just seeing the screen capture from the game PC. That's not very liquid or fluid. Right. Quickly go to town. No, first do a map because we need money. And then... So yeah, I started playing HCSF again, as some of you may know, and others who haven't been here in a while may not know. Just because of the special event and all, and I just wanted to see whether I still got it. And turns out I kinda do, but also it's only 20 minutes left. But also, what's that? Bramble Valley? Probably don't know. I know we're saving that. I probably can do it, but nah, we wait until we can sure shot that, right? Bramble Valley is unpleasant, to say the least. Old River is the two sisters. That's also not great. Although that should be easy for the character because it's kind of strong. Hey, and if we die, then it's content, right? Let's stop being scared about that stuff. Oh, but not additional proj. Volness. Ugh. Oh, with Impale. Okay, we need to use the chaos. Our rares, monster life, endurance charge cannot be stunned. I think that's okay. I don't stun that often. When do the new supporter packs go on sale for early access? I think like right after the stream, I would assume. I mean, that's how they usually do it when they do like these reveal streams, right? They automatically promote the supporter packs and you can buy into them. Some people have like theory crafted that there might be super high tier ones that allow you to design a unique in PoE2 again, like they did originally with PoE1, but I can't imagine that because they've always been saying that they didn't, like they lost money on that always because it was so intricate to do the design process with the people. Ooh. It's the enduring cry. I cried into nothingness. Wait, do the petrified ember. Oh wait, I didn't even start the petrified ember. Thought I started it. Yeah, honestly, I should probably not be doing super scary stuff at this point. Character needs a new chest piece. Very squishy at this point, not even 10k evasion. We are fine for where we are and all. Build a super powerful bot. You always want that extra layer of safety in hardcore, right? Enemies with endurance charges have resists. Oh, wait, no, they changed how endurance... Wait, he made it a way one. They changed how endurance charges work, right? In that case, we can lock him up. Might have a big limited pack with one of those puzzle boxes and in it the unique design. I was just thinking how funny it would be if they just sold the puzzle boxes without the unique design. But yeah, Maybe that's actually a kind of decent suggestion, but yeah, I think actually that makes perfect sense because it's already sort of advertised. And those puzzle boxes are much cheaper to make if they're mass produced, right? But then again, I don't know. I don't know how mass producible they are because they're like custom made for GGG, right? So, and then also, like, are there different versions of them? Like, or are they all the same in terms of like what puzzles are on there and stuff? Or are they all unique combinations of like individual sides? Or how do I have to imagine it? I didn't really watch that much, but it would be silly, obviously, if they sold the same thing that other people already solved on stream, and then it would just be super obvious to solve. Only the print is custom made, the puzzle is the same. I could make it completely different to solve though when you don't know where you are on the puzzle. Oh wow, dude. Wow. Slamming a null to get rid of the fizz attack leech. Like half speed, all res, +1 all skill gems. But yeah, not on this character anyway. Alright, unveils. Puzzle potato. Okay, right. Escape room puzzle box. Wait, that's the exact same box? I like this amulet, but I'm not sure that you want to craft the prod. I think you can craft that afterward, right? Just get the higher life roll with the mana regen, because that's really good. And then just craft on the prod speed, or you can also, you don't have to do the prod speed, you can actually do wed or flat. That's only 10 to 23, but you can go like really decent flat lightning. You can actually get more flat lightning. Like in general, more flat damage. No, tier, I think rank 2 seems to be the best though. Oh, obviously you can get the minus oh, but no, that doesn't work for mines. Clearly, this doesn't help. Damage while leeching would be super cool, but we don't. Oh yeah, but the prod speed, prod damage costs an exalt at the highest tier and is almost as good as the unveil. Don't think that's worth it over the... I mean, that's 23% increased and this is 16% increased. Why am I sitting here and talking the entire time instead of doing the math? As always, the reminder to myself to not run endurance charge maps, dude. Or anything that gives enemies resistances for that matter. So annoying. No. Oh, right. I think that's what happened. Oh, it didn't even happen, but okay. I thought I accidentally opened the portal because it's on this button, and then I clicked on it and portaled out. Oh, wait. Do I even... Oh, I think I don't want to do that. Oh, there is some hands, though. Someone told me the other day that they still had like problems progressing maps and dropping the maps that they need and all that. I'm just like, how? Like, how is that a thing? Like, not getting maps. Like, you have Kirak, you have everything. Yeah, I mean, that's probably the plan, Boulder, yeah. You're right. That does make sense, more than anything. Oh, is that gonna summon that boss again? I didn't memorize whether I had more than one of these maps. Probably want to rush the boss before we get DC'd for the downtime. Oh, but boss with 3 endurance charges. F in chat. Speaking of chat, I didn't connect the Twitter chat and the Facebook chat. We gotta do that in a second when the downtime happens. Well, I mean, boss probably thinks the same, right? They also don't want me to have endurance charges. But yeah, I think the build is clearly good enough. I definitely had super sketchy situations against these bosses in the past. It's actually a nice minion 1 combo. It's sadly not a lot of minion increased damage. Tier 2 crit chance, a little bit crit multi. Accuracy is not for minions though. I'll keep it just in case I die and I need to play him summoner for whatever reason, right? Go ad-free for free and opening Twitch Turbo publicly says $11.99 per month and nowhere there's free trial mentioned, so where's the free part? I have no idea. I wouldn't believe it myself. Twitch and free. Or maybe you get like a one-time offer, right? Like to get it free, like with Twitch Prime where you get like one test month. Right, but you only get that once per account, so you can't do it again, and then the ad doesn't, like, because either an ad blocks the access to that information, or it really just doesn't read it out, right? But then the ad doesn't know that you already with your account had the. I mean, that makes no sense because you're logged in already, right? You're talking about an ad on Twitch, but I don't know, man. But yeah. I mean, actually, I got like a that's how it works. I didn't get like a free month. I did get a free month of Amazon Prime like a while ago as like a special promotional offer when I ordered something off of Amazon, and I was like, okay, if it's free, then I'll take the free delivery and I'll just cancel it after the 3 months, right? After the free month. And then I also get that free Twitch sub, and I wanted to give the free Twitch sub to someone. So I was like, yeah, I got Prime now, right? For 1 month for free. And then it turns out that I already had a free Amazon Prime, Twitch Prime sub at some point in the past. And so I didn't get another one because that's how it works. It's a lot of lightning damage, but I also don't have enough int to wield that wand. Wait, they're restarting it now. It took so long. Only 15 minutes downtime. I say the map might still be open then. Is the other ritual here? I don't remember where it was. Maybe we can still finish the rituals before we get kicked out. And then not pick rewards. Yeah, endurance charges, guys. The shit. I've watched anything on the Amazon Prime Video. Yeah, I don't ever watch anything there, dude. Seems like. I mean, I guess I could have at some point. Like, sometimes I want to watch a certain thing and then it's not on anything that I have access to. And then you look where there are these websites where you can see what's streaming what. Oh, that's the trap mode. Let's quickly take that, and the crit chance with fire. It's also mad garbage. What do we take? Death dancing sounds like a great idea, right? Didn't it say they're restarting the realm? There was no time anymore, right? They're instantly doing it now. Don't even have the macro up. Dude, I could have died. What if I would have died? Oh yeah, no, it says 1 minute. I guess I just didn't see the 2-minute thing when it said 2 minutes. Or whatever, how many minutes it said last time it said it. Keep that crap. Oh, that was veiled still. I knew that was another veiled item. 20 seconds. Ooh, I'm in frenzy. 10 seconds. Wait, can I still give Johan my cash? Ooh. Maybe I could still load into King's March and look at my shipment. Nope. Nope. 1 hour to the announcement, guys. Okay, we're gonna watch Set Tai Killer video and Daniel's video. He's Daniel, right? Anyway, Localhol's video. Let's see, Firefox. Tai video was despaired. You watched it already?
I'm back. How's it, everyone? This is Localhol. I'm back.
Localhol.
Today's video, I'm going to be giving you my plans.
Wait, does the subtitle says Localhol?
This is Localhol. How's it, everyone? This is Localhol. I'm back. Today's video, I'm going to be giving you my plans for PoE2 channel update, letting you know what the future is going to be looking like. First and foremost, am I going full-time? Yes, it's happening. I've decided to take the leap. It was very close. I very, very nearly decided to not go full-time, but I figured I'm going to regret it more if I don't do it than if I do it and it doesn't work out. But there's a lot of stuff happening in the background. I haven't just been sitting here playing Deadlock for the 2 months, a little bit, but so to everyone who's supported the channel up to this point and getting it to the place where I can actually go full-time realistically, thank you. There's going to be a lot more content, a lot more streams coming, but there's a couple of other things to talk about. Firstly, I've teamed up with Mobalytics. I'm not sure if many of you are aware of them. If you play games like League of Legends or Teamfight Tactics, you might be more aware of them, but they have been covering Diablo 4 for the last couple of years, but also for PoE2. We have some good names on board. It's going to be people like me. We're going to have Crip, which is huge. Sogog, Dreamcore, Lily, a lot of people you are familiar with. All my conversations with them have been really a lot of...
That's crazy. Alk and Lily, they're gonna carry so hard. Lily makes really good build guides, I think, right? Fearless Dumbo. I know almost all these names. Good shit.
People you are familiar with. All my conversations with them have been fantastic. The site will be primarily used to do written guides for PoE2. So most likely what will happen is I'll release a video guide and then we'll have an assisting or an accompanying written guide that goes along with it. If you want to check it out, I've already started writing some guides for PoE2 with existing information that we have. So I will link that in the description. If you want to get caught up on PoE2 with all the info we know of right now, you can check that out. Those guides will be updated to make sure that they are as up-to-date and relevant as possible. But what is there right now is accurate as to the time of writing and should be a really good help into just getting up to speed. Next up, and most importantly, is a stream schedule. So for now, I'm going to be streaming from 12 p.m. till about 5:30, 6 p.m. my time, which is GMT +2. I'll put some time conversions on the screen now for you to see what those times are, but it's around midday for EU, probably very early morning into like early afternoon for US. So I'm going to be live Monday to Friday. Those times may shift slightly once I'm more settled into the full-time thing, and I know exactly what it's going to look like. But I'm also probably going to be streaming a lot more on the launch of
Well, good luck, I want to say, Local. I think he's a really cool guy, and I hope it works out for him. I'm glad to see a fellow PoE community person step up and do the full-time thing. Especially one who I respect as much as Local. But he's talking about the sponsors and everything. So if people are interested in that, I can link it. But it's we're gonna see what Titacular has to say about PoE2. This is a problem. Short video, but yeah, like I don't know. I don't believe there's a problem with PoE2, but yeah,
we need to
might not be Titacular's game. We'll see.
Talk. And this time, it's not about me and your mother.
Time. I'll remove your head myself!
Alright, yep, the topic of today's video is going to be PoE2. I've got some notes here, but I'm mostly freeball on this, so let's see how it goes. As a disclaimer, I went to LA to play the PoE2 beta. I've not played the updated version that some content creators have gotten access to. Personally, I feel like content creators spam pre-release content is kind of weird. I didn't like how in D4, content creators had like full guides in the entire game, and they already played through all the raids and stuff before the game even came out. I don't like that kind of stuff. Personally, I don't mind it that some content creators...
Well, I don't think that's a huge problem with PoE2, unless he's talking about people like actually getting like the closed beta access, which I don't think, like I said, that content creators got that. But yeah, I think they're very selective about like what they showed people and what they gave people access to. I don't think they... I mean, there's just been a handful of bosses. Sure, like, yeah, those people who played those bosses already have a little bit of an advantage when they encounter the bosses again. But there's going to be a lot of content that's new to everyone.
Have content though, as I feel like it's important for you know, a small department outside of Q&A to do things. Getting into stuff that I liked about PoE2, I really liked the gameplay and feeling. It felt pretty modern, which is like kind of weird to say, because playing PoE1 does not feel like a 2024 game. It kind of feels like, in a lot of cases, that I'm just playing a game from like 2010, which, you know, shout out to anybody that plays Brood War or any like, you know, WoW Classic or anything like that. You guys already know that playing an old game is perfectly fine, but sometimes the engine definitely has some issues. I can understand why they made a second game. I'm not the happiest about it personally, but playing on a new engine definitely felt a lot better. A lot of the spell effects are way prettier.
But it's not a new engine, it's just new effects and new rigs and all, right? It's the same like rendering engine. But I guess he meant like the same, like a different like feel to the game, like how you play it mechanically probably is what he means, not like technically engine, but like the... Anyway.
I have a feeling that when we get to maps and we start playing some like Giga Blaster builds, that we're gonna have some pretty crazy like just effects on screen, and it's gonna be really satisfying to play overall. I also kind of like the new gem system. I felt like not having to mess around with your sockets 24/7 was a really nice system. Part of the issue that a lot of people have is understanding how it works, and I feel like they do a better job explaining it. It's still pretty confusing for anybody that's never played any Path of Exile before though, so hopefully they fix up the tutorial. If you're watching this, GGG, please make something to help the new players. I don't want to, you know, make a new player guide. Maybe that's something I'll work on if people want that. But talking about some of the stuff that I didn't like a lot of frustrating situations, and it felt like there were a handful of them. So there are certain areas where dodge roll doesn't really help you that much, and you're just kind of like dodge rolling over a single mob into another mob. It almost felt like a lot of zones were like, if you were to take the mud flats from PoE1, and just every zone is like that. This is a kind of big downside for me. I don't think we're gonna see as much crazy speed running through the entire zone and not killing anything, because, you know, a zone isn't 3 levels above us. But what you will see is a lot more gearing and taking our time, which for some people will definitely be a big turnoff. In my opinion, it's definitely worth playing before you actually get into it. I'll talk about like my personal story with it a bit later, but just to kind of TLDR it, I went into it kind of hating it. I really disliked the first 30 minutes, and after that, I really didn't want to stop playing. I got to the point where we got to the end of the playtest. I think it was a few hours, 3-4 hours, something like that. And I just kind of wanted to keep playing. I just wanted to keep seeing like what would happen.
Well, that's kind of... I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that if you went to the LA event where you did mouse and keyboard, and like the first wave of people who got to see it, they didn't do couch co-op, that they only get like 2.5 or 3 hours. That's sick. We got like twice as much in total, but like we still only had realistically 5 hours because you needed to take breaks, and you needed to copy your footage over in the end, which took quite a long time considering how large the footage was. But yeah.
And as far as complicated issues are concerned, this one might have been fixed since then, but the itemization was really weird. So items feel very important. In the first run that I did, I played through as a ranger, and I was pretty weak, and I was kind of going through it, and I couldn't afford a bow that was really well rolled in the town, like a really well rolled rare bow. But I could go to the equivalent of Faustus, the gamble guy, and I was able to gamble a bow. And the bow rolled so well that the next 30 minutes that I played through was just insane. I was popping off. It felt amazing. And I don't think you can have, you know, an item feel that good if the game isn't, one, a little bit difficult. You know, if you have like a mobile game level of difficulty, you kind of run into a situation where like the items are meaningless. It doesn't really matter. You can kind of walk through naked and...
Okay, so like if I get this correctly, so he's actually complimenting PoE2 on the difficulty, because he says the difficulty is necessary to feel that you got an exceptionally good item, right? So it has begun. Elon Musk status. Is he playing? Oh, super good or medium good. Excellent. But yeah,
he'll kind of do...
Hey, maybe PoE2 can fix Musk, right? Maybe it will fix Elon.
Well, but you know, you get 15% MS boots like I did towards the end of one of my runs, and then all of a sudden you can dodge out of things that you weren't able to dodge out of before and play a lot better. That feels really good. Obviously, it does lead to some frustrating moments though, where you don't get the movement speed boots, you don't get the good weapon, you know, your build just kind of sucks because you messed up like I did, and you know, it is what it is. I'm sure a lot of these issues will kind of go away as we get better at the boss fights and more accustomed to the gameplay personally. Apparently, they kind of touched up on itemization a bit. I don't really know what's going on there. Hopefully, that gets a bit better, just because of how frustrating it was in the second run that I did. Talking about other stuff, I guess I could just get into the story that I have. In my playthrough of PoE2, I was playing through as a ranger. I got pretty far into Act 1, and there was a boss.
Was he not allowed to get his own footage, though? Because he's not showing ranger footage.
Where it falls a giant sword down from the sky, and I died at the same frame that sword, like I killed the boss at the same frame that sword fell down and hit me, and the boss bugged out. And I raised my hand, I said, yo, Octavian, am I missing something here? I killed the boss. And he said, oh, is it not clear to the players where they're supposed to go? And I said, no, it doesn't show me. And he's like, oh, you go up those stairs. Yeah, there were no stairs to go up. My game state was just kind of broken, and they were like, well, maybe we can like teleport you through, and that didn't really work out. They were like, maybe you can like fight the boss again, and that didn't really work out. So I had to completely restart. I didn't get to use like my stash or anything because of the way that the playtest was set up. We was kind of just assumed.
Well, I hope he got a big fat merch item for finding that bug, because they did hand like out like pins for people who found bugs in the Gamescom booths.
That you play one character. Jonathan was like, yeah, sorry about what happened. Hopefully this makes you feel a little bit better, but you are technically the first, you know, the furthest than anybody else, which makes sense. And I said, actually,
yeah, there's no boss porting in PoE2. That's completely abandoned. That is gone. But I'm pretty sure that when Balor and I played in LA with the couch co-op, it was still there, right? Or did they change it? No, that we had the reviving there because we're in party, right? In the couch co-op thing. But definitely when I played it at Gamescom, there was no porting out, and they said that they want to stick with that because they really want people to do the bosses like skill-based and not like any like degree of cheese other than, you know, maybe being over-leveled and over-geared and just having made really smart build decisions and all that.
That kind of makes me feel worse. I've been anticipating PoE2 for the last, I don't know, 5 years. Realistically, I kind of expected it to come out like a couple years ago. I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of on the copium train. I expected it to come out like a while ago. Ended up coming out for beta, will be this December. And playing the playtest made me realize that the game is just, it was just not ready. It was just not completely finished. I hope they iron out a lot of the bugs. I hope they fix the bug with the sword boss. So let's pray for that. I don't even know if I'm allowed to talk about what happened, but you know, I'm putting it in the video, so it is what it is. I think it's funny. Later on after I rerolled, I was pretty mad that I had to reset the first 20 minutes or so. Kind of feel like the mud flats, like I said earlier, but you get over it. You equip a chest piece, you be a man and play better. Personally, I felt like it was really fun by the end of it. The witch build that I ended up making was like a lightning spark wizard, and I accidentally took lightning warp because I looked at lightning warp and I said, oh, a mobility skill. I would love a mobility skill. It turns out that lightning warp is not a massive mobility skill. It is instead a cull ability, which the tooltip reads, I just am American, so I decided that that wasn't really my forte. So I kind of clicked it assuming that I'd be able to blink around the map, and it turned into a cull ability. And I said, this kind of sucks, why would I want a cull? And then I started one-shotting giant packs of monsters as long as I was able to cull one mob, and it owned. It was sick. I didn't want to stop playing. My single target kind of sucked, so the end of the boss at Act 1 kind of sucked. I had a lot of issues with this boss, because my build was pretty AoE based. It was pretty much built around lightning warp. There were ads, but everything kind of chunked me, everything kind of owned. Everything did 1 billion damage, it felt like. Supposedly the damage and the difficulty has been kind of tuned down since then, but if we get this level of difficulty, I don't know if normal people will be able to enjoy the experience, especially newer.
Lightning in the wheat field, yeah, like the game is so beautiful in general. Honestly, like I'm gonna have to win the lottery or something in order to be able to afford a better stream computer so I can like actually stream in higher resolution and higher frame rate and everything. Although higher frame rate's impossible, we are at 60 FPS, right? Yeah, that's important. Anyway, yeah, so I don't think this video is as negative as I was led to believe by the thumbnail. Fear-mongering for views. Yeah. PoE2 good and I'm fear-mongering for views. Great. Definitely vote up. Oh wait, I'm not logged in. Oh yeah, other PC. No, it's just he should have uploaded that video like half a year ago after he actually played it. Because now it's like sort of, I mean, the game changed a lot
for newer players. As far as other things are concerned, I do remember I sat next to Karn and Havoc, and we were kind of racing on my first character, on my Ranger. And
but it makes sense because now PoE2 is peak interest, right? So like, why would he not upload a video? The same reason I uploaded my gameplay from Gamescom to YouTube again.
Right to the left of me was like a journalist, a video game journalist of some kind, and I remember he was on the second boss in the campaign, some iron dude in some giant field. And I was, you know, progressing through most of the way through Act 1, approaching the sword boss or whatever. And
minus
Karn and Havoc were pretty
outside.
neck and neck with me. They were a little bit behind, maybe 1-2 zones behind. And I looked over like half an hour later, and the video game journalist to the left of me was still fighting the same boss. And then I had to reroll, and I completely had to restart my character, and I beat the second boss, and I looked over, and the guy that left of me was getting up, and he was leaving. He had already exported all of his footage to his flash drive, and he had quit. He had quit because the game was too difficult, which, in my eyes, is not a good thing. I think that level of difficulty is just maybe a bit too much for, you know, the average video game journalist level of gameplay. Other than that, though, I really enjoyed the PoE.
Average video game journalist, what does that mean? I mean, it's a game for ARPG nerds, right? I mean, they're aiming at like wide user base, but then at the same time, they don't want to dilute the game down too hard.
PoE2 beta that I was able to play in LA. I think that come this December 5th, I'm really going to look forward to speedrunning. As far as content is concerned, I apologize for not uploading anything to my YouTube in the past millennia. Personally, I've just been playing World of Warcraft and suffering in agony and misery. Don't do it. The game sucks. Blizzard sucks. D4 bad. Hopefully PoE2 is good. As far as what I'm planning on doing, I'm going to be speedrunning a lot. Hopefully PoE2 is good. Don't do it. The game sucks. Blizzard sucks. D4 bad. Hopefully. Don't
Just
do
once
it.
Again.
The game sucks. Blizzard sucks. D4 bad. Hopefully PoE2 is good. As far
Thanks,
as
Tai.
what I'm planning on doing, I'm going to be speedrunning a lot. You can expect to see a lot of speedrunning stuff. I'll probably come up with some guides and stuff for PoE2. Expect a lot of stuff coming up soon. My plan at the moment is to race a lot of content creators, so there's going to be a lot of racing content. You can check me out on Twitch.tv/TacticKiller. Hey guys, TacticKiller from the future here. I realized that I didn't ask you to like, comment, and subscribe at the end of the video, so do that now, or else. I've got a Valdo box here. It's got this little.
You got a Valdo box?
I've not opened it.
No way. Okay, no. I'm not gonna like or subscribe or anything. Fuck that guy. What is that, dude? Oh, I came back to like. Oh wait, that's not this video. Where's the Tai video?
How's it, everyone? This is Locahole. I'm back. Today's video, I'm going to be giving you my plans for PoE.
I'm gonna say I liked and went to comment.
We need to have a talk. And this time.
But then you got a Valdo box, so I am not gonna comment. That's lame. So I won't. That's better. We need a mad face. Yeah, always the German keyboard. Yeah. Giving it away. Not like a giveaway on stream. You can't have my keyboard. I need it to play my build. 4 GB patch for supporter packs. Who knows? Maybe there's some sweet extra content for the league. Maybe they updated the town. Maybe the Settlers town is now more like the PoE2 version of it. It really is 4 gigs, dude. What are we gonna do in all that time? Just added supporter packs and support for PoE2 announcement, which means they added that one MTX. That's 4 gigs. The high-res hand. Sure, that's it. I'm sure that's it. Must be that. Yeah, it's gonna take ages. Why does it take so long? Paint champ. What is this? Everyone downloads. Isn't it like a seed-based system? Like a I thought vaping is too good to be true. Why would it be good? Well, what are we gonna do? I don't think we got any new teasers. We could check on Twitter. I mean, the page's back up, right? Oh, they got the Path of Exile 2 logo now. They changed the logo. Yeah, no new teasers. We're gonna have to wait the entire hour. Oh, but the live stream's probably up because... Oh no, it's not an entire hour. It's 36 minutes, dude. Oops. Didn't mean to suggest to stream together to Path of Exile. I know they're busy. What do we do with the channel points here? Highlight my message. These nuts. Key on everyone. We want PoE2 now. Their hands up? Do they have hands up? Hands up anime. Fine. I go back attachment, the desperate for it. I don't think it's that ugly. I think it's pretty okay. I've seen worse back attachments in my life. I mean, I myself am probably not going to utilize it too often, right? I don't think it's that pretty either, but I think it's also like it's well made. It like has the desired effect. It's not like a cheap one, right? I think it's a great model. It's just the theme is it's a certain aesthetic that not everyone can appreciate in the same way, I think. You think that download is faster now? Nah, this will never finish. Oh no. I think I still had like a slice of bread in the kitchen that I need to eat. I forgot about it. Patches on server are 2 min faster. Window was desync, 2 windows in a minute in the past. Nice. You mean you had the stream was out of sync and you had to refresh, or you mean like your Windows was just not on the correct time? Show food, please. It was just rye bread, like crispy, dry rye bread with some vegan spread on it. And fresh onions, because I like onions. And these are clementines. And I only got 2 of them, but I also got a banana. Take shit, huh? Didn't think that. Spread made from vegans. Show foot. But only because you asked. Oh god. Path of Exile developers. Someone said they love Path of Exile developers, but I only saw it from the side and I thought they said I love Path of Exile degenerates. Because that's what these people in chat are. TOS? My feet are against TOS? Shit, am I gonna get banned on Twitch? And that'd be problematic. Very, very sexual. I don't think we're gonna play Path of Exile today anymore, guys. This is not working at all. I mean, I got 300 megabyte. We need to wait 13 times as long if it goes at the same speed all the time, which it doesn't even seem to go at the same speed. It's actually kind of very, very inconsistent. Freezing many times, going to 0, and then going up and down. Yeah, citrus is the best, right? Right? Oh, it's citrus, right? I don't know why I said citrus. Because of Cyrus, right? Cyrus and PoE. Havok's gameplay review. We could watch that real quick because I mean we still have time and there's nothing else happening. Right? Except my player does not want. Oh no, there it is.
You're meeting us, my friend, now! Run, little rabbit! After her! Hunt her down! Get them!
A lot of seeds in this thing.
It is important to note this video is primarily based on my March and June playthroughs, meaning that come early access on December 6th, the game most likely will be different, and any feedback given in this video may have already been addressed. On that note, the primary goal of this video is to of course provide feedback to GGG, emphasizing gameplay and design elements that stood out to me, but secondarily, for the players and community, I hope I can further the discussion on some recurring topics, especially in regards to combat. Now, with that settled, my opinion on Path of Exile 2 after 12 hours of playtesting is Path of Exile 2 is good, and Path of Exile 2 is its own unique game. If I had to give 3 additional reasons to play PoE2, they would be meaningful combat, improved accessibility, and higher intensity boss fights. To expand, The combat versus trash monsters has a mix of both zoom and challenging encounters. Accessibility has been improved without removing depth, simply by hiding complexity. And endgame level boss fights can be experienced during the campaign. In terms of changes, I'm looking to see improvements to the following systems during early access. The first being mana. As a player, I just don't believe resource sustain is a compelling problem to solve, especially because it feels bad when you can't cast your skills. Secondly, crafting. I believe PoE2 has an opportunity to bridge the gap in itemization capability between an experienced endgame player and a new player journeying through the game for the first time. And third, further development of meaningful combat. Not because there's anything wrong with it, but because it's actually amazing. And I see significant potential for it to get that much better, especially as we get more tools and options to defeat various encounters. Now, during this introduction, I will be reviewing my March Ranger playtest, discussing atomization, gearing, and gameplay decisions, overviewing Ranger build archetypes, and in addition to the main run, analyzing how my 2 bonus speedruns went. Furthermore, I will also be examining and challenging various design choices, such as the disenchant system or meaningful combat, and drawing comparisons between the March and June versions of the game, to hopefully make progress on the following questions. How hard should the game be, and how fast should the game play? I'm curious, by the end of the video, if you'll agree with my conclusions. If not, I'd love to hear what your opinions are. With that being said, let's get into it. Starting with the March playtest, immediately after, I was concerned with the scarcity of items and overall just slower paced gameplay. In that version of the game, the best way to speed things up was to slowly collect gold, to eventually gamble for weapons at the vendor, a tiresome but necessary task. However, in the June playtest, I felt this concern was addressed, with both item drops and gold feeling more plentiful. The gameplay was also faster, and our characters were much stronger, which of course felt great, but also fair. Fair because if I started playing too aggressively, I would eventually get checked, because both trash monsters and bosses would fight back. Which from my perspective, allowed the game to create periods of higher paced blasting that was kept in balance by tougher encounters that required strategic gameplay to move onward.
Very correct and fair assessment in my eyes. I find myself in agreement with, because the blasting, or maybe it's not the blasting that other people when they say what they mean with blasting, but like the passages where you go a little bit faster feel so much better when there's actually a significant struggle that you're overcoming by doing that, right? Where it's like you see the contrast to not going as fast.
This combat dynamic is fundamental to what made my PoE2 playthrough so engaging, which is why
where it's like you're more happy that you're going fast than you are otherwise, with the fear of missing out, of going slow. I don't know. Maybe this is also just a new game phenomenon and it will fade over time. But I think the difficulty was really good personally, but we'll see.
I'll be emphasizing and expanding on it throughout.
Also, sorry for stopping all the time, but I also think maybe they tuned it a little bit, right? And maybe it will not be the exact same difficulty, because I do think that it was a lot easier when we played it on console. Like for the couch co-op, they tuned it a lot easier because, like Tai said, when the one reporter quit and all that, you want the people to be able to play your game, especially when it's a version that is meant for people that are potentially partially a more casual audience, right?
The video. But before I do, let's shift gears and get into the main Ranger run. Loading into the riverbank, the first thing I need to talk about is this insane level 1 chest from the Bloated Miller. Life, cold res, and stun threshold are all great stats, but the biggest game changers on this item are actually the 17 energy shield and 2.6 life regen per second. These recovery modifiers significantly reduce the impact of chip damage during both boss fights and trash clear, meaning more time spent blasting and less time spent healing in town. That being said, recovery stats and professional speedrunning skills are not enough to rush into level 4 zone early. The werewolf prowlers inside the Old Forest hit a bit too hard for level 2, almost 0 gear character. However, when I returned to the Old Forest later as a level 4 character with just a 17 armor helmet, 22 evasion from this chest, and double the life regen with the Crimson Amulet, the werewolves were significantly more manageable. Which underscores the importance of gearing, notably in regards to upgrading item bases during progression and not skimping out on defensive layering, a theme that I found constantly emphasized in both the Ranger and Monk run. Now, adjacent to gearing is vendoring and the new disenchant system. In Path of Exile 1, when you vendor an item, you generate transmutation, alteration, or alchemy shards. However, in Path of Exile 2, Vendoring an item simply offers gold, and shard generation has been moved to a separate vendor. First question that comes to mind is why? Why create a new system? As a player, this just sounds like one more thing to do every trip to town. But holding off judgment for just a moment and looking at the balance. Currently, disenchanting a magic item provides 1 transmutation shard, and disenchanting a rare provides 1 alchemy shard. 20 magic items for 1 transmutation order that might not hit isn't exactly the most appealing offer, and finding 20 rares in the first place is a tough ask. In this version of the game, the best way to find upgrades outside of lucky drops was gambling, which meant saving 300 to 600 gold or more per desired item slot, a task that wasn't too difficult since items sold for 10 to 70 gold each. With this level of tuning, the disenchant system was practically irrelevant, offering no alternative for acquiring upgrades. So with that in mind, if the developers wanted players to consider the trade-off between accumulating gold and gambling versus sacrificing gold for orbs and crafting on high-level bases, then the obvious solution is to naturally provide more shards.
Very correct also, but I was going to say maybe they just didn't care about that for that specific playtest or those specific playtests on the LA events, where maybe they just wanted people to engage with the gold system more than with anything else. They didn't want to make the shards too attractive because maybe they're not in the place where they wanted to be at with the item mods, or I don't know. But I do hope that there is more sharding and more transmuting and alterating in because that was really fun when I played with Balor and we got our transmutations and you know, white bases, and you threw that on and we're like, oh yeah, 10% move speed, oh great, fizz damage, and oh, this is gonna be so good. And even though it's the biggest crap item, right, but it's still better than what you had before, and you're like cheering because you just gambled an item that you weren't sure how often you would get another transmute. But then again, we also didn't, to be clear, we didn't disenchant a lot of items and get shards. We actually just found transmutes and augments that we used.
Which, to be fair, is something they might have already done by enabling higher item level gear to disenchant for more. Still, while the system might be fine, my preference is towards Path of Exile 1's automatic vendor system, simply because it avoids additional town downtime and extra decision making, which ultimately means more time spent fighting monsters. Moving onward, these systems and the quantity of orbs you generate during the campaign directly relate to defensive balance. Currently, if I'm constantly upgrading my gear to the latest item bases and equipping the appropriate resist jewelry, regardless of the affixes on my items, campaign progression feels fair. My potential concern is, if say alchemy orbs are plentiful, we might run into a situation where the balance team deems that well-rolled rare items are required to smoothly progress ahead. And while it's likely that will be the case in later acts or early mapping content, it's worth considering how the amount of necessary gearing impacts the overall campaign experience. Right now, the level of minimum viable gearing in Acts 1 and 2 feels well balanced and enjoyable, especially so in the June iteration of the game. The progression from quest to quest, boss to boss, and zone to zone was challenging, but also fun. There's this constant feeling of forward momentum, which I believe was only possible because of 2 factors. There was no need to excessively refarm a prior zone, which would have broken immersion, and there was no pressure to overgear for any encounter. So expanding on these 2 factors, we can take a look at this dynamic in Path of Exile 1. In PoE 1, new players often full clear zones, overleveling and overgearing much more than necessary, whereas experienced players will often take the shortest path through zones, progressing quicker with less gear. For myself, the slow gear playstyle is what makes PoE 1 challenging and fun, and in the same respect is what made my PoE 2 playthrough just as enjoyable. Now on the flip side, the developers can still choose to design challenging encounters while also necessitating an above average amount of gear. However, I have to circle back that if the process of acquiring that gear is not engaging, it may disrupt the flow of gameplay. Which leads me to a new thread, crafting, and raises the following question: how can crafting be engaging, but also accessible, while retaining the depth and complexity that PoE players desire? Honestly, I don't have the answer to this, because my favorite form of crafting is identifying an item off the ground, potentially adding a craft, and blasting ahead with no downtime. I believe it would be interesting if a player or content creator that is well experienced with endgame crafting offered their thoughts on how they might implement it. I also wonder to what degree crafting as a system needs to be in the campaign, as the current gameplay loop is quite engaging without it. Perhaps crafting and the scaling of its complexity is best suited for maps, where small periods of downtime already exist.
Yeah, that could also be a thing, that it's just like a kind of stage of the game thing where the stuff that we played so far and the stuff that we're going to play in the beta is maybe just, you know, like where gold crafting, or let's say gold gambling and gold buying is attractive, and then it like transitions into transit alt crafting when you have a little bit higher availability of that towards, I guess, the middle of the game, and then end game crafting with you know, alchs and chaos and whatnot. I think crafting is going to be a joke. It's going to be very, very RNG heavy, I guess, still. And you're very unlikely to get a good item, which is kind of the same. But also, overall, I think getting a better item will feel better. Like, getting a good item will be hard, but it will feel amazing if you get one.
Zooming back out to playstyle, right now in the current PoE2 balance, you can create a similar experience to PoE1 by refarming zones or bosses to outgear the content. While in contrast, if you farm each zone and boss once, your character will naturally have less gear, which leaves you with a decision: play slow and safe, or to challenge yourself to blast and survive. And this challenge to survive, while blasting as fast as possible, I believe is what makes Path of Exile 2 unique. Now, I could expand on strategic combat for quite a while, discussing when you can zoom and when you can just jump in and blow stuff up, but for the brevity of this video, I'll pick just one aspect of it, which is dodge roll, and how that leads to another design area with potential room for further improvement. So in this clip, you can see that I'm in the Mud Burrow, a very narrow zone, and as I'm progressing forward, I encounter this big pack with a ton of skeletons. And what's interesting here is that when I dodge roll through them, I shove the skeletons out of the way, which feels good. But immediately after, since mobs are dying slowly, I have to make a decision. I can kite backwards where I know it's safe, or I can push forward into the unknown to progress ahead and get to the zone boss faster. Naturally, as a speedrunner, I chose the latter. Unfortunately though, actions have consequences, and I get surrounded here by hard-hitting mud simulacrum. So to maintain forward progression, I try to dodge roll through the 2 simulacrum above me, which I can't, leading to my quick demise. As an experienced player, I can recognize that this death was my fault, but I suspect for newer players, this might not be so obvious. At the very least, they might feel confused or even frustrated with either the mechanics or the feel of the game. Now this problem, which I'll define as a lack of agency, is evident in the June update as well, even in wide open zones. Currently, if you pull too large of a pack, you might get swarmed and surrounded, and some might argue that this adds a level of challenge, but I would counter, this challenge is only 2-dimensional. Those 2 dimensions being that you either pull small packs of enemies and take care of them one at a time, or you should just YOLO jump in, button mash, and pray. If you ask me, meaningful combat should offer more than just these 2 options, involving decision making both before and during the action. Now if I cooked for a moment, what if dodge roll had phasing? Without phasing, aggressive gameplay is punished and slow gameplay is encouraged, removing multiple dimensions of skill expression. Introducing dodge roll phasing could encourage more aggressive playstyles, allowing players to bite off more than they can chew, while still having the ability to outplay the situation. Furthermore, it may open up additional design space for the developers to explore. This change alone might reduce the current emphasis on overly cautious gameplay and benefit newer players who might not recognize the need for careful positioning and movement. All that being said, this might just be a skill issue, because in Acts
Yeah, that's what I'm also thinking. Like, because I think that's an oversimplification, like saying it's 2-dimensional, either you get stuck or you don't, kind of thing. Because there are very clear movement patterns that you can identify that are more likely to get you trapped, and certain ones that are not likely to get you trapped. You just need to learn how the monsters behave and how your own character controls, like what the limitations are, how fast you can get out of a situation into a situation and all that. And as soon as you get that down, I don't think you'll get yourself trapped. I think it's definitely a layer of skill. That said, I don't think I disagree with the assessment that it would be cool if dodge roll had phasing, because that's how I thought it worked in the beginning as well. You could just like roll through enemies, but turns out it's like you push them to the side, and there's like a certain weighting system, right, where like normal enemies and small enemies have less weight and they're easier to push aside, and like bigger enemies are harder to push, and like sometimes you can get out of a situation where you're trapped and sometimes you can't. But I hope they adjusted that a little bit and made it so that it feels really good and not too punishing, unless you like really know you messed up. But we'll see.
2 and onward, we had way more skill gems available. It's entirely possible I already had the tools at my disposal and I was simply unaware of how to use them, which is a sentiment echoed by Jonathan Rogers, the game director of Path of Exile 2, who mentioned in a recent interview that you really need to spend time playing a character to fully understand how it works. And without that experience, getting destroyed is a likely outcome. Changing gears, we need to talk about mana, especially when you don't have it. The problem is, when you don't have it, you can't play the game. And that really is the key point. I understand resource.
I actually was told that the standard attack is the highest DPS for a lot of those characters. Octavian said that to me, I think, actually. So I don't think the standard attack costs mana, so
resource management is a tool to balance the game. However, as a player, I've never found it to be a compelling problem to solve. In this clip on the
yeah, that's if you think of it as a problem to solve in the way that you don't want to care about it. But if it's like a actual management, I don't know, right? Like, because you can choose whether you use the standard attack that doesn't cost you mana and you wait to regen, or you use something that costs mana. You just have to make sure that you always have the mana that you need in order to use a skill that you potentially could want to use. And also, I mean, the flasking is a thing. It's, yeah. I mean, I don't want to be like a big... They reworked the flask system, right? We're going to hear about flasks tonight as well.
In the background, you'll notice I've been low on mana for quite a while. And because of the town portal animation, I could not portal.
Yeah, but you can link stuff to standard attack, and you could really make your standard attack a thing.
Portal out. My only option at the time was to roll away while attempting to lose aggro with the mobs, then portal out and refill my flasks. This took over 40 seconds, which is frankly frustrating. Now they did update flasks in the June playtest, but it still wasn't enough. That said, this might have only been a monk problem. All of the monk players I spoke to were grumbling about it, with some even specking man nodes on the passage tree and still not solving it. Either way, I'm looking forward to more improvements here in the future. Changing focus from conceptual topics, let's discuss ranger builds. In this playtest, ranger builds can be sorted into two themes, lightning and chaos, with lightning builds being further broken down into two variants. The first variant is the simple combo between lightning rod and lightning arrow. Lightning rod shoots an arrow into the sky that remains in the ground for 12 seconds after it lands. This ground embedded arrow then releases AoE lightning bursts every time it's hit by chaining lightning beams. Conveniently, lightning arrow fires chaining lightning beams that can chain into the lightning rod arrows, creating multiple lightning burst explosions based on the number of lightning rod arrows previously shot. Now in this version of the game, most monsters were fairly tanky, so higher damage combos like this were strongly incentivized. That being said, also in this version of the game, Stormcaller Arrow in combination with Herald of Thunder could recreate one-button gameplay. And what's interesting is, at the time, I considered this a balance issue, because if a one-button build was too strong, it would likely get nerfed. Yet that perception was based on my prior understanding that combo gameplay was the end-all be-all method of achieving meaningful combat. However, after the June playtest, playing a monk and clearing multiple screens in a row with mostly one button, I realized that meaningful combat doesn't necessarily require combo gameplay, it's just one avenue to achieve it. In future versions of the game, I can see a world where one-button gameplay still exists, because by shifting the focus away from the player and more onto the monsters, combat can remain both engaging and strategic with the right combination of varied monster packs and enemies that actually fight back. Anyways, I did say I was going to talk about builds, but I just couldn't help myself there. Moving on to the Chaos Ranger build, I end up playing a Poison Dot variant with the three skills Poison Burst Arrow, Toxic Growth, and Vine Arrow. This was a combo build and worked as so. Toxic Burst drops pods on the ground, which then light up and explode when hit by a Poison Burst Arrow, as long as there's at least one monster above the pod when hit. To attack multiple pods at once, Poison Burst Arrow was linked to multiple projectiles and pierce, and for more damage, Toxic Growth was linked to poison. This combo could chunk bosses, but in comparison to Lightning Rod and Lightning Arrow, it was much more difficult to use, because more focus was required to maximize pod overlap, while also predicting boss movement and avoiding monster one-shot abilities. Now both builds did benefit from Vine Arrow, which would help by tethering to bosses and slowing them down. But if I was put on the spot and had to choose a build for a new ranger to run, I would pick the Lightning variant for two main reasons. The first being that the jump back from Toxic Growth messed with my positioning much more than I would have liked, which I might have been okay with if the pod's conditional is a monster above check, had a larger area in combination with a larger explosion radius. But secondly, instantaneous damage and the ability to attack from afar just feels good. Now transitioning to speedrun 1, it was a low gear playstyle attempt that selected Escape Shot from the first uncut skill gem, with the goal of using it as a movement skill, and an ambitious secondary goal to clear while moving. The mobility was great when it worked, except when it didn't. It was very easy to use the skill gem and not go anywhere. As for clearing while moving, that was definitely a bit too ambitious, simply because with a starting bow and no extra flat damage on gear, I could not one-shot monster packs in this version of the game. Still, the ability to freeze monsters was useful, and conceptually, having tools like this to deal with swarms of enemies is something I can appreciate and agree with. Progressing ahead, since this was my second character, I was able to find the Mud Barrow and subsequently the Devourer rather quickly. However, the fight itself was quite difficult, no life regen, 2 life flasks, and low damage meant it was a battle of attrition, aka just don't get hit. But what if I could freeze the boss? In PoE2, the chance to apply ailments is based on the magnitude of the damage done, which I believe we can visually see by looking at any individual ailment box. So in theory, if I hit 3 to 4 escape shots, I could have frozen the boss. Yet, it wasn't worth it, because it was too easy to get stunned, and since I didn't have any combos at this point, I couldn't take advantage of the fact that the boss wasn't moving. Furthermore, even if the boss was moving, I could for the most part still maximize my damage uptime, and WASD, and attack move. Now I have to note, after reviewing the fight, the stun issue was a skill issue. If we watch the footage closely, we can see the Devourer's arm winding up, telegraphing the ability, meaning I could have dodge rolled first and then used the escape shot for a potential freeze. Still, how did the overall fight go? Well, as I said earlier, it was a battle of just don't get hit, which I was pretty good at, except for when this happened. Alright, round 2, let's try that again. Just don't get hit.
Man, I really would have liked to play this version of the game. It's probably very, very hard. But...
Anyways, escaping to speedrun 2, we had some interesting drops. Notably this Iron Ring and Fire Arrow Quiver. Just like PoE1, flat damage is incredibly important for attack-based builds, and in PoE2 is no different, with these 2 items almost doubling my damage, giving me the confidence to progress ahead to the Old Fields, a zone overrun with swift striking werewolves, whose swarming nature had previously forced me to retreat during the main run. But with my newfound damage, I can now 2 to 3 shot normal monsters instead of the prior 4 to 6, meaning I could play much more aggressively, dodge rolling through packs to clear as fast as possible. However, at the end of the zone, I encountered this evasive werewolf pack, which would not fall over quickly, forcing me to play at range, which introduced a new problem, because there's a second, much larger type of werewolf, which when playing at range, instead of simply chasing and swiping at you, like most wolves, would actually leap swipe instead, doing considerably more damage, with this one wolf repeating it 5 times in a row. Now zooming out slightly, without iron rings, fire arrow quivers, or even an insane weapon, the level of clear speed experienced in speedrun 2, especially so in the first 2 zones, or as a monk in the June update, is the default balance baseline I desire. However, the more I review the footage, the more apparent it becomes that I could have been blasting in the March version of the game if I was more readily using my combos and was more knowledgeable in regards to monster AI and monster abilities. Which makes me circle back to Jonathan's statement that you need to spend some time playing a character to really understand how it works, and now I believe the sentiment also applies to monsters.
Absolutely.
Said differently, Path of Exile 1 is the player's world. You become a screen-clearing powerhouse, and the game becomes an arcade blasting experience. Whereas Path of Exile 2 is the monster's world. We're just living in it.
Very nicely put. I didn't think about it like that. Yeah, what up, Johanna? Welcome, Gretman.
I posed
5 minutes, guys. 5 minutes.
How hard should the game be, and how fast should the game play? And in review of the discussion so far, I've mostly discussed pacing and lightly discussed challenge, a subset of what hard is. Which is the big question. What does hard even mean? I've been trying to find an answer for quite a while, but defining hard is hard, because everyone has their own definition of hard. That said, for myself, hard is the challenge, and when I look at my most challenging moments, they are also my most memorable. So to attempt to answer the question, I believe the game should not be easy, rather it should be difficult. Because if it's too easy, there's no sense of accomplishment, and the experience might become forgettable. Whereas if the game is hard, and tuned appropriately, the challenges can be both aspirational and memorable. I hope I don't beat endgame bosses on my first try.
I love this guy.
I hope I really have to struggle with some of them. I hope that there are pinnacle bosses that are so hard that if beaten, can provide a huge sense of achievement. And knowing the developers, I believe this is what we can expect. Now moving on to pacing, the more I think about it, the more I realize it doesn't actually matter. What matters is the level of engagement, the flow of combat.
John was watching your videos early on stream. Mine? What was he watching? Hope not my gameplay, dude. That guy's good.
The interest I have in my character. The puzzles I solve along the way. Not how fast I clear a map. 20 seconds versus 20 minutes. It doesn't matter. What matters is if I'm having fun. And based on my experience so far, PoE2 delivers. That said, the actual experience is more meaningful than anything I can say. Whether or not it jives with you, that's for you to decide. Anyways, early access should be here on December 6th, and if you can't already tell, even with my reservations, I'm on the hype train. New game, new builds, new monsters, new everything. If you want more footage, you can check out my June playthrough here. and my Ranger boss footage here. Lastly, GGG is live streaming everything you need to know about Path of Exile 2 on November 21st. So until then, thanks for watching, and as always, have a great day, Exiles. Bye.
Good stuff, Havoc. Thanks. Thanks for making this video. Thanks for sharing your insights. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a very special event in Path of Exile's history. We are about to witness the pure, raw power and strength of the full early access announcement, as we will dive into all the juicy details for Path of Exile. Yeah, I'm excited as well, dude. 80 seconds. Should we do countdown? we chat together. I honestly, I don't know what to say anymore. It's going to be great. It's only 100k viewers here, guys. Tiny little stream. Okay, I'm gonna pause the music here that I was playing locally. We're gonna give you all the full experience. Do I need to make to give you the full volume? This is probably too loud now while we're waiting, right? But this is probably the volume that we want when the stream starts. Anyone on like a super silent device? Like, should I max out the volume super hard? Because it's gonna blast hard if I do that. I'm like at minus 1.5 now. Let's go to minus 1.2, I think. So that we get a little bit of leeway. 22 seconds, guys. Full screen? Yeah, I'm gonna full screen it. But do you want theater with chat? Later when we get details, right? Should I go down or? Well, I'll probably just keep on moving based on what they're showing.
Sir, just what are we facing here?
Okay, more volume, right?
A relic of the old world. Ready your men, Captain. We will only get one chance.
Cinematics, guys. Wait, what? Stream crash? No way, dude. What? Oh, it actually, it ripped. No.
You hear the whispers?
Roll it again.
On about?
It's Dorman, right?
Yeah.
Then Dorman, shut your damn mouth. Why do I always get stuck with these rookies?
Hey, the kid's got a mean cleave. Give him a chance.
Quiet.
It's cinematics. Okay, they're officially declaring war on Blizzard.
A mean cleave, eh, Captain? Rookie can't even lift his own sword. Captain Oren? Captain?
Monka?
It's here. Rain! Send the signal!
What the fuck?
Rain! On my back, Rookie. Blade up!
Come on. I'm ready. I'm ready. It's a man.
No, it's not.
Nice. Wow, that animation quality.
Run.
No way. Are we gonna get a PoE2 show? They're gonna make a Netflix show.
Captain! Captain!
Holy shit.
Stop! Humanity isn't ready.
On your feet, lad.
Sir, the captain,
You'll be fine. Here.
What is it?
This is fucked up. That's messed.
Get the body.
Stop. Mortal. It can still be contained. You don't know what you have unleashed.
Your kind no longer control this world. We cannot destroy your body, it's true. But you will watch as we destroy everything you have built. Bind him! Feed. Grow, my child. I'll make sure you can eat your fill.
I'm disturbed, to say the least. Is this full volume? Is this loud enough, guys? Are we rolling with the volume? You happy? I can't make it louder.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, game director on Path of Exile 2.
Johnny!
Now, Path of Exile 2 is going into early access in around 2 weeks on December the 6th. But even though it's early access, this isn't just some small taste. The game is huge. In this live stream, we're going to be introducing everything you can expect. So without further ado, let's roll the gameplay trailer.
Alright.
Existence is a thing of beauty.
Jonathan has this aura of confidence.
But impermanent. Life and death are mortal enemies, and yet bound to one another. The continuation of life must be protected at all costs. Some have said, my methods are brutal. To this, I say, there can be no salvation without sacrifice.
It's the Val Victor. Man, the warrior with the race shield. Beginning of the game. Oh, dude, the tree looks so beautiful. MTX. Okay, Ascendancy trees are in the game. We hadn't seen any in a while, so we weren't sure. Looking excellent so far.
We are faced with the end, and I will do what I must.
Is that already a league mechanic, or is that like part? That's the end game, right? They're not doing like a new league mechanic. That must be the end game. Oh wow, there's like a star thing system, like in Grim Dawn. Astrology system.
Those who obsess with death.
Oh, it could be an atlas, true.
Let them soon be acquainted with it.
Now, as you just saw, even in early access, Path of Exile 2 is a big game. It's actually been 5 years since we announced PoE2, and over that time we've revealed a lot. but it's been in bits and pieces. It's pretty hard to keep track of it all, so today we're going to do a full rundown of all the content that will be available at the start of Early Access. Classes, character progression systems, and for the first time, a full overview of the endgame. This is
Lay it on
one,
us.
so get comfortable.
Lay it on
For
us, Jonathan.
20 years, Rayclast has been free from any sources of corruption.
Where's
But
Chris?
the Count of Ogham, tempted by promises of power, intends to harness it once more. The dead are rising, monsters are mutating, and madness is spreading. Under the dark influence of corruption, the Count doles out sentences of death to any who would question.
I fought that dude. The executioner.
And this
Yeah,
is where
they
you
gotta
find
show
yourself
this.
at the start of PoE2. Explore the dark forests of Ogham. Traverse the barren plains of
Oh no, please. Twitch, please.
the Vasteri Desert. And
Oh, it's not
delve
full
into the
volume.
jungle ruins of Utsal, an ancient Val city. There are challenging monsters, hidden ruins, lost camps and treasures, roaming
Oh, we have to
merchants,
watch it again
and of
after on
course, unique
YouTube.
bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations.
I mean, can't be my problem because everyone in chat is spamming F.
Now, Early Access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat and has mechanics that involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in PoE2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos.
What a shitfest, Twitch.
To get new skills, you will first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE2. You can choose an existing
Technical difficulties. Okay, they're at least pausing it. Problem, yeah, seems to be on GGG's side. Or at least they're aware that there's something with the Twitch. Oh, look at that sub train here. Yeah, that gives me that seems like a Twitch GGG problem. Yeah, maybe it's the combination. I mean, they're really pushing the numbers right now, so spam F. Like everyone's spamming their prime. It's insane, dude. Insane. Look at how many primes. Why would you sub to? I mean, why not? Sure, support them. But like, why would you sub to a channel that streams like once every 4 months? Primes for better servers, yeah. Here, take my prime, please. Well, technical difficulties. Unfortunate. But also, you know, a good problem to have that there's so much interest in the game that's being crashed. Unless, of course, it's like completely on their end, right? Like maybe it's just New Zealand internet is dying, or maybe they have like additional load on them. I don't think that they would. No, they've been splurging so hard on Gamescom and everything. I couldn't imagine that they would that they wouldn't like go all out on the investment for their streaming setup. And why not? Still love you, GGG. Yeah, definitely. But the audio is also this weird Twitch typical thing where it goes like, right? Can you hear it? Where it goes like up and down? It's not like a constant frequency, but it's like, that's really often, like, especially also with... Wait, it continues?
So this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing where you find yourself at the start.
Oh yeah, so they're rewinding it.
Explore the dark forests of Ogham. Traverse the barren plains of the Vasteri Desert. And delve into the jungle ruins of Utsal, an ancient Val city. There are challenging monsters, hidden runes, lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations. But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now, Early Access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat and has mechanics that involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in PoE2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos.
Stark contrast
skills, you will first need to find skill gems.
to Havoc saying that with the monkey had one button gameplay.
Menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE2. You can choose an existing skill to level up, or choose to engrave a new one. Since this is a level 7 skill gem, even if you pick a new skill, it will immediately be level 7, so there's no harm in trying out something new.
Only 2 blasts now? Yeah, they revamped blast system. They're probably going to talk about it.
Martial arts: lightning, ice, and wind. But don't think you have to stick to just one. The best combos are going to involve mixing elements of all 3. Let's try Killing Palm. Like many monk skills, this can be used to quickly take advantage of a specific situation. If there's an enemy on low life, you can use Killing Palm to dash to them and kill them instantly. This will provide a power charge. Then we can use a different skill to consume that power charge for a much more devastating attack. The monk also has powerful combo skills. Tempest Bell, for example, is a skill that places a giant resonating bell. Hitting the bell causes it to ring, dealing damage to all enemies around it. You can also do things like freeze or shock the bell, which will add elemental damage to the strikes. The monk also has a variety of abilities to empower his staff. If an enemy is close to being stunned, you can use Staggering Palm to punch them down. After that, any attack you do will shoot out wind projectiles. There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have.
Oh, this looks really nice,
pack
dude.
to pack, spewing projectiles and obliterating screens of enemies with huge combo
Look,
attacks.
this is the kind of gameplay you guys always wanted to see.
Now, if you like a style of melee that's a little slower but hits much harder, then the Warrior is for you. He pounds
Warrior
the
was
ground
extremely
with big,
fun,
chunky attacks and can shrug off the
but
hits
hard
of
to
small
learn.
enemies with large amounts of armor. Even though the mace slams are slow, you never lose control. Longer attacks can be retargeted as you go, and if you find yourself committed to a long attack, you can dodge roll out of it at any time. Among the skill option for maces, you will find a variety of slams, fire attacks, war cries, and shield skills. Here, I'm going to slam the ground, rending it apart with lines of fire. Any slam skill will then cause these fissures to erupt with lava. I can even run through them with a skill like Stampede to do huge amounts of damage.
Yeah, we've seen that before, though.
The Warrior can also use war cries, which can empower your next skill. Seismic Cry, for example, will double any slams from your next attack. The Stampede counts as a slam, so I can double that for even more craziness. If you want to go a little faster and be a little more defensive, equip a shield. In PoE2, you can raise your shield at any time to block
Wait, you're
all damage
faster
from
with
the
a
front,
shield?
even spells. While holding up your shield, your stun meter will build as you take damage, so be careful. If it reaches 100%, your stance will break and you will be vulnerable.
Oh, okay, so that's a good way to
Some
balance
enemies
it.
also have unblockable attacks, which are indicated by this red flash. If you see one of these coming, make sure to dodge out of the way.
Right.
Using a shield also gives you access to shield skills, like Shield Charge, which allows you to charge towards enemies and stun them. While charging, you're also blocking the whole time, so you have full damage immunity from the front.
Nice.
The Warrior also has access to totems. Some totems have built-in abilities, like Shockwave Totem,
Totems
which
are
can be placed to
back,
stun nearby
boys.
enemies and trigger aftershocks like those from the Earthquake. But you can also get Ancestral Warrior Totems, which allow you to use any slam skill in your repertoire. This is a meta skill, which means that it's a skill you can put other skills into. I can take a slam like Sunder and socket it into my Ancestral Warrior Totem. Now when I summon him, he'll sit there and slam the monsters from a distance.
Sick.
There are 20 active skills for maces, so there's a lot more to try out. But by endgame, you're going to be dropping hammers from the sky, leaping fearlessly into combat, and separating the very earth you stand on.
I like that specifically for every character they're showing you endgame footage
Time
now.
for some ranged attacks. The Ranger is primarily about the bow, but we wanted to make sure that she feels agile as well. In PoE2 you can shoot while moving. Combined with all the skills the ranger has that allow you to jump around, you will have a lot of mobility in combat.
Not this
skills
right
have a
now, the
variety of
stuff at the
lightning,
end.
poison, ice, and physical attacks. Lightning attacks bounce around between targets. You can also stick lightning arrows in the ground which explode when hit by the bouncers, or electrocute enemies to take them out of combat. Ice attacks allow you to slow and freeze enemies to keep them away from you. Using poison, not only can you slowly damage your enemies from afar, but also grow some interesting plants. With 21 bow skills and all the mobility and combo tools the ranger has, you can take advantage of every situation. By endgame, you'll be creating hundreds of arrows, be they falling from the sky, bouncing around between enemies, or spraying out of tornadoes.
This is supposed to be endgame.
You might have noticed in the bottom left of the screen that the flask slots look a little different.
Yeah,
In PoE2,
let's
you
get
have
into
one
it.
dedicated life flask slot and one mana flask slot. Flasks gain charges as you kill enemies, and typically allow you to heal 6 or 7 times if they're full. But that's not
Pay
the
attention
only
to the
thing you can use
reflections.
charges for. Charms are a new item type that will automatically defend you from various debuffs or damage types. Having trouble with getting frozen? Equip a thawing charm. When it's fully charged, it will make you immune to freeze for 3 seconds if you get frozen. To recharge them, just kill more monsters. You can gain more slots for charms by upgrading your belt. The mercenary wields a crossbow that can be loaded with different ammo types, offering versatility, power, and mobility. All classes in Path of Exile 2 can be controlled with WASD, which makes this class play exactly like a shooter. For the crossbow, you will find skills that work like shotguns, sniper rifles, assault rifles, and even grenade launchers. But not only that, there are a wide variety of more interesting elemental ammos too. It's very fast to switch between ammo types, so long as you already have them loaded, which makes the mercenary able to combo abilities together for devastating effect. Use Glacial Bolt to create walls of ice to separate enemies, then switch to fragmentation rounds to explode the ice, dealing massive AoE damage. If I come across an armored enemy, I could use armor-piercing rounds to break their armor, and then high-velocity rounds to take them down. Or perhaps I could fire a gas grenade to poison enemies before detonating the cloud with an explosive shot for massive damage. If you want to call in some suppressing fire, you can summon artillery ballistas. These have a minimum range, so you'll want to prepare your position carefully before moving in.
That reminds
There are
me.
22 active skills for crossbows. By endgame, you'll be calling destruction down from the sky as you litter the battlefield with grenades and pepper your enemies
but
with
can
your
you-
automatic shotgun.
Can you only play
If you're looking to
crossbows
take a
with
backseat and let
mercenary?
your minions do the work, then the witch should be your choice. She can call forth hordes of undead monsters to fight for her while casting powerful chaos spells that debilitate her enemies. Occult skills are some of the most varied in the game, with skeletons, noxious spells, specialty minions, curses, and sacrificial magic. Before we talk about minions, we'll have to talk about a new resource in Path of Exile 2 called Spirit. This is a spirit gem, which allows you to pick from a range of persistent skills. All classes have a variety of these skills which can add some very interesting effects, like Arctic Armor, which does cold damage to enemies that hit you, or Raging Spirits, which summon fiery skulls each time you cast a fire spell. For the Witch, though, we'll want to be using our spirit to create permanent minions. These minions will be revived automatically when they die, so you don't have to worry about resummoning them all the time.
No, I meant like, is there for every...
Here, I'm using the skill screen to allocate which minions I would like in my horde. You can see the spirit cost of each one. Skeletal warriors are cheap, but weak, useful for tanking damage and distracting enemies. But I want more heavy hitters in my army, so I'm going to unsummon some warriors and instead add skeletal arsonists. Permanent minions come with special active abilities called command skills. You can order these guys to detonate your own minions for even more damage and area of effect. If you want a bigger army, you'll need a scepter. This new weapon type is imbued with even more spirit, allowing you to summon even more friends. And if you want an even bigger army than that, you can take advantage of corpses to summon true hordes of minions.
No, but what I meant is for every
But what
class,
can a witch
there's
do
only
while her army is at
one
war?
archetype,
Well,
right?
she has a range of
witches.
chaos spells to spread disease amongst your enemies, or bone skills to impale them. Or, you know,
Okay.
you could curse them to make them weaker so your horde can take them down.
Because mercenary seems to only
There
be
are 25
pigeonholed
active
into
occult skills.
the
By the
crossbows.
endgame, you will be the leader of a fearsome army of the dead, consuming everything in its path. The sorceress bends the elements to her will, using them to unleash devastation on her foes.
I mean, he
This
most
classic
definitely used
spellcaster
all
weaves
the
a flurry of
skill gems.
elemental magic from afar.
I just meant
Elemental
like
skills have everything you might expect and more.
you're misunderstanding
Fireballs,
me,
icy
Baldur.
explosions, lightning storms, you get the idea. Each spell is unique and has many different ways to build and combo with others, even between different elements. For example, Flame Wall conjures a burning line that not only damages enemies, but also empowers all projectiles that pass through it. If you place a wall and fire lightning sparks through it, they'll gain extra fire damage.
Flame Wall.
It's a good idea to take advantage of the ability to automatically swap weapons when you use certain skills. Having
Like,
a
I don't
special
wanna
staff
interrupt
with
him.
bonuses to fire skills and another with bonuses to lightning skills can really power up a combo like this. The sorceress can also take advantage of powerful trigger gems. For example, you could grab the Cast and Ignite gem and use it with Firestorm. As you ignite enemies, a counter will go up in the top left corner. When it's full, a Firestorm will automatically be cast at the enemy that was ignited. There are 25 active elemental skills. By endgame, you'll be firing off projectiles left and right as you rain down elemental storms on your foes. Now, those are the characters that will be available at the start of Early Access, but we will be adding 6 more character classes with just as many skills and options as these. There's a lot more to come. There's one more important thing to mention about skills. Even though we talk about them as belong to each class, in reality there are no restrictions. You can use all these skills on any class so long as you have the attributes. For example, a Poison Ranger might want to try out using Occult Curses to increase her poison damage, or a Monk might want to trigger Elemental Ice Walls to use with his Glacial Cascade combo. The possibilities for cross-class combos are practically unlimited. We're looking forward to what kind of things you guys might find. Now,
I was
Path of
more
Exile is a
saying
game
is like-
known for build customization, and we haven't even scratched the surface of what is possible yet. So let's talk about support gems.
I want to see ascendancies.
Path of Exile 2 has a system of support gems that can be combined with your active skills to dramatically change the way they work. If you find a support gem, then right-clicking it will open up this screen. Here you will find a variety of recommended support gems for each of your skills that you can pick between. For example, this is a multiple projectiles support gem and can be used to add multiple projectiles to any skill. Normally when you fire a grenade it'll look like this. But if we add multiple projectiles, then you get 3 of them. Once you have the gem, you can also freely move it between any of the skills in your character. If you want to have a multi-shot sniper rifle instead, then simply move the gem over to your high-velocity round skill. Generally speaking, if it sounds like a support gem should work with a skill, then it will work. So it's a good idea to experiment. Note that you can only have one of each support gem on your character, so you'll want to think carefully about which supports can be used best with each skill for maximum damage. Now, if you want to stick to the recommendations, you should have a perfectly good time. But if you want to experiment a bit more, then uncheck that recommended button and you can see the full list of supports that will work with your skill. There are hundreds of support gems to choose from, and even we don't know the results of all the possible ways these can interact.
Because then it's a more
Each
meaningful
skill can have
decision.
up to 5 supports socketed into it. And if you're clever, you can come up with some pretty interesting ideas.
I mean, if there's so
Now,
many
all of this
different
is just
ones.
scratching the surface. You can make frost vortexes, break people's armor, make minions explode, make skills repeat, make enemies set each other on fire, cull enemies, or pin them to the ground.
No, encouraging
Supports let you
decision.
drastically change the behavior of your skills and create your own unique build, or at least follow someone's OP build guide. So, speaking of builds, let's talk about one of the most iconic Path of Exile systems, the passive skill tree. Yes, it's huge. There are over 1,500 nodes on there. Now, a lot of people open the tree and can get a little intimidated at first, but try not to be scared. There are lots of options, but at its core, it's pretty simple.
It looks a lot more
Each level you get 1
similar
point to
to
put into the
PoE1.
tree. Each class starts at a different location, but they all share the same tree. Around your section of the tree, you'll find relevant bonuses for your character. You should be safe in the knowledge that there aren't many wrong choices here. Almost all the starting nodes will be useful for your character in some way. But if you do happen to make a choice you regret, you'll be able to respec any nodes you've taken by spending a little bit of gold.
That's a little bit.
Now, the tree is
Couple
generally
thousand.
divided up into clusters which have similar themes. In each cluster you will find small nodes that give simple bonuses like increased damage, but the real power comes from notables. Notables normally have much more interesting bonuses, and they tend to care a lot more about how your build works and what skills you're using. For example, in the mercenary area of the tree, this one gives a 25% chance for crossbow skills to not consume a bolt. And here's one that gives grenades a chance to blow up a second time.
Ooh.
This one gives a chance for projectiles to rebound off terrain, as well as giving you some pierce chance to make that more likely. Note that even though this is in the mercenary section, this would work with projectiles from all classes, so there are often reasons to go to different areas of the tree.
Yeah, it doesn't say spells
in
or
order
attacks.
To get between these clusters, you will generally have to allocate nodes in the attribute highways. Attribute nodes allow you to pick which attribute you would like to use, so it's very easy to get points for any attribute that your gear might need. You can change which attribute these nodes give you for half price at the respec vendor. In addition to notables, you will also find even larger passives called keystones.
50% off.
Keystones have both an upside and a downside, and often require changing your entire build to design around them. A great example is Giant's Blood, which allows you to wield two-hand weapons in a single hand, but doubles the attribute requirements of them. You can use a two-hand mace with a shield, or even dual wield them.
Oh, I knew that was gonna come, dude. I called it so hard that they're gonna do that.
How about Mind Over Matter, which makes all damage go to your mana pool first before your life.
Such an iconic thing to do in an
50%
ARPG.
of your mana regen. Skills like these can be tough to build around, but if you're up for the challenge, they can be very rewarding. As we showed you earlier on the Sorceress, you can swap between weapon sets on the fly as you use certain skills.
Oh yeah,
One of the new features in Path of Exile 2's passive tree is that you can choose to have your passive tree change as you switch between weapon sets to take advantage of specific bonuses on the tree.
Yeah,
for the
so you
Sorceress,
have
you might want to change
between
between fire and lightning specialization. Or you could switch between one-hand and a two-hand setup in order to be able to block boss attacks while following up with heavy hits from your bigger mace.
Bam.
Or perhaps you could have a full curse setup on your witch to debuff enemies before switching to a chaos degen build for maximum damage. If you want to stick with just one weapon set, you can just use these specialization points as bonus points to invest however you like, but creative players will find plenty of opportunities with this system. You can get weapon specialization points throughout the campaign from optional bosses and quests. For example, if I manage to defeat the Crowbell, I'll get a weapon specialization book. There are lots of other permanent boosts available from the campaign too. On the map you can see icons that indicate the many optional encounters you can find. Some of them have permanent character boosts, and others have powerful items. If you're having trouble getting past a boss, it might be a good idea to explore and see what you can find. For example, if you defeat Blackjaw the Remnant, you'll gain a permanent increase to fire resistance. One of the most important finds are spirit bonuses. You can find the first one here in the Canopy in Act 1. Defeat the boss in this area to acquire a permanent addition of spirit. The permanent buffs you gain from spirit are very powerful, and every class will find a use for them, so make sure you hunt down these upgrades. There's one in each act. Now we haven't even talked about the most important element of character progression, items. That's why we're all here, right? Items in Path of Exile can be broken down into 4 rarity groups: normal, magic, rare, and unique. One of the things you're going to want to do as you play through the campaign is upgrade the items you find, and you can do that with currency items. An Orb of Transmutation will allow you to upgrade a normal item to a magic item with 1 mod. You can then apply an Orb of Augmentation to add a second mod, then use a Regal Orb to add a third mod, and upgrade it to a rare. Finally, you can use some Exalted Orbs to add more mods to your rare to a total of 6 mods.
Ooh, 81
One of the things we think is
damage.
really important is to make these options available to use as you play. All the items that add mods are much more common than they were in Path of Exile 1, so that you can use them throughout your campaign playthrough. We want you to find things on the ground that can be crafted into upgrades much more frequently. As well as making the drop rates on these items much more common, you can also get them by disenchanting unwanted gear at the magic item vendor.
Okay.
If you disenchant magic items, you can build up to an Orb of Transmutation. And by disenchanting rares, you can build up to Regal Orbs.
Well, let's hope you get a couple more items so we can buy some
area
for
of
gold.
crafting items in PoE2 is sockets. Some items you find will have sockets that can have Ezomite runes placed in them that add more mods to the item. If I insert this glacial rune into my helmet, it will give extra cold resistance. This is a great way to solve problems that you have with your build, like resistances or damage.
Abyssal Sockets 2.0.
If you find socketed items that you don't have a use for, you can take them to the salvage bench in town to work towards an Artificer's Orb. This will allow you to add sockets to your existing items. Body armors and 2-hand weapons can have up to 2 sockets, while the rest of your armor and 1-hand weapons can only have 1 socket. You can also salvage items with quality to create items like armor scraps or whetstones. These will allow you to increase the quality of your items for an up to 20% boost. If you don't want to disenchant or salvage your items, you can always sell them for gold. Gold can be used to buy items from vendors, and we've tried to do a lot to make sure that the items they have for sale are actually useful. Every time you level up, they get more stock, so make sure to check back often. Other vendors offer a gamble. Pay a flat amount of gold and you'll get a random item of a specific type. This could be a great way to improve your gear, if you're lucky. Gold is also used to respec your passive skills. Take advantage of this system to experiment with your tree and rework it as required. The other thing you might want to use gold for is the currency exchange. This allows you to exchange currency items with other players on an open market.
There it is.
In exchange for a small gold fee. Now, all items in Path of Exile are freely tradable. We never bind anything to your character, except gold. Now, most gear in Path of Exile 2 is randomly generated, but there's another type that isn't. Uniques. They are especially rare, each with a handcrafted set of unusual mods which can dramatically change a character's build. They're not just better rare items, they can do much stranger things that can fundamentally change your character. Corpse Wade will make any corpses you run through explode into clouds of poison. The Sands of Silk is a body armor that changes your dodge roll into a blink, morphing you into sand as you teleport past your foes. And of course, some uniques are just pure hits of dopamine,
there we
like
go.
Quill Rain, which just turns your bow attacks into full auto by doubling your attack speed. Each unique is something that you can build your character around. We try to make sure that most unique items have a potential use at endgame, even if you find them early on. And as you can see, every single unique item comes with custom art to match. The last character progression system that you can do during the campaign is Ascension.
We need it, guys.
Starting in Act 2, you will come across Ascension trials, tests that you must complete to unlock your Ascension class. We'll explain these trials soon, but first let's take a look at what Ascending can do for your character. Each class has access to 3 Ascendancy classes, but at the start of Early Access, only 2 per class will be available.
Okay, fair enough.
Ascendancy classes are unique to each character class, so choose wisely. They can drastically affect how you build your character.
This guy looks a little like Charlie Sheen.
As a sorceress, you could become a Stormweaver, a master of the elements. Tempest Caller causes elemental storms to be summoned each time you do a critical hit with a spell. With Strike Twice, you can stack 2 copies of Shock for more damage, and going deeper into the tree, you can make all your damage types apply Shock. Make a Shock build from any skill.
Okay.
Alternatively, you could become a Chronomancer and command time itself. She literally has the ability to stop time with Time Freeze. Not only that, but she has many other time manipulation abilities. Using Temporal Rift, she can teleport back to a previous location, resetting her life and mana back to what it was. Or with Time Snap, she can reset all her cooldowns and cast all her spells again. On the Warrior, you can choose between the Warbringer or the Titan. The Warbringer channels the might of his ancestors to gain tremendous power. Using Answered Call, you can summon ancestral spirits linked to each of your totems. With Jade Heritage, you can encase your body in a protective layer that absorbs all damage until it breaks. Warcaller's Bellow allows you to explode the corpses of your enemies. And with Great Wolf's Howl, you can ignore the cooldowns of your war cries. Let all that anger out. The Titan class is all about hitting big. With Earthbreaker, every slam is a chance to
Titan all the way, guys. It's the best one
With
so
Crushing
far.
Impacts, every hit becomes a crushing blow, which will allow you to stun your enemies with ease. With Surprising Strength, you can take advantage of stunned enemies to deal 40% more damage. As a ranger, you might choose to be a Deadeye, an expert markswoman who can take down foes with style. With Endless Munitions, every attack gains an extra projectile. With Gathering Winds, she gains a small increase to movement speed with every attack. But be careful, she loses them when getting hit. With Eagle Eyes, she will never miss, allowing you to stop wasting all those passive points on accuracy.
No accuracy penalty.
Alternatively, you could become a Pathfinder, the master of flasks and poison. She can choose from one of several throwable concoctions, allowing her to spend her flask charges to throw explosive bottles that deal various types of damage. A bleeding concoction will make your enemies bleed, while a fulminating one can shock your enemies, allowing you to do extra damage. Contagious Contamination allows her to spread poisons between her foes, while Overwhelming Toxicity doubles the number of stacks they can be infected by. Running Assault allows her to move much more quickly while firing, while Relentless Pursuit makes her totally immune to being slowed by enemies. The witch can ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage. As an Infernalist, she can summon a loyal Hellhound companion. The Hellhound sets enemies on fire, as well as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit. With Pyromantic Pact, you can turn your mana into Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells, the flame builds up, and if it overflows, you'll take damage. Using Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up. While your Infernal Flame is above 30%, all damage from you and your minions will ignite enemies. She can also transform into a literal demon. While in demon form, she takes an increasing amount of damage, but her cast speed and damage increase rapidly as well. So if you're planning on transforming into a demon, make sure you stack a lot of life recovery. She can also become a Blood Mage, a master of life and energy. All Blood Mages must pay the price of making skills cost life as well as mana. But in exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants, which allow them to quickly gain back that life. With Crimson Power, she can gain large amounts of extra life, and with Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells to leech life back as well. Once you've got a significant amount of life, you can use Gore Spike to make your critical hits deal incredible amounts of damage. A monk who is in tune with the elements might become an Invoker. With Elemental Expression, the Invoker will create waves of elemental power each time he does a critical strike. With Faith as a choice, you gain the ability to meditate, allowing you to double your energy shield. Choose between I am the Blizzard or I am the Thunder to specialize in cold or lightning.
Double your energy shield.
And I Shall Rage will allow you to turn into an unbound avatar.
For like a time?
Each time you apply a status ailment to an enemy, you gain Unbound Fury. When you have enough, transform into an avatar to deal way more damage and inflict even more elemental ailments. Some monks choose to reach into the darkness instead. The Acolyte of Chayula can exchange their mastery of spirit for darkness, a resource that can be utilized to both absorb and deal damage. The Shroud of Darkness will protect you from all damage incoming, but if you take Grasp of the Void, you will deal extra chaos damage from all the darkness you have. Their Dark Pact offers greatly increased resistances to chaos damage and can allow their mana leech to not only happen instantly, but apply to their energy shield as well. Another node you can take is Waking Dream, which allows you to see into the domain of the Breach Demons. There you will see the Flames of Chayula that can be taken to gain life, mana, and damage. The Mercenary has a job to do, but which job suits you? You might choose to become a Witch Hunter. Obsessive Rituals will give you a sorcery ward, allowing you to defend yourself against elemental hits in exchange for less defense against attacks. With Zealous Inquisition, your enemies have a 10% chance to explode on death. The chance is doubled against demons and undead. With Judge, Jury, and Executioner, your initial hit against enemies can deal up to 30% of their life and damage, if you're lucky. This is great for hunting powerful bosses. And with Witchbane, you can break your enemy's concentration, preventing them from casting spells as often as they would usually do. You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding gems directly in your flesh. Integrated Efficiency will give you extra skill slots. Thermatological Infusion gives you extra maximum resistances as you sock up more and more support gems. Adaptive Capability allows you to use any color of gem without worrying about attributes, while Crystalline Potential adds extra quality bonuses to every gem socketed into your character. So those are the Ascendancy classes for the start of Early Access. That's one thing we haven't talked about yet is how you ascend in the first place. Ascension in Path of Exile 2 requires completion of one of the Great Trials, which you'll find as you progress through the campaign. Each one is associated with one of the major cultures of Rayclast.
The question is, Lab 2.0?
Located in the Vasteri Plains are the Maraketh, a culture of rich tales and brutal traditions, who must do whatever it takes to survive in the desert. The highest position in Maraketh culture is a Sekima, and it is not a title given freely. All aspirants must complete the Trial of the Sekimas, a grueling gauntlet that will test their strength, will, cunning, and patience. To enter, a warrior of the Maraketh must prove their worth by trapping the soul of a djinn in a coin, and you are no different. Once you have earned your coin, it may be placed on the relic altar to begin the trial.
Okay.
In the Trial of the Sekimas, each room has its own challenges to overcome. In this room, each rare monster you kill will send its blood to the chalice in the center of the room. Once the chalice is filled, you will be able to proceed.
I don't see any
While
stamina.
fighting monsters in the trial, you will need to be very careful. Each hit will not only hurt you, but will damage your honor.
Oh,
the monsters
honor.
are well
Never mind.
telegraphed, so that you can avoid their attacks, but if you run out of honor, you will fail the trial and need to find another coin in order to try again. It is a good idea to make sure that you are well prepared before challenging the trial of the Secumus.
Sanctum and Joyous unite.
After each room, you will be rewarded. In this case, you have been given a key that can be used to unlock chests later in the trial. Once you have claimed your reward, you will be shown a map of the rest of the floor and may choose how you wish to proceed. Which challenges would you like to face, and which rewards do you want to claim? Some rooms are more dangerous, afflicting you with debuffs that will persist for the entire trial. For example,
That's Chris's middle finger for everyone who ever disliked lab in the past. I'll show you how to make a lab that you'll dislike.
You will want to take care if you choose such a
I
path.
like it, it's cool.
There are many different challenges and rewards as you journey through the trial. Deadly traps, waves of monsters, and strange artifacts will test your honor. As you progress, you'll be able to gain boons from the Jinn, which will help you on your journey. For example, the Secuma's cloak will revive you once if you die, giving you a second shot at a run. One of the rewards you may find is Sacred Water, an extremely valuable and treasured resource to the Jinn and the Maraketh. Trading it with the Jinn will allow you to receive many benefits. You can recover honor, gain additional boons, or remove afflictions. At the end of the floor, you'll find a powerful boss which will truly test your limitations. In order to ascend, you will need to defeat him.
That boss looks cool.
Having
to get
defeated the
30
boss, you've
bucks.
earned the right to ascend. But first, the loot.
Oh, you get loot.
The keys you have found may be used to open the various treasures in the vault at the end of the floor. We only have a single bronze key, so we'll just have to open one of these small chests. If you want to open the better ones, you'll need silver or gold keys. Let's use the Altar of Ascendancy. Your first ascension will allow you to pick your class and grant you 2 points to use in the tree. Now there are more floors and many more rewards that can be found within the Trial of the Secumus, but we'll save that for the section on the endgame. For now, let's talk about the second Ascendancy trial, the Trial of Chaos. In Path of Exile 2, you can choose whichever trial you like to earn your ascension. Each culture on Rayclast had their own methods to ascend. If the Trial of the Secumus is not your kind of playstyle, or you're finding it too difficult, you could try another. You can gain all your ascension points from just one, or mix and match them. It's up to you.
So you don't need
For
to
early
do
access,
Sanctum.
we will have 2 trials as options, with a third
You
trial
can do
coming
more
later for
traditional
full
labs.
release. While exploring the Vaal jungle, you'll discover the Temple of Chaos. Before the Vaal embraced the science of corruption, their civilization worshipped chaos. This ancient trial was once used by the Vaal to test their high priests. A high priest of the Vaal must show willingness to risk everything to gain power. Entry to the trial requires a token from a strange entity known only as the Trial Master. For those in which he sees potential, he shall inscribe an ultimatum. Many have attempted these trials in search of greatness. Most have perished. Will you be able to defy the odds? Before you begin each chamber, the Trial Master will offer you a reward and a choice. Choose one of 3 tribulations to affect you through the rest of the trial. These modifiers might beef up the monsters, curse the player,
The next way to ascend is Lake of Calandra.
runes. In this case, we'll be picking shocking turrets. As you enter the room, the Trial Master will fill it with hazards to test your commitment. In this case, you must destroy all the monsters that fill the room, while dealing with the lightning projectiles from the shocking turrets.
But you don't have to do any of these, right? You can just do one of them, like, over and over, and get all your ascendancies from there. That's what they said, so I'm not too worried, as long as there's at least one good way. Next trial is Toda. Yeah, Toda definitely. They said Toda is a significant part of PoE2, so it's a good call, Boulder.
After each room, you will need to make a choice. Take the rewards you have earned so far, or go double or nothing. Increase your rewards, but take on more risk. Each tribulation you add is minor on its own, but they quickly stack on top of each other and can become overwhelming. There are many types of chambers in the trial. Each will test your resolve in different ways. This one simply requires you survive for a certain amount of time. Another requires you to escort the stone idol through the level as elevators
I'm a
full of
fan of
monsters
the memes.
descend to attack you. Should you be able to get through the first 3 chambers, you will face your first
That
boss.
looks also super cool.
The order of the bosses is random, and combined with the tribulations you have selected, the fight will never feel the same. After defeating the boss, you may claim your rewards. Of course there are the items, but you also gain the right to ascend.
Clap.
If you already did the Trial of the Sycamores, then you can claim 2 more points to add to your Ascendancy class. Now it's possible to go much deeper. There are more bosses, rewards, and risks to take, but we'll talk more about that when we get to endgame. So how about we talk about that now? So far we've only been showing you footage from the campaign, but some people would argue that the endgame is where the game truly begins. Something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying, there isn't enough endgame content. Well, we want to make sure that in PoE2 people don't feel that way, and we actually only changed our development priority for this recently. The first 3 acts of PoE2 already take around 25 hours to complete if you're a new player. This is already a pretty significant campaign. On the other hand, people spend hundreds of hours in endgame each league. We realized that finishing the rest of the campaign for early access was actually a bad idea. Instead of having acts 4 to 6 in early access, we could concentrate on endgame and make that great. For new players, a 25-hour campaign is already a huge game with lots of content. But for existing action RPG players, what you mostly care about is all the endgame challenges to overcome. So several months ago, we switched the entire development team's focus over to making endgame content. At the start of early access, there will be 50 bosses and around 400 monster types. But the great thing is that the rest of the game is like 80% there. We'll be adding content to roughly double the size of the game during early access and into release. Now, in order to make the endgame happen at the same character level as what it would be after we added the rest of the acts, we've added a second difficulty level called Cruel.
Cruel is
we
back.
repeat the campaign with all the monsters and bosses leveled up. And of course, new rewards. You can kind of think of it as like a new game plus. It's also a lot faster to get through the content the second time as your clear speed increases. That will take you to around level 65, where the endgame begins.
I love it, dude. I'm
Once
in
we add
for
the
it.
remaining 3 acts, we'll be
It's only
removing
cruel.
Cruel
It's not
difficulty.
merciless.
So you'll progress straight from the end of Act 6 to endgame.
And it's not going to be a finished
But
game.
what is the
so
endgame? To explain
just-
that, I'll hand over to Mark. He can
it's
tell
just
you all about it.
A crutch for early access.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Well, one thing that Path of
Serious
Exile
Mark.
is known for is having a lot of distinct endgame content to choose between. Each endgame mechanic needs to have its own progression system, areas, bosses, rewards, and player power that can only be gained from that content. We are going to be adding a lot more over time, but for Path of Exile 2 we decided to start with 7 distinct systems you can progress through. This is the Atlas, and it serves as the core of the endgame for Path of Exile 2. It's infinite and expands in all directions. Now, we are not going to spoil the plot too much here, but corruption from the beast has blighted the land, and your objective is to help fight it. In the center of the Atlas you will find the Ziggurat, a temple in which the Val research the fundamentals of space and time. Here, we can open portals to nearby locations and begin cleansing corruption and finding resources. In order to power the portal device, we will need waystones. Each waystone has a tier which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face. To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone and click Traverse.
That way you're
Portals will
also
open,
never
allowing
spamming
you
one
and your
map.
party to travel to the area you have selected.
Because the areas
All the
on the
areas in the
Infinite
endgame
Atlas.
feel distinct from the locations in the campaign, and we have dialed the randomization up to 11. The monster packs you will face in each map are totally random, and the
11
combination of them can lead
randomization,
to some
guys.
very interesting combat situations. There are over 400 monster types in early access, and they have a lot of varied and interesting abilities. Depending on which combinations you face, you might find some serious challenges. In order to cleanse the corruption from the area, you will need to defeat all the powerful rare and unique enemies in it. Once you have done that, the area will be marked as completed and you will be able to travel past it to progress deeper into the world. If you die, then the map can no longer be run, and you will have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it. There are also all kinds of other random encounters you might run into as you play maps. One such
Punishing
encounter
Atlas.
are precursor artifacts. These are ancient, corrupting monuments that irradiate the monsters around them. The monsters that feed off the corruption are drawn to their power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the artifact, you will get a powerful temporary buff. Some of the buffs make you faster, others rain lightning or fire around you, and some even give you increased experience or help you find better items. You can also find strong boxes. These enigmatic chests guard piles of treasure, but are always a trap. Monsters lie in wait to attack you the moment you open it, and the boxes often have mechanisms to unleash powerful spells or dangerous debuffs. There are different types of strong boxes containing different items, and you can even use your currency items to craft them on the fly, so you can optimize the content. But be careful of opening one you can't handle.
Where's the DD?
Sometimes you'll discover monsters frozen in essences, solidified crystalline corruption. These dangerous monsters can be broken free. If you defeat them, the essence they drop can be used to upgrade normal items to magic items with a guaranteed mod from a category.
Aha!
For example, we could use this one on some boots to ensure a movement speed mod. Rarely,
cool.
essences will also drop that allow you to upgrade magics to rares,
So
adding the guaranteed
essences are a
mod.
starting point for an item rather than, I mean, a starting point in a different way to their starting point in PoE1 as well, but like a starting point that you can go off of
since
easily.
it allows you to get a second deterministic mod in your crafting projects. Combining these with the currencies that are commonly found in Rayclast for modifying items, and we can get a very nice pair of boots indeed. Waystones, like all items, can also be crafted using your currency items. Adding prefix mods will improve the rewards, while suffix mods increase danger. The more dangerous a map is, the more waystones will drop. Adding mods to your waystones is key to progressing to higher tiers and sustaining them, but it will require you to take on larger challenges. There are a variety of factors you'll have to consider when crafting your waystones. Some maps will have higher density, some lower, some have more magic and rare chests, or monsters, some are more linear, and others more open. Make sure you explore and think about what makes certain maps good if you want to maximize your returns. As you cleanse corruption from higher and higher tiers of the Atlas, you will gain points that you can spend in the Atlas tree. This tree allows you to juice the danger and rewards of all areas in the endgame. You could increase the number of monsters, the number of rares, the number of precursor artifacts or strongboxes, even the quantity of item drops. As you explore the endgame world map, you'll notice various different biomes, from snow-capped mountains to dense jungle valleys. Most maps are restricted to certain biomes. As you continue to explore deeper into the Atlas, there are all sorts of things to discover. These cities are constructed by different peoples of Rayclast, and have specific items that can be found there. These strange structures marked on the map don't appear to do anything for now. Perhaps you'll work out how to use them later. You might find unique maps like Untainted Paradise, an undisturbed island full of beasts that give an extreme amount of experience. You may even find a lonely man just enjoying his retirement who will give you a unique item for free. In addition, you can find special areas that would make a good spot to set up camp. Clear these areas of their hostile inhabitants, and you'll be able to claim them as your own hideout. You can decorate your hideout as you see fit and invite various NPCs to join you there to create your own personal base of operations. A great tool for exploration are towers. These mysterious precursor constructs are dotted around the Atlas. Completing the tower will reveal a large area around it, allowing you to scout out your next challenge. There are lots of things to find, so keep looking. Some sections of your Atlas are influenced by corruption. This adds extra modifiers to the maps in the region, increasing difficulty and rewards. Here, slaying monsters in close proximity to each other will cause the vestiges of corruption within them to merge together, forming powerful and grotesque abominations. You may have noticed while looking at the Atlas that some of the areas have these icons above them. The icon indicates that the area contains some kind of special encounter. This icon indicates that the area has a powerful boss. Because only 1 in 4 maps contain a map boss, we are able to make them very powerful and very rewarding.
Only 1 in 4
These
maps?
bosses come
That's
from the
crazy.
campaign, but have had their difficulty increased with changes to AI and some of their abilities. It's worth noting that because you can see where the bosses are, you can choose to take them on or avoid them. If you do choose to hunt bosses though, then you will be rewarded with special points for the boss hunting section of the Atlas skill tree. The points here will allow you to specialize in boss killing, giving you much greater rewards for defeating them. For each different type of content in the endgame, we are adding specialized trees in order to make it so you don't feel the need to respec your points when you change between different types of content. We will be showing you 7 of these by the end of this presentation, so there is still a lot more to come.
Yeah,
Bosses are not the only icon you will see on the Atlas.
I'm curious what happens if you like brick all your, like if you brick in a circle around you and you can't continue.
You might be familiar with Breach. For PoE2, we have created sequels to several PoE1 leagues. While the mechanic is familiar, the monsters, bosses, rewards, and progression are all new. A breach is a tear in the fabric of reality. Opening it will allow you to see the demons and otherworldly monstrosities that lie in wait on this other plane of existence. By engaging with a breach, you'll create a bridge between their world and Rayclast. In order to keep the breach open, you will need to kill the demons that pour forth. The faster you can kill the monsters, the more monsters you will fight, and the more loot you will find.
I love how they explain everything from the ground on up.
That will open and drop more items if you run over them. These can be a good boost to the rewards of the breach, so keep an eye out. One of the rewards that you may find while fighting monsters from Breach are tablets. Tablets are special items that can be used with precursor towers to add more encounters to the Atlas. Breaches will drop Breach tablets. Clicking on a completed tower will allow you to consume the tablet to add more breaches to areas within range of the tower. This makes all the content in the Atlas self-sustaining. Want to do more breaches? Find the tablets, add them to your towers, get more breaches, getting more tablets. Soon your Atlas will be covered in otherworldly domains.
That's pretty smart.
In addition, like all items in PoE, you can craft them. Use your currency to add mods to your tablets, allowing you to upgrade all the breaches in range. Tablets can have up to 2 mods. These mods do things like adding extra rare monsters, extra clasped hands, or even monster density of breaches, allowing you to keep them open longer. Often, you will find multiple towers near to each other with overlapping areas of effect. This can allow you to rarely juice the mechanic by stacking the mods from multiple tablets. In your fight to hold the Breach demons at bay, you may want to use the powers of their world against them. Each endgame mechanic always has player power that can only be gained from that mechanic, and Breach is no different. In Breach, you will find catalysts. Items that can increase the quality of rings and amulets by improving specific mods.
Catalyst Breach
You can
reward
also
now.
find Breach rings, a special base type that can have its quality improved by catalysts up to 50%. In this case, you could create a ring with around
no longer
170
corrupted.
life. Breach rings can become some of the strongest rings in the game, giving you some good motivation to face
I love
the
the new
demon
Breach
hordes.
rings. They're
In addition,
amazing.
each endgame mechanic needs to have a pinnacle endgame encounter. While killing Breach monsters, you may find Breach splinters. Collect enough of these and you'll be able to create a Breach stone. Using a Vaal technology called the Realm Gate, you can use your Breach stone to access their domain and bring the fight to them. In this twisted domain, you will find nothing but a single massive breach. Triggering it will reveal hordes of Breach inhabitants.
Yeah, there are definitely other tablets in Breach.
And should you be fast enough, you will be able to fight their leader, Zesht. We that are one.
We that dreamed. We in nightmare.
Is that all 4 Breach Lords at once?
Fate relies truth.
We who are one. You would think, right? Nah, it's a completely new boss.
This is just one of the pinnacle encounters of PoE2. We won't be showing the rest of them, so you will have to discover them for yourself. But rest assured, this is some of the hardest content we have ever made. All of these encounters have specific uniques that can only be found from them, but that's not all. We still have the
Can't
progression
wait to have
system.
10 FPS in that
Defeating
place.
Zesht will give you points to allocate into the Breach section of the Atlas tree. Allocating these points will make breaches and the Breach domain even harder, but will give you more rewards. The small nodes will increase the difficulty of the Twisted Domain, while the large nodes have more specific bonuses. For example, this node adds more clasped hands to your breaches, and adds a pack of magic monsters that can guard them. Get some more points and you can allocate Waking Nightmare, which
like
will
it,
double
like
the number of splinters you
merit-based
get from
juicing.
clasped hands, and inflict you with a mysterious debuff. In order to earn more points, you will need to defeat Zesht at a higher difficulty, and some rewards from Zesht can only be found by increasing the difficulty of the Twisted Domain above certain thresholds. Defeating Sesht at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed, but there are many more threats in Break Last. Ritual altars are sacrificial sites built by the mysterious King in the Mists.
Because I've seen it, but
if you encounter this symbol on the Atlas, then you know that the area contains ritual altars. Ritual altars demand tribute. Every monster you slaughter in the circle will feed the altar. After the sacrifice, touch it to begin the ritual. The monsters you just killed will be resurrected by the King of the Mist's dark magic, and you must fight to survive. The tribute you have offered to the altar can be spent to buy powerful items, but they can be expensive. To gain more tribute, you will want to find more altars. Each successive ritual you do within an area will spawn the monsters revived by the previous ones, in addition to the ones you sacrifice next to it. By the end of an area, you will be fighting a truly imposing number of foes, but will have a significant amount of tribute to spend. One of the rewards you can buy with tribute are omens. These are special items that allow for metacrafting. Crafting items that affect other crafting items. Have an item with good prefixes but bad suffixes? This omen will help you to remove the mod you don't want while keeping the ones you do. There are a bunch more of these with different effects, but we will leave them for you to discover. Now don't forget that Ritual will also drop tablets, which can be used to specialize into getting more rituals. If you want to get to the pinnacle boss of Ritual, then you will probably want to use them. They can also be crafted to grant mods, making your rituals more rewarding. The pinnacle encounter of Ritual is the King in the Mists. Feared by the Asmeri people, he is said to have brought eternal darkness to the Wildwood.
Nothing to do with
we won't show the encounter, but just like Breach, there are a range of unique items you can get for defeating him, and you will gain points in the Ritual section of the Atlas tree. Some maps have been touched by insanity. A mysterious entity has taken a special interest in you. Step through the looking glass and you will find your nightmares coming to life. When you touch a mirror, the mists of delirium will spread out across the area, infecting your mind. You must stay within the mist to maintain the nightmare, which is as profitable as it is terrifying. Everything you kill will increase the rewards that drop. However, the deeper into the mist you travel, the stronger the monsters are. Be careful not to overstay your welcome. Rare and unique enemies will become vessels for terrifying demons who will manifest out of them to unleash powerful attacks on you. The mist also offers a strange crafting material, distilled emotions. By combining these emotions, you are able to instill your amulet with a notable from the passive skill tree. This is like gaining an extra passive point for free, attached to your gear. They are also particularly great because you don't have to traverse the tree to get them, allowing you to get off-class bonuses that would normally be much harder to get. Distilled emotions can also be used to instill your endgame maps, applying Delirious to them and adding additional difficulty and rewards, allowing you to further juice your endgame maps.
I like how they're explaining everything from the ground up, right?
Used to further improve it.
Like not assuming any prior knowledge.
Fog dissipate slower, or improve your progress towards the pinnacle encounter of Delirium. Speaking of which, every now and then you will find simulacrum splinters. The mysterious entity will create strange encounters based on warped versions of your own memories. Monsters and simulacrums come in waves that get progressively more difficult. You will receive loot at the end of each wave, and you will have to make the decision to leave now or continue on, facing up against even tougher foes from the mist.
But it's not like Ultimatum.
The bosses you will face as you get deeper into a simulacrum are truly terrifying. If you can complete a simulacrum, you will gain points for the Delirium section of the Atlas skill tree.
Makes sense.
Next up, we have Expedition.
Obviously, that was gonna happen.
Occasionally, while clearing corruption, you will encounter these Kalguran settlers. The Kalgurans have discovered ancient burial sites with lost Verisium artifacts, and they want you to help dig them up with explosives. The Kalgurans have marked the locations where the relics can be found. Place explosives as best you can to dig up as many as possible. There is just one problem. Corruption has brought the corpses of their ancestors to life, so you might have to do a little cleanup before you can reclaim the artifacts.
For the cowgirl.
You can also find remnants, the destruction of which will further anger the restless dead. Each one you blow up will make the subsequent monsters more powerful, but also more rewarding. Danig, Rog, Tujin, and Gwenin will exchange the artifacts for useful items and runic magic. You can also find tablets to increase the number of expeditions and the rewards. This one increases the radius of explosives, while this one increases the number of remnants you will find. Eventually, you might discover a logbook. These are special maps full of buried treasure and relics. Essentially, one giant dig site. Here, you can create an extremely long chain of explosives and go through a very high number of remnants. But be careful, many remnants have mods that can really brick your build, so you will probably want to avoid these ones. If you add too many remnants, you could easily make the encounter harder than you can handle. There are all sorts of interesting things buried under the ground in logbooks. You might find dripping caves and hidden pirate caches. But the most powerful encounter is Olroth, the ancient undead commander of the Knights of the Sun. Defeating him will grant you unique rewards, as well as points to spend in the expedition section of the Atlas tree. So those are the endgame systems on the Atlas, but we are not done yet. The trials we talked about earlier have much more content when you get to endgame 2. Just like the other endgame systems, they also have progression mechanics, unique rewards, and player power that can only be gained from them. As you get higher level coins for the Trial of the Sycamores, you will unlock more floors to explore. Each floor has its own challenging rooms and a floor boss that you will need to kill. There are 4 floors in total, leading to another pinnacle boss at the end of the last floor, which can only be accessed at endgame. The Trial of the Sycamores is where you'll find jewels, which you can socket into your tree. These are like passives that you can craft with your currency items. They can be really powerful as they allow you to stack modifiers that may not be easily accessible on the tree normally. This jewel gives lightning damage and shock chance, for example. There are quite a few jewel sockets on the tree, so it's possible to gain a lot of power here.
That travel
There are
modes
also
now.
other types of jewels that don't provide
You
any
don't
bonuses
spec into them
themselves,
anymore.
but affect other passives surrounding them. This jewel increases the effect of small nodes and radius by 25%. With careful placement in the tree, you could get a significant amount of power from it. There are also unique jewels available with very interesting effects, but you will have to find those for yourself. In order to push further into the trial and uncover the secrets of the Maraketh, you will want to take advantage of its progression system, relics. Relics are items that can be placed in the relic altar as you start the trial. They give special bonuses that affect the trial, making it easier and increasing its rewards. Of course, you can craft these with your currency items, making them even stronger. If you can complete the entire trial overcoming all 4 floors, the final boss will reward you with one of many unique relics. These relics will be consumed when used on your next run, but can reward you with unique and powerful items. For example, this is the Last Flame. If you use it, you will have only 1 honor for the entire trial, so you will need to do a completely hitless run.
No hit runs
The
the
Trial
deck.
of Chaos also extends into the endgame. As you gain inscribed ultimatums of higher and higher levels, the number of chambers that you can go through increases. In true Vaal style, this allows you to take even more risks for even more rewards. At endgame, you can progress through up to 10 chambers with
There's
3
your
bosses
lasers.
on a single run. Stacking 10 tribulations on top of each other will make this a significant challenge, but it's worth it. The Trial Master will tempt you with items of the Vaal Empire, such as Vaal Orbs. Vaal Orbs are powerful crafting items that corrupt your gear with random, mysterious outcomes. Corruption prevents an item from being modified further, so it has to be the last step of your craft, but it's also the most impactful one. For example, if you use one on your body armor, it might add a new powerful enchantment, or it might reroll up to half of its modifiers. Vaal Orbs also have the ability to add a socket, allowing you to bypass the normal restriction of how many sockets an item can have. A body armor could get up to 3 sockets this way, allowing for a significant number of mods.
Okay,
Vaal
that's
Orbs
crazy.
can even modify uniques. Adding enchantments or sockets to uniques can make them incredibly powerful, but there is a good chance that you will break them as well. The Trial Master will also occasionally offer you soul cores. Originally formed by Chaos, the Vaal sought to replicate soul cores through human sacrifice rituals and blood magic to power their civilization. Soul cores are powerful socketable items, with mods that cannot be obtained from regular runes. Like all endgame content, there is of course a pinnacle boss. The final chamber will drop keys to this mysterious door. Some say this is where the Trial Master himself resides. Perhaps you are willing to take the risk to find out.
It says Trial Master's
Had enough
Tower,
yet?
so...
Because there is still just one more thing. The most difficult content in Path of Exile 2. While mapping, you might come across this fortress that has emerged from underground, surrounded by an enormous maze riddled with danger. Is the maze preventing something from getting in, or something getting out? This fortress is of ancient origin, and its construction has similarities to the towers and tablets that you have been using on your journey through the endgame.
Looks like an
It is
internal lab
clear
to
from
me.
the entrance that there are 3 keys required to enter. Local factions are vying for access to the fortress in order to seize the power they believe will be inside. Each of the faction's leaders have managed to get their hands on one of the keys, so you will need to defeat them. Each faction is led by an Uber-Act boss. You can see one of them inhabiting the city, but in order to fight him, you will first need to defeat their 2 lieutenants in the adjacent zones. Be careful. If you fail against either of the lieutenants, or to kill the leader, they will move on, and you will need to find them again. Kill all the Uber bosses and you will gain access to the fortress. We aren't going to spoil it as we can't wait to see you guys attempt it for the first time. But is there a tree you get points in after killing it? Of course there is. This is Path of Exile. There is always another tree.
So these are your challenges for PoE2. As you can see, this project is crazy huge. Way bigger than even we expected when we started out. But how do you gain access? Well, during early access you'll need a key to get in. To thank our existing PoE supporters who have spent more than $480 US, we'll be giving you guys a key for the PC version for free. Anyone else who wants one can get one by purchasing one of the new early access supporter packs that have just been released to the store. If you just want early access to PoE2, then you can get a key in the $30 US early access pack. The pack also comes with $30 of points to spend in the MTX store. But we also have a variety of other supporter packs filled with exclusive microtransactions, points to spend in the store, and even physical items. The cosmetics can be used right now in PoE 1 and in Path of Exile 2 when early access starts. Most of this footage has been recorded in Path of Exile 1, since that's where you can use them immediately. The Lord of Ogham supporter pack contains a cosmetic armor set befitting of the Count of Ogham himself. But there is also a matching back attachment which has an...
Didn't Baldur say you spent exactly $480?
Also in this pack, you can find a portal formed of the rusted armor of the fallen soldiers in the Red Veil of Ogham, and the offspring of a vicious crowbell boss found in the hunting grounds. This one doesn't look so vicious though.
980, never mind. Someone said yesterday they're at 480, no?
On top of that, you'll receive the Iron Count Zweihander to apply to your one-handed or two-handed swords. For those who are wanting to decorate your hideouts with fond memories and tales of Path of Exile's history, you will also get a series of hideout statues. This pack contains the statue of Hillock. For Path of Exile 1's closed beta, each pack contained a true New Zealand icon, the Kiwi. Following this tradition, all packs in this series will also contain a new themed Kiwi pet. The pet will loyally follow you into battle, but run away at the first sign of trouble. Become the ruler of the desert with the King of the Farad'n supporter pack. Show your mastery of traversing the sands of the Vasteri Plains. The body armor will allow you to glide along the ground with ancient sand magic. Now each armor set comes with body armor, boots, gloves, and helmet.
Where the physical
boots
items
are covered in sand. If you'd prefer to show them off, you can turn the gliding off if you want. The accompanying back attachment equips you with 2 powerful pillars that can control and manipulate lightning. They will periodically release their energy in a powerful blast while in town, and hover in a circle around you, arcing lightning between them, forming a barrier of energy. Replace the appearance of any bow with the Farad'n's Glory skin. Or replace the appearance of a spear with the Tyranny's End spear skin. This spear skin can be applied to staves and war staves in Path of Exile 1. If you want to truly show your worth as a King of the Farad'n, then you definitely need your trusty, moving, entire city fortress known as the Dreadnought to travel across the Vasteri Plains. In Path of Exile, you can decorate your hideout however you like, and it's no exception here. It comes with a variety of thematic elements to use, or use decorations from elsewhere in the game.
Same hideouts decorations.
Additionally, you will get the Deshret's Blessing level up effect.
Please.
The King of the Farad'n Kiwi pet. And last but not least, a statue depicting the Vile Oversoul from Path of Exile 1. For those who don't know how supporter packs work, each pack comes with all of the cosmetics from the previous tier, so you'll get all the items from the Lord of Ogham supporter pack as well. The Thaumaturge of the Vaal supporter pack features an armor set and back attachment themed around the Vaal and their pursuit of science and progress. You can find the Soul Core weapon effect in this pack, which causes thaumaturgic energy harnessed from sacrifice to spill from your weapon.
Very gachi based.
This pack also contains Doryani's Idol. It replaces the default appearance of any foci to an ancient relic once used by Doryani, and this can be applied to shields in Path of Exile 1. That's not the only Vaal weapon you'll find. It also contains the Wand of the Thaumaturge skin, and the Royal Sacrifice Dagger skin.
Royal
You wouldn't think to put sacrificial gems on a Kiwi, but the Vaal did. Thaumaturge of the Vaal supporters will receive the Thaumaturge of the Vaal Kiwi pet. And the Statue of Dominus. This is also the first pack in the series with a physical item. When purchasing this pack, you'll receive a Path of Exile 2 logo t-shirt. But if you don't want one, you can opt out and return for additional points to spend in the store.
Those shirts are popped.
Becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter will grant you an armor set and back attachment adorned in jade carvings and iridescent feathers resembling Pawa. Enough to even impress the ancestral gods, specifically Tukohama, the Karui god of war. Overkill, you say? I think the Karui people would disagree. Why not drop a gigantic totem on rare enemies you slay to crush them to a pulp? Replace your crafting bench in your hideout with the Ancestral Canoe crafting bench, where Ancestral Chief Mata will summon a giant canoe manned by Karui warriors to aid in your crafting desires.
We must all start somewhere.
You'll also get a pair of weapon skins. Equip Akoya's Felling Axe skin to your one-hand or two-handed axes, or Tukohama's Crusher to your one-handed or two-handed maces. A true Karui warlord is always accompanied by their trusty Kiwi. Equipped with armor and harnessing ancestral magic, they make the perfect sidekick. Once one of the most feared beings in Rayclast, Malachi was slain by a powerful exile. May the statue commemorate the virtue of exiles past, present, and of the future.
Well, Malachi's statue is
Of course, it's not all about dressing up in game. You'll want to look good in real life too. By becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter, you'll also get a Path of Exile 2 hoodie.
Oh, I want a hoodie.
Our final tier of supporter pack in this series is the Liberator of Rayclast supporter pack. The Liberator of Rayclast armor set and back attachment come made.
Someone's got to buy me a high tier supporter pack for Christmas, right?
X suspended in divine power. Set up your base of operations in the Beacon of Salvation hideout. Why restrict yourself to just one island when you can liberate more? The Beacon of Salvation hideout comes equipped with your own collection of small islands
Boat
and
hideout.
personal operators of boats that you can use to row between them. Just walk to the piers, click a boat to enter, and navigate as you choose. Decorate each island as you see fit to best represent your well-earned hideout. Everyone in your hideout can use their own boat. Why not have some races? You can also get the Window to Twilight portal effect, a beautiful mosaic piece of art that shatters and reveals a gateway to your desired destination as you approach it. As you walk away, the glass magically reforms back to its original form. Rule in style with the Throne of the Ruler map device. Sure, this map device can create portals to in-game maps, but it also comes with a throne you can sit on to oversee your growing kingdom. Look down on the plebeians running your maps. Being the Liberator, though, is not just about sitting on your throne all day. If you do decide to join the fight yourself, you can leave a High Priest in charge as your second in command.
Pay to win power fantasies,
Liberator
guys.
of Rayclast supporters will also get a set of varied weapon skins. The Light of Divinity Scepter skin, the Deliverance crossbow skin, the Justice flail skin, and the Redemption shield skin. Once again, you'll have an accompanying Kiwi, and of course a statue depicting one of the most iconic events in Rayclast's history. The battle between a powerful exile and Kitava, the Insatiable. With the help of two deities, Sin and Innocence, the exile was able to defeat him once and for all. This supporter pack also contains the Path of Exile 2 art book. This 215-page full-color art book includes a huge amount of amazing concept art and lore produced during the long and exciting journey of Path of Exile 2's development.
I need to win the lottery.
And finally, Path of Exile has a tradition of letting the community participate in designing game features.
No way.
For Path of Exile 2 will be adding the Twilight Order foil reliquary. By becoming a Liberator of Rayclast supporter, once Path of Exile 2 is released, you will be able to select any unique item you have found and be able to drop it from the reliquary.
Right.
Once players have submitted their
no
items, keys to the
unique.
reliquary will start dropping, and other players will be able to find foil versions of uniques that you have submitted along with a message for the lucky player. The more players submit the same unique, the more chances there will be for the reliquary to drop them, so choose wisely. Now, almost all of these items are available to use in PoE 1 right now. There are a few exceptions where the item class clearly doesn't exist, such as crossbows or flails. And there are also a few microtransactions on weapon types that are unavailable in PoE2 at the start of Early Access. Once classes that use those weapon types are added, those microtransactions will be available to use. If you can't decide which supporter pack to choose yet, you can always start with the Early Access supporter pack that just includes a key and some points to spend in the store. Then you can upgrade to any of the following tiers at a later date. These supporter packs will be available for purchase throughout Early Access. We'd really like to thank you for your ongoing support. Without you guys, Path of Exile 2 could not have happened. Now, I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions. Stick around, because coming up next, we have a live Q&A with Ziggy D.
Oh yeah, you have to pay separate shipping costs now. I mean, it's only a shirt or a sweater. Alright. Alright, what's the hype meter, guys? I think I'm gonna make a very differentiated video talking about a lot of things. There's some things I don't like that much. Like, I feel like some of the... Oh,
to the post-show discussion and Q&A. I hope you all enjoyed what you've seen so far.
I'll make a video.
It's been pretty exciting for us here as well, as you guys have been inspired already just watching things. And you're already cooking a new ascendancy class.
Yeah, for sure.
You've got to do design whenever you can.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's been a few fun moments here already. But I'm your host, Ziggy D, and I'm joined by Jonathan and Mark to talk about everything you've seen. Honestly, it's so much.
I mean, we were really keen to make sure that when we went into early access that people didn't feel like it was just, limping along and kind of, just like a minimum amount of content. We really wanted to kind of blow people away. So hopefully people feel like, there is enough content.
It looks great, guys.
It was certainly a mission to get all that stuff in.
Yeah, I did come here expecting that there would be, maybe a basic mapping.
My sound decent.
Endgame and your 3 acts and, the half the classes. But you've made a decision here, clearly, that's got the core PoE player community in mind.
Absolutely. So, I mean, we have to make sure... look, Path of Exile's endgame known for the fact that you get to choose between different types of content and that, some people enjoy one thing, some people enjoy another, and I feel like that choice is, a huge part of what makes it good. So if we didn't have that when we entered endgame, then I don't think that would be, that wouldn't be a Path of Exile endgame. So that's kind of what we have to make sure of. So we kind of said, okay, well, what is the minimum number of different in-game things you need to be able to have in order to be able to actually have a viable in-game that we feel like you get different choices, and that's how we ended up with what we have here.
I definitely feel like a lot of games nowadays release, and their campaigns intact and real good. You get to the end game and it just falls real flat.
Yeah.
And it was certainly a very important moment for us when we were like, hold on, that's the wrong thing to do. Let's not make the same mistake as everyone else. Let's pivot. And we actually did that. And
they're catering to the players by doing that. They're exactly knowing where the bread is buttered.
100 times bigger with an infinite amount more content, right?
It was definitely hard though, because so we're progressing. It's we would have made it. We would have gotten all these acts in if we hadn't have changed directions. To actually say, we're going to specifically not finish this content that we'll be working on. That we it's like pins down everyone. We're stopping work on this. We're going to move over to endgame because it's actually more important. That was certainly a hard one.
That would have been some whiplash there, I imagine.
For sure. Well, I mean, it's suddenly the whole, environment art team, it's they're all just whatever you're working on, just scrap. You don't want to scrap, but, just stop it. we're doing something else now. So
saving clothes, yeah.
Especially for a lot of the developers, because you got to also think, a lot of our developers have just been working on this campaign for, what is it now, 6 years.
I think it's even longer, actually.
Yeah, it's just this epic journey, whereas none of them, a lot of these people haven't been working on Path of Exile 1 this whole time.
It is longer.
So some of us are
is when they
we're just churning out in-game with every league and doing all of that, but for a lot of these people, a lot of these developers, it was quite jarring to swap over, but everyone embraced it. We talked about it, everyone was happy about it and stoked about it, and it just ended up coming out real awesome, so...
I think it's landed well, and it definitely kind of blew me away when you...
Because they're not selling the MTX, you contribute money to them.
So dumping all of the end game, you're like, oh, we got this feature, we got this feature. I'm getting dopamine just from hearing about it. I haven't even seen anything yet. But do you guys feel like you're competing against yourselves a little bit here? Because Path of Exile's kind of set the bar, the original game has set the bar for...
The price for the free-to-play game is included in the MTX, basically.
Yes, and... It makes it's not acceptable really to launch with just nothing in terms of endgame now.
Absolutely. I mean, I mean, if you're not competing with yourself, then I don't think you're going to make good progress, right? So that's what you really have to do.
Yeah, but cracking that out for beta even.
Yep,
Is,
absolutely.
Pretty
Well, as I
exciting.
said, I just think it would not have landed nearly as well without that. And I think it's important that our existing Path of Exile 1 community feels like they're also served. Like, yeah, sure, we're doing all this stuff for new players, and that's really important, and that'll expand the audience. But, you know, if we launched and all the PoE1 players are unhappy, that wouldn't be good. So, you know, we have to make sure that they also feel like, you know, they've got a game for both them and for all the new players we hope to bring to the genre.
And you definitely want all those different axes as well. Like, just having two, right? You'll get a lot of content can be immediately divisive, right? Obviously, that's the nature of it. That's how it goes, right? And so you have all of these different avenues because there are different players who like different types of content.
Yeah.
So if you're just like, here's your one end game system, well, immediately then there is a portion of players who are just like, I don't want this, right? And so having all of these options is like ultra key, and that is what Path of Exile 1 has taught us. And again, it's like, I'd say lessons learned, you know, for the genre, and it is expanding in other games and stuff. But yeah, certainly, as you said, competing with ourselves, yes, PoE1 has like, you know, 40 axes, you know, and we've got 7 really good ones here, and obviously more to come. But 7 is a lot, mind you.
Especially when it's all like, you know, like people have to learn a lot of things again. It's going to be very interesting to see how long it takes people to do the kind of difficulty 4 pinnacle content. It's like we have to. It's honestly like we actually don't even really know, because like you never know what people are going to find in terms of builds and so on. Like I'm hoping that it will take people a while to be able to work it out, but you know, you never know. Maybe end of day 1, people just be like, oh yeah, easy, no problem, mate. You know, could be what it's like.
We have a few people that are doing that sort of thing. I saw like a solo self found level 100 in 24 hours or something.
Jeez, okay, we got this is where we've got it now, is it?
I doubt it.
So but I imagine there'll be a little bit of a soft reset there for people.
For sure.
A relearning period.
There's stuff to learn.
And I mean, PoE2 has changed a lot over the years, so more than 5 years of development now. And what was that initial pitch when PoE2 was first put forwards, like, as to what it's going to be? Because it was much smaller in scope originally.
Yeah, so when we started, it wasn't even a sequel. It was just we're just updating the character rigs, and over time, it kind of feature creeped into a proper sequel. But the thing that we were saying is, whenever we were talking about it, and I guess this is the main thing, is that we're like, okay, when we make an area here, it needs to be that there's like a theme for it. It feels unique from everything else. We're not going to just like have recycled stuff like within the campaign that just feels like, oh, you know, we just took this area and modified it slightly. You know, each one's got to have its own stuff. It's got to have monsters that were like carefully thought about, that like, you know, fit in with the world. And it's got to have bosses that are actually like good tier quality. You know, and every area is going to have one. So those decisions have kind of been things that have meant that
Early Access launches on 6th of December.
They really raised the quality bar to a level that took us way longer than we even really expected. Like those things there, just like it's huge, right? Like honestly, I feel like we underestimated significantly what it would take to deliver that level of quality.
I remember really early on, a battle I fought for, and I mean like way back, was like, if you think back to, say, Diablo 2, which obviously still holds a lot of, you know, power in terms of design motivations and philosophy and stuff within the company, you get things like the super uniques, and PoE1 did them, and it's just like, here's a boss with 1 or 2 skills. And I remember very, very, very early on in PoE2, I'm like, I want every single boss to be memorable and a thing. I don't want a unique monster that's just like dies in 2 seconds and uses heavy strike and has a fancy name. And I remember, I even got some push.
Poor Caleb.
I remember getting some pushback at the time and thinking like, you know, I love the bosses, my favorite part of everything, and so I was just like, man, I don't want this. This is just terrible. But of course, that decision, me pushing for that, me wanting that, turned into this megalithic.
What have you done?
Now we have 50, aiming to be 100. Honestly, probably later, several more 100 once all the end games, everything start to evolve and more expansions comes out. And I'm like, yep, we maybe just made, you know, 100 times more work for ourselves, but 100% bloody worthwhile, because I'd say those bosses are one of the main, you know, attraction pieces of the game. And anyone who plays it is just like, holy crap, those boss fights are amazing. So like, you know, obviously some are bad and some are good to different people and all that. That's how it all goes. That's part of all the fun. But it is true that me pushing for that thing literally created thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of work. Now, worthwhile work, but it is, again, that exact thing of like, the scope was kind of small on numerous axes, and as we just raised the quality bar to what we thought was good, it certainly went from, you know, what was it initially? Just reskinning some character classes and new rigs or whatever into this like mega scale entire campaign. Yeah, everything. But
full standalone separate game. Yeah.
Fun other anecdote since we went out of that territory. It was originally codenamed Project Chimera.
What?
I've never heard that.
It was this pipe dream.
I've never been a fan of these codename things
it was this like there were times way back in the original Office. There was all this like. Sometimes there'll be a feature you can't really do in PoE1, and it was always like, we'll do it in Project Chimera. That was like amongst the developers, and people were like, what the heck is that? Now, ironically, there is a boss in Act 3 called, well, it's got a different name, but it's called the Chimera internally. It is a Chimera. It's a multi-headed beast, and you've seen it in a few of the marketing, things here and here, different trailers, little snippets of it. And I think it's just ironic that was actually the first boss asset made. Before everything, the first monster, because back in when we used to just make random monsters and we'll find out how to use them. And that was made for that game. It was used in the original PoE2 trailer, right? It is the only incomplete, technically, but only from a balance standpoint, or it was the last boss to finish in the entire Path of Exile campaign right now.
It sounds like there was like some sort of emotional demon that you had to battle there, of like the legacy of the original idea, and you had to finish it.
We had a moment with the monster game designers where we're like, oh my god, it's happening, the Chimera is finally being finished. Holy, this is like, we were effectively like, we need to celebrate this boss finally being done. It was like at the origin, and now it's at this, point where we're about to deploy early access. Not to say the end, because the end is forever away.
Yeah. It's still the beginning of a journey in many ways.
Yep.
But on that note of celebrating, like, how do you guys feel having now kind of, for the first time, I feel really like laid bare kind of everything you have, you're putting it out there, and only being 2 weeks away from everyone playing it?
Well, it's always scary, coming into a release, and I think especially for, there's like a bunch of people on the PoE2 team who have, they have, this is their first game that they're going to be releasing, and that experience is something that, it's tough. And honestly, I think that even we were feeling a little bit cocky actually about the fact, because we release content for PoE1 all the time, and I feel like we kind of felt like we knew what it took to get a game released, but honestly, like PoE2 was just a whole entirely different demon as far as getting things out right. Like, it's just way more difficult. Like, when you actually have to make everything, like the whole frickin' thing right from the ground up again, it's like, wow, there's way more stuff there. And like, there's even things like the passive tree, where it's like, I feel like we underestimated what it would take to get something like that to an actual releasable state. Like, that was a huge amount of work, just like absolutely colossal to get it to get that kind of stuff in shape. Like, it's just been crazy. Obviously it's nerve-wracking, coming up to.
I wonder what they did in the last 3 weeks.
I think we do have something that players are going to really enjoy, and it's always comforting when
And I disagree, Boulder. I think it's an example of it being good. And Ava, yes, of course, I stream gaming. Find me on Twitch. Just Google Catmaster OP PoE.
It's been a whole different experience for me here playing this time around as well, whereas before I was playing a very buggy kind of internal version of the game that was very experimental.
It's just that right now there's this announcement happening, and that's what we're doing.
I'm going to be playing.
Well, I heard you still managed to blow the count up the elevitor with some kind of knockback bug.
I wasn't going to mention that.
Yeah, we have to get that one.
I did send the Act 1 boss up an elevator with knockback. It was good.
Intended mechanic.
I thought it was pretty funny.
Yeah.
He was in his like big wolf form and kind of trapped in there, so just barking at me through the wood. It's good. So a few little, I'm sure there's a few things to work out over this next 2 weeks. I hope the team can have a little bit of a rest for a day before they get back into it. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a lot. So you've done that pivot to the endgame focus and got so much for us now to play around with in the beta, and it seems like originally I was thinking, we might be playing for a few weeks here, and then maybe going back over to some Path of Exile 1 stuff. But it seems like you guys want us playing through Christmas.
That would certainly be good. Look, there's enough stuff there. I think it will take people a long time to get through.
Yep.
And I mean, obviously, it's also going to be the first time people are playing through a completely fresh campaign as well. I think that will take people a fair amount of time. There's and then of course the end game as well to explore. I mean, it should be pretty significant. We've always wanted it to be that Path of Exile 2 leagues, are going to be, like how PoE1 leagues are, where you play them and you play them for a reasonable amount of time, and then sure, you get done with them eventually, and then you've got the next content that comes out. So in order to be able to realize that, you have to have enough of a base to make that happen.
Yeah, people are definitely wondering like how invested they can get in the beta. So I definitely want to ask a few questions kind of around that idea. So firstly, is there going to be wipes and resets, and will there be something before launch as well?
So we are going to be having new like leagues effectively throughout the beta whenever we launch something significant, because we want to make sure that all of the effectively that people are able to play through. But that stuff will be merged into an early access league, and effectively after we go into full release, that league will stick around. Now, I can't promise that everything about your character will function exactly like how it did in that thing.
I imagine it will be a glorious kind of snapshot of all of the here's all the broken stuff. Yeah.
But effectively, we can contain all that stuff in the sort of early access league, and then if you still want to play those characters, then you can go right ahead and do that. But the action is always going to be in whatever the most recent league is, and then of course.
I'm not looking to commission any work right now, thanks, dude.
All our economic sins will forevermore be archived in the in standard. So that's no doubt what will happen.
Well, it's nice that it's not going to be affecting what will be the standard league.
Yeah.
Also,
that's the idea.
People will be able to kind of get invested in their characters. Because,
yeah, absolutely.
I mean, there's even something kind of cool about the idea of making something that will be like that little historical piece.
Yeah, absolutely.
A little collectible.
Absolutely. And I'm sure there'll be some handful of legacy things that only exist in early access leagues. So, I guess we'll have to see what gives a unique balance.
You talked about like the, playing for a week or how long are we expecting?
Yeah.
Well, we also got to remember, and a lot of the PoE1 players will be thinking very differently to people who are obviously going to experience this as a new game, but it is a new game, right? You don't have all these predefined, hyper-refined builds to play to immediately, go through things. You don't have people coming in with like fully detailed 7 million line build guides of exactly what to do with what items. The discovery is going to be there. The discovery takes time, and the discovery is like honestly ultra fun for me. I love it. Now, those things will emerge after time. Of course they do. Completely fine. But you should remember, like, there's a lot of game to play here to discover, to learn about the world, the new narratives, the new world building, the new unique items, the ascendancy classes, the massive passive tree, which is bigger than PoE1's, the, endgame systems, the bosses, it's not going to be this, I personally, when a PoE1 league comes out, for example, I play for like a month, sometimes a bit longer, sometimes a bit less. It ultimately also depends largely what's going on here and how much I need to invest here. So, and there are other people who play for more like 3 and whatnot, but there's certainly going to be a much longer time period you can play this for while still discovering new stuff and not feel like you're finished, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, of course, you see that's subjective. Everyone can pick their own point when they finish, but if you want to see everything and do everything, you're going to be investing a lot more time, especially these first-time rounds, and then obviously with every league, there's more to discover, but you get faster at doing all these parts over and over and over again. You'll get more efficient over time. That's how the game works. So, yeah, I'd expect a lot of time to be sunk into this to fully explore it to start with, like a lot, not a week, not 2 weeks. You're going to be going far, far longer than that if you want to see everything. But, it's up to you. Play at your own pace. See how you want to go. Learn at your own pace. That's the beauty of a new game as well, which we haven't been able to experience with Path of Exile 1, or other games and for so long, is actually discovering the entire world. And yeah, there's some familiar mechanics at the end game and stuff like that, which is awesome for people. But I certainly want to I'm very excited to see people discovering the new things and getting so excited about it.
I can tell you're amped for
I have to wait for the 20.
Go through that discovery process. Maybe even diving
100%.
I love sitting there in Path of Building as many.
Is there a Chaos Orb behind Ziggy on the shelf?
I am very excited for that.
Is that Exalt?
That new discovery process for a while.
I think you were saying how much you were part spreadsheet. I think I was saying I'm like maybe 60% spreadsheet, 40% discovery, and that's my play archetype. So
coming up with our player profiles, Timmy spikes and things like that for both of Exile characters.
The discovery part of me is ultra excited, and I'll mind you, that's coming from someone who kind of knows all the content. I'm still, because there's something different about making it versus actually playing it live with the players, seeing them.
No, I definitely will play it. I'm just saying,
and on Reddit and all of that is just so cool. So we're gonna get a massive dose of that, and it is like genuinely exciting to just see how people are gonna think. What's worth 1 chaos or what's
Plus,
worth
I
10
still have to work on Friday, and on Monday I have to go to school. So it's like obviously not as much as I would if I had complete free time.
I'm sure that 1 C spam and chat might turn into 1 E because 1 Exalt. given that Exalt is
I
now.
I think it'll be chaos.
People probably
ad remove will still be.
People don't appreciate, by the way. Like, so when we say we've increased, you're going to be getting multiple Exalts in Act 1 in PoE2. Like, we actually have increased that a lot. It isn't just like an idle, like.
I can see Exalts becoming the new kind of like chaos. And
I think actually
chaos
that will
being
be
the new divine.
I actually agree. But we'll see.
That's my point.
But it's a new economy, right?
Who
like, who even knows? The market will have to.
But I like that we're already arguing about this. It's good fun. So, do you have some kind of like beta release roadmap for updates and things like that for people to look forward to? At that
I mean,
well?
we certainly did have one 6 months ago when we were. now that we're sort of getting to release, it's like, oh my god, like, we have to look at it. So, I mean, look, I don't think it'll be any less than 6 months, and I think it could easily end up being more. I certainly don't want to. I mean, look, 2025, I think. Really want to be full release in 2025. I don't really want to be spending more than a year. That would be pretty crazy. But I mean, honestly, like, we have to get all the content finished and all that sort of stuff. We always feel like we underestimate these things, and of course we have to learn what we need to learn. We have to get the game to the point when it is really fun. We have to make sure that, like, all of the things, like, we've got the difficulty right for all the players, we've got the economy right, like all the stuff. I mean, there's a lot of things that we have to sort out. And so I kind of have a feeling that the first few weeks at least are going to just be scramble of, like, oh crap, someone like worked this crazy thing out and we found this thing, and, like, that's always scary, because it's just when we add content to PoE1, it's like at least the kind of base of stuff that we have is kind of well tested and people know kind of what's going on with it. But here it's like just complete new world, and we're the kind of game that has a lot of ability for players to do stuff that we wouldn't anticipate. We have just the way support gems work and everything like that. So there's certainly a lot of worry that, like, there's just going to be builds that are, like, completely ridiculous that we just never anticipated, combining certain things in different ways we don't expect. With hundreds of support gems.
Oh, that's undoubtedly going to be the
that's
case.
Going to be an interesting one.
It will happen.
Yeah, for sure.
It is inevitable, right? Like, there's nothing we can even do about it, because you'd need hundreds and thousands of hours of testing to be able to do that with what can only be done with hundreds of thousands of players. But that's also the magic of it all, which is awesome.
That's why I was asking you, like, are you literally really doing 12 classes and 36 ascendancies, like, actually?
Yeah, that's absolutely. We have we know what we want to do with
it's
all
a bit
that
unhinged.
Stuff. It is a bit, but we like a challenge. I mean, a studio that produces a passive skill tree like we do clearly has a bit of a glutton for punishment with regard to just, like, mixing.
You totally could have done 6 and then, like, I don't know, added more later in an expansion or something.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we could have. I mean, look, this is the plan. This is the plan. I mean, like, as people go through early access, it's going to feel like there's just expansion content coming up pretty frequently. Just because we have all the stuff that we kind of got a lot of the way through. So there's stuff to come. I mean, look, I'm pretty sure. Like, I really want to get the Druid out. Like, we announced it, we've talked about it. It's a lot of fun. I'm keen to get that out there as soon as we can. The Huntress we've talked a bunch about as well. There's, like, those kinds of things. I think we'll be able to move towards those pretty quick. But there's obviously more to do.
The other thing you mentioned, talking roadmap like things, is we've always been. It's hard to predict because a lot of what will happen and what we leave space for is reacting to what the players want. And so if you plan everything for so long, you're going to have very, very, very slow reaction times to fixing, or adding certain content where there may, maybe the issue is like, the campaign needs more of this, or this class needs more of this, or something. So if you're planning, then you're going to be delivering on what they want solved like a year down the line or even longer.
Right,
and where we like to remain very, very dynamic and, like, you want to be able to fix that stuff, like, oh, well, this is the main problem. Like, sure, obviously you need more than a week sometimes, most of the time. But we want it generally to be that the next releases, expansions, updates, whatever, can alleviate as many of those problems as possible. So, yeah, you try not to get too strict with the planning has generally been our philosophy, because especially when it comes to actually having the live service product out, because that is very, very important.
I really like the
Otherwise,
art in the background.
You're never going to seem like you're doing what people...
And generally, this is such a beautiful set.
So that actually is a good point. Like, I was going to ask, what do you folks, what does the team want out of the beta? Because obviously it's like a good way to market the game, but it's also... key to shaping the game in the future. Like, an actual beta. It's not just early access.
I think one of the most important things, I think it's going to be really good for the development team to get back into a live mindset and like get it back into the idea of like, okay, everything we make is shipping.
People are seeing this.
Like get back into this, people are seeing, like actually getting back into that and like, and like being able to sort of see directly, like, okay, we make something, it goes in the game, people like it, don't like it, like that kind of stuff. Like, and that really, like, that has been our studio for like most of its lifetime. Obviously, we, before we released PoE1, it wasn't, but after that point, I mean, we are a company, like, we are a company that likes to think that we can do live service better than anyone else. Like, that is our goal. And so, like, getting back into that again, for everyone in the studio, so that everyone's working on things that are going to be releasing within, certainly in less time than, than 3 months away. Is going to think be really, really good for us again. I look forward to just being able to do that because these long term, like really long term things, like that span over years. It's like you go so long without proper feedback, like stuff kind of gets made, and then like it's not really in a real game, and so it doesn't get
probably
tested
lose
properly.
Perspective,
and you absolutely lose perspective on this stuff. So I think that that's just going to be a really great to get back to that again.
Yeah, I honestly, as you said, it is early access. It is a beta period, and I'd say personally speaking, the thing that, and we mentioned it briefly about the character balance and the builds that are broken and all that, that's obviously pretty useful to me, right?
Yeah.
Plus, we have other systems in there, like, the checkpointing system, right? You have to kill the boss in one life. These are things we haven't mass tested, and obviously other games have, and they work, and that's awesome. There are other things like, the end game system is a little bit less forgiving in that if you die, you fail the map, right? These things are things that we obviously need to test and iterate on in the future by adjusting the difficulty and stuff like that. And especially as you get towards this point of, the end game, like, okay, Act 1 has been tested like crazy.
Yep.
Right? And you get less and less testing as it goes on because you get less people, they've just been around for less time. And so, it's going to be a huge amount of iteration and feedback and from the players and us just, reevaluating all the stuff. And the thing is, we're always dynamic about that stuff. Like, we'll just change things if it's wrong. We'll redesign it. We'll come up with a new way. Jonathan's a firm believer of if A doesn't work and B doesn't work, then we'll find C, we'll find option C, we'll find option D, and we'll keep changing things and we'll make it work. So, it's going to be a lot of that iteration on our design decisions, how forgiving, because, like, the game is pretty hard.
Removed,
it can be pretty hard. And so when you're on that fine line of, like, if things are difficult, it's not too easy to know if you've tilted one way or the other. So
honestly, I don't think the well is problematic now that you can't port back and abuse.
Difficulty is something that I will obviously be paying very, very, very close attention to.
It's a pretty hard thing to nail down when you are making the game. And so we've seen that a lot where you folks have been pretty willing to change and then rechange and rechange again some of the core features like flasks and the waypointing system and portals. And you're keeping that kind of mindset going into the beta then?
Of course. I mean, look, we're always willing to change stuff. Like that flask thing, like the most recent change to that was like ultra recent. Like, have we even had like a closed beta of that yet? Was it? No, I think we haven't. Yeah, but I mean, I think it's way better than it was. Like, it's the things have improved a lot. And honestly, like that's one of those things we've been wanting to do something to sort out flasks for ages.
Yep.
And it really came about because when actually looking at what new players were having trouble with when they were playing, Flask Piano was actually like, even from the very beginning of the game, actually ended up being one of those things that like people just had trouble, just like just the manual dexterity required to like hit all your different flask keys and then
at the right time,
like you have to know when one of your flasks has run out so you can move to the next one and like various things like that. Like all that stuff actually was like just a large amount of mechanical complexity right from the very beginning. And then even at endgame, I don't think it was really that satisfying either because you ended up with like, just like having to press all these buttons all the time. And obviously it's all utility flasks that people are using at endgame. And then we kind of tried to band-aid this in PoE1 with the, some of the flask automation stuff that was added there. But there was still this idea that that you're still more powerful if you don't automate. So therefore, it's like there's that trade-off there. So
you're just more powerful if you get mage blood, really.
Sure, I guess, sure.
And then it's all automated, and you're very powerful.
Yeah, sure, all right. But so the point is effectively that the charm stuff that we're doing effectively means that you no longer, the game is making that decision of like, that stuff will be automated. You no longer have to do that like crazy flask piano to get the best.
I don't think the well needs to be problematic. I don't think
in the right direction. And the other thing,
I don't think you'll feel the need to refill your flasks every time you go back to town.
I think on the flasks, because when you've got like 5 slots, then like individual mods and individual stuff like seems to tend to not matter as much. I mean, obviously, people want instant recovery and things like that, but like but like now it's like it's much more meaningful. Like on your life flask, the choice between do I want instant or do I want way more life, like that kind of stuff actually can be a lot more meaningful once you've only got one. So yeah, I think it is a lot better personally.
You have we'll jump ahead to Floss since we're on the topic. You have locked in effectively the fact that there's a mana flask there now, so that there's always going to be a mana flask slot. And how does that tie into your design for mana? And are we always going to be using a mana flask slot, or if we solve another way, what does it do? You
can absolutely solve another way, and then you'll just have a flask slot that isn't doing anything for sure. But I think it kind of has to work that way because we really don't want. Because like once you sort of start to get into changing that around. I feel like the system sort of starts to break with regard to like, the feeling of like I know where mana is, I know where my health is, like that kind of stuff. That being said, we've always got uniques and stuff like that. I believe there's already...
there is a unique that allows you to equip two life flasks.
But the thing is then that's a build choice that you're making, so it's a little bit different, and that's fine. But I think the system as it works now it's a lot easier.
So it does sound like on the mana side of things then that there are going to be multiple angles of solving mana, not
necessarily
flask
we've got Leech, edition number 475 of how it works, and we've finally got it right this time. I think it works, and I think it's good, so I think that Leech will be more common.
I'm not going to have to like crack out the Leech diagram showing the different buckets and things like that.
I was saying, I think that Leech might be... No, I think... I was going to say Leech is one of the topics in the studio that has wasted the most designer time of anything in the industry. But I actually don't think it's that. I think the actual worst offender is what stats should Dex give you. I think that is like that one has wasted there's so many arguments about that.
I feel like that one's never come to the fore. Like we know about the Leech one,
but no one is happy about it giving accuracy. But no one has a better idea than what accuracy that it can give. And then, like everyone's going to come up with like in chat a bit. I bet they'll be like saying, oh, it can give this or this, whatever. But there's like yeah, seriously, there's been endless arguments about that topic. It's like it's outrageous.
Yeah. You've got me thinking about it now.
Yeah.
I mean, speed would be good, but then it's probably too much.
No, something like Dex, you just can't.
Dex stacking speed.
We can get all the designers down here right now.
Yeah, I know. We'll just have it out again. We'll just have it out again.
The longest Q&A of all time.
Yeah.
It's already going to be that.
Sometimes you're just like, you start the day, and you're like, all right, here are the problems we need to solve, and then you're like,
what about?
But then accuracy on Dex comes up again.
No, it's 3 p.m. and we're still discussing dexterity.
Yeah.
So I go home, just make it accuracy again.
Yeah, exactly. That is literally how it comes back to accuracy every time.
This is okay.
Yeah.
Rewinding a little bit, we can't forget our roots with Path of Exile 1, of course. So for the PoE 1 enjoyers, what is the plan for PoE 1 during the course of this beta? Is there going to be leagues launching? Is it on the back burner?
Yeah, there absolutely will be leagues launching. Now I don't know the exact date, but the plan is kind of late February.
Yep.
But I mean, look, we'll see what happens. I will admit that unfortunately we did have to steal a few PoE 1 resources just towards the end here, which is kind of been a bit unfortunate. I really wish we didn't have to. But as I said, we kind of underestimated some of the stuff. But everyone is going to be going back to PoE 1 again for the February League, and we're going to make sure that we can do that. Like one of the things that was a big problem for our studio when we had a long-term project and a short-term project, is that. You've always had that thing of like you always want to work on the short-term thing.
Yeah.
So now that we've got 2 short-term things coming up, I actually think it's going to be a bit easier to prioritize in some respects because
funnily enough,
it's like it's just like all that stuff is then is like coming up soon. So but we'll see how it goes. But we need to get that PoE 1 expansion out next.
Yeah, obviously, I just want to always make it clear that, the reason why things can't be so planned out is, again, we're just releasing this game.
Yep.
Obviously, we pivoted to endgame, and then that needed more resources. And then, of course, combined with the fact that, things obviously change. There are unpredictable things in the environment we can't necessarily guarantee. And then, of course, you have, Christmas coming up and all of that, right? There's so many variables to consider, but we also don't know how much time is going to be invested necessarily or need to be invested into live operations for post-release. how many problems are going to go wrong, how many builds are there, how many of the uniques are broken, how many, and where do all these resources go? There are like,
I think your well problem is one huge projection, dude.
so
You're
like,
just
it can be
saying
very,
that
very difficult, especially at this time. But
he's too
once you
stuck on the
release,
well for
you
no
have
good reason, but in reality,
release
you're too
period, so
stuck
to
on the
speak,
well
where
for no
more
good reason.
like a period
Like,
of
if Flask Sustain is plenty possible in other ways than to go to the well to refill it, and that's just one of many options, I don't think it's a problem that the well is there. It's just going to be a non-factor.
and then establish all of that based also on the feedback we get from that period where everything's on fire. Not to make it sound like it's going to be bad, but that is the inevitability. Is there's always problems.
And hopefully, it appears good from a player perspective, but there's always going to be like, oh my god, people found this, and we don't
have to see all the fires.
Like ideally, the best thing is when we're able to fix some kind of exploit before people even hear about it. Yeah. And when I say exploit, I'm just talking about some broken thing. Like if we we obviously normally have to worry about like the whole mid-league nerf concept, but it's like if you can deal with something within like an hour or two of it happening, then it's like you're kind of okay because no one had a chance to kind of like everyone didn't swap their build over to it or whatever.
Yeah.
But we're gonna have to be really on the ball for PoE2 just because there's so many things that are new.
Well, I mean, look. We have several bosses with several elevators. How many of them can be pushed up the elevator? You know what I mean? Well, that's what I mean. When I say fire, I'm talking about bosses getting pushed up elevators. Like, that's not okay.
I am liking my mercenary flashbang knockback is very fun.
Right. Yeah, you need to look into that, by the way. The whole flashbang.
I feel like you're going to nerf my build.
Yeah.
Is this when he's finding fires already?
Yeah.
No, these are the fun things. Discovering that stuff can be very fun for the players. It's just internally, it's like, oh no, what are we doing? It can get a little bit panicky after release, and it there's lots of things going on. You're like, oh geez, what do I solve first? But obviously, it's the same as PoE1. We're good at it at this point.
Got some experience.
Yeah.
Belts. You aren't going to be torturing us with like releasing beta stuff at the same time as PoE1 league launches.
Yeah, the plan is to keep them separated a bit from each other so that you get a chance to play.
Don't
with
make me
both
choose.
Yeah.
So we saw a cinematic, to put it lightly. It was that was quite epic, and I know has been cooking for quite some time, and that was pretty exciting. But we've also seen just a lot of story stuff happening on a much higher level than previously now. So stepping up your storytelling game here a bit.
Yeah, so we're really wanting to make sure that the storytelling in PoE2 is much better than what it was in PoE1. There's a lot more kind of, that kind of like stuff with the introductions to boss fights and the outros and things like that. Like all that stuff, we've just got a lot more storytelling going in. All of those things. We do have the intro cutscene. There's also light between the acts. There's these kind of like more kind of motion graphic type cutscenes, just kind of establish things. And there might be some more surprises later on in the game as well. Not in early access, unfortunately. Later on that you can see as well. But ultimately, we just want to make sure that I think a lot of people who got through the PoE1 story had no idea what was happening by the end. Effectively, we want to make sure that is not the case this time around, that people really are able to absorb things. But
guilty. One
thing I will say, though, is that it's ultra important to us that we don't break the feeling that, like, when you're playing a second time, that it feels like we don't want it to feel annoying the second time.
We were talking about this morning. About you don't take the control out of the player's hands.
So I'm personally a believer of the fact that if you just when you change the camera position for a cutscene, immediately it feels way more annoying, because there's this whole thing of like if you click on an NPC and the camera changes position, sure, when you're playing through the campaign the first time, that kind of thing is that can be cool, but then if you're you're playing through the second, third, fourth, fifth time, you want to be able to go to the NPC and go click, 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 and just get past, and without it feeling like you've had to sort of worry about anything. So effectively, we want to make sure that it's still that we still have that, because ultimately, we're a game you expect people to play through many times. So ideally, we can kind of deliver both the situation where the first time you play through it, it feels like an amazing story that you're getting, that you're taking seriously, that you're understanding, that there's all those sort of touch points and little things just all through, while also maintaining the fact that if you know what you're doing, it's like you don't have to go talk to some quest giver just to get a quest. Like you can just go do the thing, without having to talk to someone about it first. So you know, that kind of stuff is really important just to make the that stuff work well when you know what you're doing.
Yeah, you said something this morning that stuck with me, where you said like Path of Exile is a game where the player's meta knowledge is allowed and
yes,
encouraged.
Absolutely. So
you're
yeah,
allowed to cheat the quests.
Effectively, yeah. So effectively, there's what the character knows and there's what the player knows, and in our game, what the player knows needs to be sufficient as far as like being able to progress the storyline. If you don't want to have it so you just talk to an NPC just to find out something you already knew as a player.
If you kill this boss, you get the next area's waypoint. So you just like kill it, log out, log in, waypoint, right?
I love doing that.
Meta knowledge.
Yeah. So you explained to me the other day the kind of the context for the beast and how that leads into the cutscene in the beginning of PoE2 from PoE1, and that I think helped put it in a lot more perspective for me and made me appreciate and understand what's going on with the story.
So effectively, what you're seeing in the opening cutscene is effectively the a new seed of a beast that is going to be is growing. Now in PoE1, the beast was killed. And then what happened in response to that is a bunch of all the gods in the world were able to effectively rise again. And you killed a bunch of them, but there are more, in the world. And effectively, we don't want to spoil too much about the storyline overall, but effectively, obviously someone here, the Count is wanting to harness the power of the beast once again. And then we have the mysterious figure there who is saying, no, don't do this. This always turns out badly.
There was a comment in chat that I loved that was like, stop opening Eldritch boxes.
Yeah, exactly.
Why do people keep doing this?
Yeah.
But I would.
If someone handed you a mysterious orb, wouldn't you press the button?
I mean,
there's a puzzle box.
Exactly.
Yes. I mean, I'm going to try, but who knows how many hours it's going to take me.
There's also the lab book.
So we had a fun moment earlier where you were watching it and you were like, "Oh, we really need to rename that passive because he's a Karui and it's a wolf. It's called a wolf.
Great Wolf's Howl. And the Great Wolf obviously being
so you went out there,
Ismite history.
You started telling him.
I stomped out of the room and I was like, "We need to rename that notable. He's Karui." And then I was kindly reminded that actually he was
an orphan who
orphan and was adopted by a Ismite and raised and so yes, there is a mixture of Karui and Ismite background, and I was like,
it works. You were wrong.
Fair enough. I walked back in here all sad and whatever. My bad. It's fine. The name is good.
He looked so chastised when he came back in, but that just like points to the fact that I feel like you're doing a lot more with the characters here. For sure. You even mentioned that ascendancy stuff is going to have an impact story-wise.
So, with
that's wild.
We just think a lot about this kind of stuff. So the acolyte of, and I always get this name wrong. The acolyte of is it Chalula? Chayula. I always say this wrong. The acolyte of Chayula, for example. So that we have this sort of storyline with the origins of the monks, where there's like an order of monks who worship a thing they call the Dreamer, and the Dreamer is actually Chayula. So they don't know this. They're effectively worshipping a breach demon. So the acolyte of Chayula is effectively you embracing the fact that I'm worshipping a breach demon. I'm just going to go all the way.
I'm in too deep now.
Yeah, exactly. we're just gonna do it. So there's a lot of thinking like that goes into these things. Like what is the history of these people? Because I think a lot of that stuff inspires interesting mechanics as well. So for example, on that one, you've got that into the breach skill, which kind of means you're always in a breach all the time. You can see the things going on like that. That stuff is. I think that there's a lot of cool inspiration there. So coming up with that storyline stuff for that stuff,
there's a couple other little things that I think is cool as well, and hopefully people will notice and pay attention to. So there's one of the bosses that was shown as uses a lot of time or chronomancy, and interestingly, if you are a sorceress and you ascend to chronomancer and you then go to fight that boss, if you, for example, try to use time freeze, the boss is like, that doesn't work on me. And has a dialogue line. And if you cast temporal chains on them, he's like, just puts it back on you. And it's like, And so there's interesting things like that. And it doesn't like change things on a grand scale, right? It doesn't make a certain class not viable or anything like that. But there's just interesting little quirks and quips everywhere. Different bosses have different intro lines depending on what class you're playing. They have different skill lines sometimes depending on what class you're pling.
Yeah. We've got different dialogue all through the campaign for different classes is like the sorceress is obviously from the Marraketh. When she goes back to the Marraketh, there's kind of a little backstory there about how she was banished originally. So she needs to find a way to she needs to be accepted back into their culture again. Like we've got things like the character we talked about earlier. So the warrior was an orphan. He was brought up by actually one of the NPCs in Act 1 town. So obviously there's a whole different dialogue there because he's effectively his adopted son. We've got things like that. There's a lot of thought that's gone into just trying to make it feel like all these character classes have some level of involvement with the world. They didn't just come into existence the moment that you.
There's other little things. So like more on the narrative side, obviously we saw the world map. You have the icons that show different things that are in each act, like all the things you want to explore.
How much they think about all these backgrounds?
But each of them also has a little bit of a kind of little bit of text on them as well. And like, for example, there's one in one of the first areas in the game that's just like a camp of Iron Count guards. And, we showed it in a trailer when the Ranger class trailer we did, whenever it was, you saw the Ranger kill some of them because they were trying to like hurt a child, and the child was just trying to get some food. And the Ranger just like snipes them with arrows and kills them ruthlessly. And so you read this thing and you're like, you hear whispers of an Iron Count, scouting party that was slain by a rogue archer or something like that. So you get these little things where we're like connecting a lot of little dots, and even that you absorb a little bit of interesting little information. You've got other things, for example, when you enter an area, it not only says the name at the top now, it has almost a subtitle text that's giving you a little bit of history. And these little things like somehow make the world building feel so much better. And when you approach certain landmark rooms, when you walk into them, you'll get a banner at the top as well, which says what it is and gives, again, a little bit of a thing. And all these little micro narrative delivery mechanisms like make you feel way more immersed in the world and way more aware of what's going on and way more connected to your character, way more connected to the bosses, to the NPCs. There's a lot we're doing now that we certainly never did before. We didn't even think of before. But yeah, it's
I like that
awesome.
a lot because like, as an action RPG gamer, I don't really care too much about plot, but I do want a really cool world to be blowing monsters up in. Basically, that's all I care. I want the characters to be cool, I want the baddies to be cool, and I want like the things happening around me that like build out a bit of that story without me having to stop killing stuff.
Yeah.
And it sounds like there's more of that going on as well, which is great.
There's tons.
The baddies being cool. I mean, that's how we almost designed an ascendancy class in here just before when we were watching the trailer earlier.
Yes. So what you were saying a shadow. You came up with a shadow ascendancy.
Yeah. Internally we had some developers watching the trailer yesterday, getting excited about it, and then I was like, I want to play that. I want to play that character. I want to be that character. Yeah. That's awesome. That like. Kind of Val Thaumaturge type character, and so like all of a sudden it's like we should make that a class, and then we had another guy like suggest it should be a shadow, and so now I'm like, oh yeah, we're definitely we have to do a Val Thaumaturge like shadow ascendancy, like that's gonna be cool. And you can do awesome things now. Even I know it's hard to see because you hide it under all the armor, but you can do things like. With our character classes, just due to the upgrades and models, where all of a sudden now the character can have tattoos added to them and stuff like that is completely feasible in the future. And like, I want to do a lot more of that stuff. Like for the, there's little things like for the Warbringer, I think was the class name on the warrior. When you take that ancestral totem node, all your totems now have like an extra blue glow to them, kind of like they're enhanced by this ancestral magic. And what we also want to do is add tattoos as well that like glow blue when you're using certain skills and all that. So heaps of little things that again connect all the culture and all that stuff together and make you feel like it's believable and this is a character as opposed to this is just a mechanic and
makes picking an ascendancy more epic. I know that there was a part in the trailer that was like not fully finished where you ascend and it doesn't really do anything, but I know you want it to be like a cool moment where some power goes into
absolutely.
you.
We just hadn't finished the VFX yet.
Even the another one, the Blood Mage, when you like play the Blood Mage, now you get an additive surge on your character whenever you cast spells. You're getting like almost bloodbending kind of vibe going on, and like
drawing it from their veins and sending out a fireball.
It's cool.
Yeah.
It's real cool.
Yeah, you can have like the tattoos get tattooed on them as they ascend and things like that. I mean, that just makes taking ascendancy way more cool, which is already, I think, I almost feel like ascendancy is more important than the classes for players kind of like feeling the vibe of what they want to do with their character.
For sure, because the classes are pretty open. You can play whatever skills, whatever weapons. Sure, you're on a passive tree at a start point, but by high level, you kind of go wherever you want to go. Using jewels, especially getting off-class stuff, you can kind of be whatever you want with the base class.
Yeah.
So eventually, the ascendancy is what becomes more of that important identifying feature, because that's what you have actually chosen that makes you distinct, that another different class wouldn't be able to actually have. So, yeah.
Yeah, so you want to make that super, super cool. And on that note, I know I was definitely confused. I know people were definitely confused and a little worried about ascendancy and what's happening with that. And people were like watching the Sekima trial and being like,
yeah, what's with that?
I don't like this.
But
Oh,
there's
this is
only
another lab again. But I want you to
there's only sort of
lay it
Sanctum
out
and Ultimatum, no?
like simply as possible. Like how
because
do
they
you
said there's more,
Yeah,
right?
So effectively, in the full game, there's going to be 3 Ascendancy trials. For early access, there's 2. And effectively, you can use any of those Ascendancy trials to be able to do your Ascension.
You choose.
You choose which one. And effectively, if
you can mix and match,
as
or?
you get to higher level keys for those trials, that will unlock more points. Like if you do it at certain level breakpoints, that will allow you to get more points for those classes. So if you want to just play the entire, just only the Trial of the Chaos God with to get all your points, then you can just decide to do that. Just play it at higher and higher levels, and you get more points as you go through. If you want to do a mix, that's fine too. Personally, I think people will want to try out all the different content. I mean, you might think that you, but even within the trials, there's choices, right? Like, I know that there's always contention around traps, but because in the because in the Trial of the Sekimas, you can choose which rooms you want to go to. If you don't want to deal with traps, you just don't pick those rooms, right? Like,
you don't go to the gauntlet rooms.
Don't go to the gauntlet rooms. You can just go to other things.
Do
and
the combat ones.
Do the combat ones, and that's fine too. So effectively, it's like you always get to choose like what you're doing there. It's funny because like I know traps are so contentious, but also there are other people who just enjoy that stuff. So you want to have something for all those people too.
There's these
Path of Exile, divisive content, but lots of choice, and you can choose what to do and what not to do. And
you can choose which content that you don't want to do. You're going to do.
Clearly leaning into that now. You have such a competitive advantage in that you have so much content, and even with PoE2, that's still going to be the case. So you can lean into that, like making content that is spicier but divisive
for sure.
And now you're like separating trees and having these things be a little able to be focused on a lot more. And you're doing that with the trial, with the ascendancies. So and you can kind of do all of them and drip feed yourself smaller progression if you want.
And there's also stuff that you're going to be getting from those, like specific rewards and everything that might incentivize you to do that. But of course, on the other hand, if you don't want to do that content, we have full open trade, right? You can just trade for the rewards, and that's fine too. So that's always part of the.
Yes, like the rewards there, for example, like jewels drop throughout the world. But if you want to get more jewels, you go and run Sanctum. Now, if you want to get the
but you need your ascendancy. You can't trade for the ascendancy.
Trial of the Sekima.
So just for anyone who isn't a Path of Exile 1 player, this is effectively a sequel to Sanctum League that we did in Path of Exile 1. So it's mechanically very similar, but it's obviously, a Mariketh, like a Mariketh trial now, and, we've changed a lot of things about it have changed, like the content is new, but it is effectively the same overall mechanic, in terms of that sort of roguelike mechanic that we have.
And it's the same with the other one. You have Ultimatum and PoE1 being the theme, and of course now it's redesigned and it's evolved into Trial of Chaos. A lot of people in chat would have been spamming Ultimatum, and for those who haven't played would probably be like, what? I don't understand.
Effectively the Trial of the Chaos of Chaos is a sequel to Ultimatum. Which is
and we just have to get used to the new names, which is very hard. Anyway, the point being, like, of course, and Val Orbs drop in the world as well, and if you want a larger dose of Val Orbs and you don't want to trade, feel free to run some ultimatums. Thing is, because they're all item generated keys as well, it's not like you have to do it right then and there. You can trade the keys away. At any point, you can also buy more keys if you want to farm more of that thing. And if you just want to do it later, just stockpile a bunch of them, run them all at your leisure. You know what I mean? It's like you have the freedom. They are itemized, tradable, as a lot in Path of Exile tradition, but
as is everything, right? We do the only thing you can't trade is gold. So we're like the exact opposite of most games, where it's like the gold is freely tradable and the items get locked. We're like the gold is the only thing you can't trade, and every other item is free and open.
And that's because you've made gold be this like way to be like you're playing the game, so you have access to this, and
absolutely,
so you don't want to trade that away
effectively.
So. How, on the ascendancies and the trials, how hard do you foresee getting your ascendancy to be while leveling? Do you expect people to fail out and attempt these things multiple times? And what does that look like if you do?
Well, I failed the first time I did this.
The trial. It is important to know that first itemized key is a quest key, and we have special rules around it that if you do fail, you can just repeat it, right?
Yeah, you changed that recently because
Yes, I did.
that was something that I didn't actually realize you'd changed. I guess it was a little bit too harsh to require to get another one.
Yeah, you weren't the only one failing it.
Yep.
But yeah, so pretty much you get to reattempt it, and you know, for something like Ultimatum, you know, just to immediately start thinking of exploits, it's like, I can just
so
do
it's like
3 different
doing
ways
your
and then repeat them. Well, we've thought of that. Don't
Eldritch bosses the first time around, where you get like a quest key.
You're not going to be like, you know, oh, what the heck? Now I have to just play to the whims of random generation to ascend like that.
Right.
Yeah, so
it is pretty hard though. Like it'll take. I definitely don't think you'll do it on your first attempt. But
I did. Not
you
to
did.
brag.
You did.
Not to brag.
Well,
I did.
well,
I did
just-
pass on. I was clenched though.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, especially in that boss fight.
I was
yeah.
watching him do the boss
You
fight.
came
from
by
afar.
right as I was doing the boss fight.
But you had some like kind of powerful boons
CE
there,
pro
to be
player.
perfectly honest. So.
I got 60% move speed. But
Yeah,
that
you
was
were
part
like-
of my strategic choice.
I was watching you from. I'm like, how is he so fast?
This isn't the PoE2 design.
I was like, what was dodge rolls going across half the arena?
This game's supposed to be slow.
No.
Yeah, it was good. It was good fun. I quite liked it. I like mostly like Sanctum. I don't want to do it all the time, but I did quite like the Trial of Sycamore. But knowing that there's other choices, so I can do Ultimatum instead or something like that, is fun.
100%.
So you got these like 2 roguelike dungeons that are going into the beta that launch, but they're done very differently. One's got the honor system, which is like a separate health, but it's based on and scaled by your health, which I noted as quite
And your defenses
interesting.
now. It can be
And your
fully
defenses.
mitigated and
Yeah,
everything.
so fully scaled by your character. You go in a tanky character, you'll be tanky in the dungeon, which is really cool. So
And then with
you've solved
Ultimatum,
that.
and just because people will ask, in Ultimatum there aren't any traps.
Yes.
So that's the
no
thing
traps
that
in Ultimatum
yeah.
and no honor system in Ultimatum. If
Correct.
you just want more of a pure
Yeah,
combat
correct. You can do
experience,
Ultimatum,
then that's your choice. And then there's going to be a third one as well, which
They will eventually.
is a secret for now.
So
but-
once Act 4 goes in, then we'll have a third trial. So if,
so already
people
when
sort of
Act 4
broadly know
comes
that the
in.
crew are in Act 4, so it's the question of how would the crew ascend is the question there.
Yes, and if there's any other things that have been called trials associated with the
How
crew at
would
some
the-
point in the past, and how likely that is to be related.
I'm just thinking now, we're just thinking of that Val Thaumaturge class before, and I'm already thinking like,
It's
oh, it'd be
Soda,
so
dude.
cool if you
It's
ascend
Soda.
in Ultimatum. We want the Trial Master to say different lines to you because you're like choosing the way of the Val. I can't stop thinking about all this stuff.
I did hear a few of his lines in some of the gameplay Jonathan was showing me. It was quite good. I love that he's back, the Trial Master.
Yeah, he's cool.
Good. A little salty sometimes that you're taking this power, it seems. So we have the unique rewards from each of them. We got like the like you said, the jewels are global, but there are unique jewels, and then there are unique socketables from the other one.
Yep.
And there's something planned to be unique from the final third trial that will be added later?
Of course.
Yes, there is already.
Secret.
I know what I'm not going to say. Don't worry.
Okay, keep some secrets. Fine then.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, in a way, like doing these systems as like
accidentally
2.0
say it, and
of
it's
a
certainly by
previous
mistake.
system,
But yes, don't.
And that Varlorbs from
they didn't need to do that. They could have just introduced them as new systems.
a lot
They didn't
more
have to reuse the themes from before that have bad associations with them
Some of the stuff
for some
is a lot
people.
better with how they work. So so one of the things that we wanted to change was that implicits on items are truly implicit. Like you can't get rid of them; they stay there. And so that means that when you do a Varlorb, the mod that you get there now is an addition to whatever implicit already had, which is obviously good. And then the next one being that you can get plus one socket above the normal limit, which is also kind of powerful. So especially with the soul cores, so that in the Trial of Chaos, you get soul cores that you can't get from anywhere else, and those effectively are mods that are typically a bit beyond what you would normally get like on regular items, whereas runes, which kind of drop everywhere, those ones are just kind of normal everyday mods that you would expect to find on any
Resists
kind of item.
and things
Yeah,
like
just
that.
resists and damage and that kind of stuff. So effectively the soul cores is is kind of the more end gamey socketables that you might want to be using. And obviously being able to get plus one socket, I mean, it's something that everyone will want, but on the other hand there is that risk of just bricking your item. So that's the deadly gamble you have as your final crafting step there.
It's they are Varlorbs are more forgiving though. Like,
They are, yeah.
But like if you think about we talked about enchantment. Yeah, so some slots you might value the enchantment over a rune or a socket slot, right? That probably, especially towards endgame, I'd say that's probably going to tilt that way because maybe a soul core contests with it, but the whole point is that there's choice there involved.
Yeah.
you know, and then there's enchantment. We just talked about the socket. There's obviously always the case of doing nothing, which happens. But, you know, for just say regular rare items, it will re-roll like 1 to 3 modifiers at random. Effectively do a Chaos Orb on 1 to 3 modifiers, not all 6. And as much as that can often be a downside, because if you're using it on a very good item, obviously it's going to take away the good ones.
Interesting.
But if you're using it on a mid item, you can actually turn it very good. Now, I've had this happen. Like when I've been playing, I've got like, it's just, you know, life, defense, double res, and something else that I don't want. And I'm like, I'll just start veiling everything because why not? You know, I've got my veil orbs and I veil it and it re-rolls that bottom mod into a tri-res, and now I got a tri-res double defense life helmet, and I was like, yo, awesome. So even that, which can often be perceived as a bad outcome, now isn't going to completely brick your item. And so, for example, if you have a weapon, you know, you got your 3 damage mods, and you got some bad suffixes, it could even be an option, you know, like, or hopefully it doesn't just remove all 3 damage mods, you know, whereas before it's like if it bricked it, it often was almost always a brick, right? Like that item is now dead. So,
and then you told me about a new unique result, which I don't know if you want to spoil or not.
100%.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's so cool.
I'm surprised you even got that one past Rishi, honestly.
I mean, he got it made.
Okay, great.
We discussed it. I agree. I messaged it to him thinking he'll be like, no way, this is unacceptable. But no,
he was all for it.
It didn't turn into a dexterity chat.
Yeah.
And so, what it effectively does is it just takes the mod values and it goes up to, I can't remember exactly the values, but let's just say it changes all the values to between 0.8 and 1.2 of what they were multiplied. But it doesn't care about the minimum and maximums. So, for example, if you had 1,000 life Helm's Heart, you can use this to get, again, this is me assuming it's 20% variance, but because I can't remember what we balanced it to, but you'll be able to get a 1,200 life Helm's Heart, for example. Now that's obviously giving up the enchantment and a socket. Just thinking about sockets on Helm's Heart. I can't remember what we did, but whatever. I think you can actually do that, which is interesting. But ultimately, it's like, now I'm choosing, do I want the enchantment? Do I want an extra, 100 something, 200 life, whatever that ends up being? Or do I want the socket? So it's quite an interesting choice and adds an extra axis of corruption to unique items that is, I think...
Corrupted divining of uniques. Interesting.
Yeah, effectively, it's divining them, but with higher maximums and lower minimums.
Surely there's going to be some broken things like max res or something like that.
We'll find out.
Cross that bridge when it comes to it. Yeah.
It's fine.
So that was all just talking about the trials, how you actually get your ascendancies, but what about the actual ascendancies themselves? How are they cooking?
Well, they're fun. They're cool.
Yeah.
We certainly tried to get what we've tried to do is for the class we've tried to have one that's a bit more out there.
Yeah.
You know, something that isn't just like if you think even about in PoE1, you've got the duelist, and you can go like champion or slayer or holy words I don't remember, but you know the drill. And the gladiator. And the problem is like, okay, they're all just about like hitting stuff with weapons, and they haven't. There's nothing really out there. They all sound cool. Like, don't get me wrong, and they can be cool, and they do have differences, but there's nothing that's like kind of crazy. So all of a sudden now, when you're like, sorceress, you're using all your elemental skills, and now you can just like go into this thing that can stop time. It's a little bit more crazy, and you got the mercenary, and you can turn into a gemling legionnaire and effectively fuse gems into your flesh to like, mutate yourself.
And the fire
it's like
witch
not just
thing.
talking about crossbows and projectiles over and over and over and over again. It's like doing kind of whack stuff. So I really like that. That's awesome, and we're going to make sure every single class has one thing that is like definitely out there, and then one thing that's more predictable, more to the expectation of the trope. For example, the Deadeye to the Ranger. And but yeah, lots and lots of cool interactions, just cool playing with different mechanics, and we've tried to make them like, for example, none of them call out a weapon, right? None of them. So we're trying to make sure that they're broad enough to be that you might be a ranger going a Deadeye, but playing a caster, right?
Yeah.
Playing spells, like keeping all of that open, that flexibility, that kind of crazy, for the Johnny players, as we call it out there, who want to just completely experiment and figure out, the most broken, weird stuff, and you get things with that when you're still like, okay, I'm a ranger. And I'm using a Quill Rain in one weapon set, spec'd into a bunch of prod speed, attack speed, and in my second weapon set I'm using a Spellcaster Staff with a bunch of projectile stuff, and I've invested into more spell damage side, and you've got a whack tree, and all of a sudden now you're this like Deadeye, Archer, Spellcaster, Mage hybrid doing all kinds of wacky stuff, or like even, or let's say the same build and experimenting with a bunch of triggers, and so you're using your bow as a Quill Rain as a high attack speed delivery mechanism for, laying down a bunch of either CCs or slows or building up crowd controls, and then you're using the caster stuff, and like you get some pretty out there things going on. And the important thing is it's not like just like benefiting only arrows or only bow attacks or anything like that.
Yeah, it's all projectiles.
It's broad and now opens up the world to what you can do. And same like the
so
Gemling
hyped about
Legionnaire
that.
on the Mercenary is entirely just about gem slots, skills, support, etc. You don't have to be anything. You can be literally whatever build you want. And yeah, so that's embracing that and making sure that people still, even though we have all these classes, we're embracing that Path of Exile. You can do anything fantasy that we want people to be able to do. And if you don't want to, go with the trope, perfectly fine. Yeah, and you'll still be powerful.
It sounds like you're really trying to avoid that thing that we've had a couple times in PoE1 where like a certain niche is relegated to one ascendancy. Like that's the only way to go for it.
Sure.
But it sounds like that's not going to be the case here.
Well, at least if we're doing our job right, that should be the case. Yeah.
And with so many of the ascendancies as well. Got a lot of choices. Originally, the plan was to like have all of the PoE1 ascendancies available, and it was some sort of weird split campaign stuff and all that. I don't really know at this point. It's a bit confusing. You mentioned Deadeye though, so it sounds like some of them are coming forwards. But is it all just being?
I think it's more
redone at this point.
At this point, they'll just be different, right? Like originally, way back when, we were planning on just keeping the ascendancies as they were and putting them over. But at this point, that wouldn't even be good enough because like it doesn't fit the kind of like Path of Exile 2 way of designing this thing. So I mean, look, we might have a class called the Deadeye, and it might have the same themes, but it'll be like different actual mechanics.
And might have the same nodes.
I mean, even the Deadeye, you got Tailwind, works differently. You've still got an additional projectile. Like there are things that certainly carry over, but it's really easy, and it's honestly been fun just looking at them going like, now we have all these system changes, all these skills, and everything works like this. Just what would the perfect class be? Not like, how can we retrofit and band-aid a PoE1 class to work? It's just way better to look at it and go, here's all the things we want. So, like when you only have now the life and mana flask and stuff, it could obviously things don't work quite the same. But then now you have the charm system, and all of a sudden, if
I
you
actually
did
do wonder
that,
if Pathfinder would be cool with that.
Exactly,
about stacking charms.
So it's just here are 12, eventually 36 classes. It's not really like here's the PoE1 counterpart and they're identical kind of thing anymore, for sure. Too many things changed for that to even be possible anyway.
Yeah. All right. That sounds very epic. We can skip over the flasks and trinkets as we did cover that very well. So moving into skills, I realized I had many pages of questions here, and then I was like, wait, we haven't even talked about skills here. so much for us to discover over the course of this beta. How has the list of skills been shaping up overall?
I mean, it's certainly getting there. I mean, look, there are even certain skills that won't even make it, even just within the classes we have. Like, there are still going to be some more skills coming later on as well for these classes, because there are more skills that we got just about there and didn't quite make it. And like getting a class finished in terms of the skills you need, like it sort of seems very easy when you come with, okay, we need 22, 23, 24, number of skills, something like that. And it seems like that's not so many and you kind of design them. But when you actually come up with all of the things, the way they interact together, the number of prototypes you have to do that kind of don't really work, and you end up not being fun. And then, of course, the support gem stuff, like you need to make sure that every skill has enough viable supports to that you can actually even recommend people to be able to do. Then you need things like the passive tree support for all of them. You need to have all of the stuff with like the buff gems for each character class as well. You need to be thinking about uniques for the type of that can work with these things. It's just like there's so many different elements to actually make skills work. And once again, it's another area I think that was underestimated to some degree before, and like it does take like to actually get that finished, it takes a lot. Yeah, that's been a total struggle, and we didn't think we would have to have only 6 character classes initially at the start of early access. We were thinking we would have 8 to begin with. But yeah, when it actually came down to actually getting to actually finish something, like it just ended up being too much. Now obviously we've got a bunch. I mean, we've got a bunch of work on more of the classes that we've done. There's things there, but it's that finishing work of like making sure that all the systems in the game come together to support, how that works.
Well,
that requires a lot.
Doing all of that as we're still discovering how we want those systems to work. Like the changes to support gems and all that. As we're also making support gems, as we're making character classes, just can cause things to slow down quite a bit, and then we have to recalibrate and all. Yeah, like it was an extreme amount of work that we certainly predicted poorly, but that was also because we are making all these cool systems to all these changes to all these systems, which are having like immense benefits as well. So,
for sure.
Yeah, I would say it's pretty safe to expect that as much as you can't play them on day 0, some of those other classes that we have shown in the past, and some of the skills and stuff, there's a lot there, like just not to make it seem like it's shallow or anything, but we will be adding those classes in for sure.
Yeah, the thing that keeps like surprising me is, when you click that all gems tab when you're doing an uncut, there's quite a lot of skills in there, but you initially kind of box yourself away where you think, okay, so I'm playing the mercenary, so I'm just looking at the crossbow skills. And then I was like, well, what if I go look at the elemental skills? And then I find flame wall, and I'm like, oh, I can shoot my projectiles through that. Okay, cool. I like that, but that's like surface level, because you also have the weapon swap thing, and that you can actually viably do with the automated weapon swapping. It's not like Toxic where you have to push the button a bunch of times, and you've got the trees that like customize whenever you do it automatically on the fly. So that's like all of a sudden I'm like, oh, well, why can't I use a sword on the other hand?
You absolutely
That's actually a very cool mercenary vibe, sword and crossbow.
So yeah, I mean that stuff is like is crazy. I mean, like in the actually there was one in the community guys recorded where they were using a bell, the bell skill with the quarterstaff with the rapid shot mercenary skill. And when I saw it, I was like, oh man, that's like a whole other thing. Yeah, like that I didn't even know about that particular combo until I saw it in the some of the footage they recorded.
That's crazy.
I started thinking about that too with like multiplayer. And I was like, so I was throwing my gas grenades. Which you can blow up with your explosive grenades, but then I was throwing it at a boss that was doing burning ground, and they were blowing up instantly. I'm like, oh wait, so it reacts to the environment. Well, it's obviously going to react to my friends doing burning ground then.
So
and my flame wall friend.
And this is the reason, like this conversation here is the reason why there's going to be crazy builds that we don't anticipate, because like the some of the stuff that can happen between classes, I just have no doubt we will not have discovered.
Like how much co-op have you really been able to test?
I mean, we do test party play all the time. Like Mark's like,
but to find all those,
I'm the support character player. Now I'm like freezing, armor breaking, putting down clouds, slow. I'm like, holy, there's just a lot going on all of a sudden. I'm not just standing there like I got buffs coming out of me. It's like you're like. I'm actually doing all this active support and like different conditions to synergize with the group, and how it's like, oh, okay, you're doing that skill. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just do this and enhance my armor breaking and go ballistic armor breaking, and you just spam your thing that consumes it. So you get a lot of that stuff going on for sure. Where it's kind of honestly the terrifying part as well, where it's like. What do we have? We had the whole like vulnerability curse with gas cloud ticks or something, and it was like literally applying armor break like every frame, and so you have the monsters going ting 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 ting.
Armor explosion on there as well.
Yeah, and then you have some other thing, and you have some other guy consuming it, and again, oh my god, cool rain! Right? Just don't even how many bloody synergistic things with cool rain.
It's not.
You can do a lot with that.
All the lightning arrows on the ground, and because they can, lightning things hit them and explode, and all of a sudden now everyone's running around with cool rain, spamming lightning rods everywhere, and.
Yeah,
and Frostwall. Somehow Frostwall had about 15 abuse cases, and
I mean that's historically accurate.
Yeah, true.
Kinetic blast, Frostwalls, and all that.
Oh yeah, easy.
It returns. Sounds like it's coming back.
It'll be fun. Yeah. It's cool. Even finding all the stuff so far has been really fun. But yeah, I generally play multiplayer. Most of the alpha I've done is being in multiplayer. I play with other people. It's good to get a lot of that testing in there as well, because not a lot of others do it.
That's really good.
And then try and see what we can break, just for good fun.
Never claim
honestly,
it.
the thing it's like hard is to then like, because you get this thing which is quite interesting where you have a staff is both a player and a developer. And I'm of the like, don't you better not keep that something that's I wouldn't say exploit, but something that's OP, a secret, right? You better bloody tell me, because
it's the exact reaction you had earlier.
You were saying people weren't telling you about their good
like
builds.
you get a situation where someone doesn't want to tell you about their build, that's because they're like, oh, Mark will nerf it then.
Like you're supposed to be making games, not
Exactly.
hiding your good builds.
I legitimately had a Monday meeting, and whatever. I was like, I swear, if I see any of you at the top of the ladder on day one, we're going to have a talk.
Exactly.
I know you've hidden something from me.
Exactly.
No, I did tell you about my flashbangs and how good.
But maybe it's fine. I just wanted them to check.
Well, that's the thing. No, that is the thing that is hard. No one knows if their thing is actually look, there's a line that gets crossed, yes.
Yeah.
But sometimes you don't know. Is it just I've found something cool and it's powerful, or have I found something cool and it's broken?
Found something cool inside.
Those things. I mean, we have to make those decisions, of course. And a lot of the time, what is reported is just fine. And it's like, yeah, you got a good weapon, and you got this combo. You're strong.
If it's supported by items, then it's like fine to be very powerful. But if you're just like, I just pick these skills, and no matter what weapons I'm wearing, I'm just like completely ridiculous, then that's a different situation, because now it's just a thing that anyone can do at a moment's notice, rather than actually requiring like I have to find this combo of items and things like that. So that's a much different story.
But no, we've had a lot of good testing, a lot of good feedback, a lot of good people reporting that stuff, especially in the last month. It's like
making it sound like obtaining the gem setup is trivial.
Stabilizing, you start to get a lot more of that, and people are understanding what the difficulties meant to be and what the power of characters is meant to be. As all of that came and started to stabilize, we got a lot more of this coming in, and we are kind of getting more understanding. But again, you'll never find them all. But it's fun, good fun journey.
Support gems have changed a lot. How have you found the changes to them being now having no levels, and the restriction of having only one support gem on your character of a type, but having a lot more of them?
I really like how this works. Like, I think that it adds so much more build diversity and interest to have to be making the decision of like, where is this going to go? And the thing that's been important though with that system is it requires a lot more support gems to exist, because you only have one on your character. You need tons of them, and like you need a lot of different ways to increase damage and a lot of ways to support different mechanics. It's like if you're going to have something like freeze, if you're going to have a freezing skill, you need to be able to support that and augment that in like many different ways. And there needs to be more options than what you can even like. There needs to be, in order to have choice, you can't just have here's your 5 freeze things and that's all you do, right? There has to be more than that in order to be able to have it so you actually have some choices as well. So that kind of stuff has meant that you just need a lot of things going on there. But I think that the choices that you end up with as a player of like, where do I put my model projectiles? Where do I put my PS? Whatever. Like, I think that leads to a lot more interesting decisions with how you build. And, totally. I think that to me is where a lot of why it just works so much better. And we were certainly hesitant about the whole, you can only have one support per character thing, because it sounds bad if you just hear about it as a player without actually playing it. Like your first reaction is you just hear that and you're like, oh, it's just a restriction. And it is arbitrary in some sense, right? There's no like, we can't justify it thematically, really. It just is what it is. And so that, I really don't like that kind of thing usually, because I want the theme to match the mechanic as much as possible. But in this case, it just made the gameplay so much better that it just had to happen.
I wonder whether there's going to be a unique down the line that allows you to have 2 of one kind.
Exactly, that is less choice, and that's the reason why the gameplay is bad.
Less choice, less interest, and also you may as well just bake that now into the skills and or
100%. And so this is the thing: it is actually much worse to have that, because it results in this outcome. But like, that's a kind of more subtle argument that like you have to kind of make to people if you want to kind of convince them that this is actually the right way. Because when you tell people, oh, there's this restriction, it doesn't sound like what they're getting out of that is more choice. It sounds like they're getting less. But the reality is, it is actually more choice, because you no longer have like mandatory, like here's the 5 mandatory things you have to put on the skill. It's like there's actually much more going on.
I think it's much better helped realize my experience on the Mercenary that your vision of having like all of these skills available to you and them actually being worth using.
For sure.
Because if you had all the same support gems, I feel like you just pick the one that does the most damage and you make it do the most damage, and that's the only skill you use.
Yeah, and I mean, the great thing is now it's completely reasonable to have a skill in your character that you just use occasionally, right? Like every 5 minutes you might have a situation where you need to use that, and that's actually fine and completely reasonable.
Yeah, so I'm playing a Grenader, and I would be like, okay, I should only use this grenade normally, is what I would be like in Path of Exile, because this is the best grenade, or maybe this one that does like interacts with it in some way, the obvious combo. But now I'm actually like, well, there's a reason reason I could use those lightning ones to apply shock, because I have all these shock support gems that I'm not using anywhere else, because I'm using the damage and the LMP on my big damage dealers. I can put the shock things on there, and I can actually have a shock setup. I can incorporate that into my build.
100%.
I can incorporate poison into my build to strip their armor and whatnot. And that
maybe you only use that occasionally when you face something that's got heavy armor, you know? But it's like, you know, it's like that kind of stuff I really want to be viable. And that situational stuff, I think, just makes the game way more interesting.
It's really feeding into the flavor of the mercenary as like this like prepared kind of fighter who has all these tools at their disposal as well. Like, you're like, oh, I have this grenade for if I get into this situation, and this grenade for this one. It's so good.
Yeah, nice.
I love it. I've a couple of questions here. People definitely have been asking about like Vile skills and transfigured gems and stuff and like that. I feel like this sort of thing doesn't make sense at launch exactly.
Yeah, because ultimately, if we were going to add something like that, it would make sense to add it just as another skill. So at this point, there's no real reason to do that. Like that kind of stuff comes in when we want to have a specific reward system somewhere that wants to be able to do that, and so we don't really need to do it right now. But look, we might decide to bring that theme back, and in a reward system later.
Yeah, I think
like
for Vile skills especially, it's a cool flavor.
Yeah, for sure.
Like
but I think the transfigured thing is also interesting. Like, if you're looking to be able to, like, the reason why transfigured was nice is because it's like we got to sort of iterate on a bunch of different themes around the same skill, which obviously at this point we don't need to do that because we're already just having to make still adding the skills. You know what I mean? So all the iterations
you got so
of it
many
like
graphics guys and animators.
But yeah, I mean, I'm sure we'll be doing more stuff like that in the future. Like we absolutely will be.
But I like the
skills roughly you have / going to end up with.
I actually don't know the number off the top of my head, but what I will say is that we initially, I think, when we announced like what the full game would have, we said 240. And I'm pretty sure we're actually nearing that. I feel
definitely it's going to be way higher than
that.
Yeah,
because I think we're nearing that now when we've only added half the classes. So I think that means that there's going to be a lot more than that.
100 of them or whatever are like some little utility skill or whatever, but there's. Even if you discount for those, it's
I know. That's a lot.
You got what, like,
because there's 20 to 25 for each of those for each class. So just with 6 of those, I'm terrible at math in my head. But I feel like that's 120. Well, let's say it's just a bit over 110 or something. Like, end up around there, 120, something like that. I think probably 120. Around there, like that. But then you've also got all the buff gems as well, and like each character class has 9 of those. So that then sort of adds up. And so you've already reached probably 200 just by the time you've got to there. And then it doesn't even count things that really are skills, but like are not. You don't get them via a skill gem. So like we're talking about all the ascendancy little skills, and there's like uniques that have little skill things on them. And like,
all staffs, wands, and scepters have a skill
exactly right. We're not even counting that, right? Like because the staffs, wands, and scepters have skills built in.
Yeah.
And then those are like that's another. How many of those? There's like 20 of those probably.
Yeah. I mean.
Like if you add them all up,
I don't know who remembers all these things.
I know, but there's no one has counted recently. But there's a bunch.
Countless skills.
Ascendancy classes with skills.
That's tons.
Yeah,
it's tons.
Yeah, and those skills, by the way, ascendancy class skills are fully supportable.
Yeah,
that's wild because I remember you did the thing with default attack where you can support that now.
Yep, you can support default attack.
That's crazy.
And you can support any skill counts or something.
That one caught me by surprise. I was like, oh wow.
All the skills that you're getting implicitly, I mean, not from a skill gem, you can now support.
I was even surprised when I was like, oh,
with the skill page.
Additional accuracy to Herald of Ice, and it like provides a buff to my character. I can like add buffs through support gems.
Well, you know why that is though, because those things like heralds are so hard to find like a good set of supports to recommend. So like, damn, we have to come up with like tons of these now. They're like really difficult.
I like that idea though. You can like create a custom aura.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
So yeah, it's that actually means it's actually nice because part of the it means that you get the feeling of having more aura effects on your character without having to have the spam of actual auras that many characters had in PoE1. Like you get to kind of have all that stuff as well. So that's been really nice.
Thanks for the invisible aura MTX. Well, it does remind me though. So with all this is very off topic, but with all the very good teasers you've been doing for like new 3D art for uniques and stuff like that, have you had any thoughts about reworking the skin transfer MTX in some way, making it more permanent?
Honestly, it's not in our thing about stuff we're thinking about. You know, like it'll work the same way it works for now, at least. But obviously, skin transfer in PoE2, there's a lot more cool base art.
That's going to make people actually want to use it now.
So you'll probably be using that a lot more.
So yeah, it'd be cool to see something for that in the future potentially. So onto the end game, which was I feel like a big bulk of the announcement
for sure.
Yeah. So just as like an overview, so we have the end-game versions, just for beta launch, by the way.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be a lot more later.
Yeah.
We have the end-game pinnacle versions of the 2 trials.
Yep.
So as like fully farmable content. They don't have trees though. Those ones.
They don't have trees, but they do have a progression system of some kind. So you've got the relics,
like
in the Sanctum sequel, and then for the Trial of Chaos, you have the inscribed ultimatums get mods from the end. So when you kill the final the final boss of that, which is alleged to be the Trial Master, then you
alleged,
then he'll drop items that can then have mods on them to make the trial itself harder.
That's probably
and
not
there's also
the
some pretty
Trial
interesting ones on there that we actually were going to put in the video, but it was starting to get a bit long. Which was that you've got the thing which where you've got the bets that you can make of put up 13 exalts, and then you might get double that back if you're able to complete the thing. So those are some of the mods that can spawn on there, and as well as mods that make the actual trial harder as well. So there's things like that as well. So yeah, those 2 have those kind of like different outside the Atlas tree, because they're not really part of the Atlas. Like you'll get keys for them while you're playing in game, but technically speaking, they're kind of like they scale to in game, but they're not like sort of part of the whole Atlas. You don't like play them there.
Yeah, so they're their own distinct endgame
exactly,
too.
Exactly.
So there'll be 3 roguelike dungeon things that will be
sure.
Like
I wouldn't say 3 roguelike dungeons. I will say there will be 3 trials that have various mechanics that can be different.
Yeah.
But then of course you've got the
we're just getting appetite.
Kind of
dude.
what I guess would say sort of. I don't. We actually need a name for what are we calling? What are we calling?
We'll only be eating in 2 weeks, sadly.
Because they were called leagues, but they're not really leagues.
It doesn't really make sense to call it a league exactly. That is what we call them internally. We just call them as like there are 4 leagues that you have that appear there.
Doesn't really work anymore, does it?
I don't have a good idea right now.
Yeah, we'll need to come up with a name for that.
We probably have actually named it, I just don't remember what it is.
Right. And then you've got the kind of boss hunting kind of element as well. And then the kind of, I guess what you would say is the pinnacle of the kind of boss hunting thing is then, you've got the cities with the lieutenants and then the Uber Act bosses. And then above that, you have the pinnacle boss who we don't want to spoil. Although I did show you a little bit about it just in private before. That's that one's going to be hard. Like I know you're cooking up some pretty difficult mechanics there.
It's fun. That's the fun stuff.
Yeah,
because now you don't need to worry about if people can't progress through it. It's not a progression blocker. You can just kill them.
It's a progression blocker to difficulty to the higher difficulties though, because once you kill that, of course, then you get the increase of the difficulties, and then it's like, okay, now try it again.
What is it with
but way harder?
Twitch
and then there's four levels of difficulty for each of those for each endgame system like that.
So like apart from the trials, the endgame trials, everything has like its own distinct passive tree, and progression through them is also by doing them.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So we really wanted to prevent the situation where you feel like you allocate points for a certain piece of content, and then you feel like you can't do the other content because you're kind of wasting the points that you've got.
Yeah, the lock-in.
And we kind of band-aided that in PoE1 by adding multiple Atlas trees as a way. But I think the solution is much better, where effectively you can progress all of them, and you can either do just all on one for a while, or you can just do each of them as you come to them, and just add them kind of piecemeal. But either way, however you want to do it, you can make progress on your character. Well, I should say in your league for all of those, because the progress and all that stuff is, of course, for the whole league, not just for a single character.
Yeah, and previously we used the Atlas tree, I would say very much so, to make sure that we were doing the type of content that we wanted to do.
Yeah, so now it's not so much about finding the content, because that's what the tablets are for.
Yeah.
Now it's more about improving your ability to sustain effectively. Like you're going to want to have those points to sort of get sustainability for the next level up, and we want to make sure that there is sustain if you're doing engaging with those mechanics well.
Yeah.
But effectively you do have to actually to get sustain at higher difficulties. You will need to be able to be making smart choices in terms of allocating and using the tablets correctly and that kind of stuff. It is part of that sort of story of all of that. That's kind of the main thing with that.
Yeah, this idea of sustaining the content you want to do by doing it is a little different to how it's been in PoE1 a lot of the time, where it's you had to fuel it by going back to maps to,
right.
Get your delve juice.
I mean, you're still doing maps ultimately, in terms of but effectively, so long as you're doing the content that you want to do, you should, and as well, and making it harder. So your build has to be good enough to be able to sustain it. Then you will be able to sustain that stuff. And if you want every single map to have a breach in it, that's absolutely doable by using the tablets correctly.
Yeah, so the Atlas passive trees and the trees for each of the distinct types of content is about scaling the reward and difficulty primarily now.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And what does, I saw like on the breach nodes, it said like increased difficulty. What does that mean?
It's somewhat arbitrary and asymmetric, but it will feel like, for example, some of the difficulties will actually change the boss's skills and how they work.
Wow.
Generally, they'll increase like the level of the area, right? So you get the general monster and life scaling, but arguably to a player that's arbitrary as well because they don't know how that scales. And in other contexts, it might be more of certain monster types, less of others, and stuff like that. It is generally so the small nodes will increase difficulty of the meta content, whereas the notables will increase the reward of the in-map content. But when I say difficulty, that is reward as well. So an example of how this works is like, let's say the boss has 6 uniques it could drop, or 5 or 6 uniques. It can drop 3 at difficulty 0. Then at, say, difficulty 1, it can drop, maybe has increased level or higher item level, some rarity. Now also that when I say rarity, also do note rarity does increase the grade of items, not just making them yellow or orange. It does make them better yellows or better not better oranges.
Right?
But it does affect, it affects other things about items than just the rarity.
Yes. And so, when I talk about just getting rarity here, I don't want people to, and PoE1 players in particular, to think, they're just going to go from yellow to more yellow. So anyway, and, maybe the next tier will add a unique to the pool, like a more, what we hope will be more valuable unique. And then the next one can do a bit more rarity, something else maybe, introduce a different unique perhaps. And then the last difficulty introduces something ideally, without giving away exact specifics of them, more in the line of a modular unique item, say like Megalomaniac or like Forbidden Flesh and Flame from PoE1. So a unique item that is like ideally very powerful, very chase, but has a lot of different combinations. Watcher's Eye is another good example, right? So a new series of jewels is a good example. There are other uniques that are modular and stuff, and that comes in at the last tier. And so you want to really be getting to that hardest difficulty so you can be getting these like farming for these extremely good, powerful, unique items. But of course, you have the thing, if you're never ready for it, if you try it and you're like, oh, this is too hard, you can always just respec the nodes.
Yeah, you can unspec them away and then not, just effectively decide, like, I've got these points, but I'm not, I want to go back and do this later. And so that ability to effectively configure the difficulty like that, I think is...
So if you're maybe target farming one of the one of the uniques, the difficulty 0 drops, you might want to just be like, I'll do that. I'll do the difficulty stuff later and I'll just farm it at this difficulty. So,
and I think that's a much better way than than some of the systems we've used to scale that in the past. And the nice thing is, of course, with difficulty is that we can effectively use whatever scaling levers we want to make that more difficult without necessarily having to, like because we could have been like, oh, you increase difficulty, it's like 200% life or something like that. But by effectively being a bit more vague about it, we can actually like specifically tailor the difficulties of the different tiers, like, with more specific changes.
Yeah, this like multiple projectile thing he shoots has more projectiles.
Sure, and that kind of thing. So, just whatever we feel works best for making this particular fight more difficult.
It seems like there's a lot more players to kind of discover experimentally.
Sounds very obscure. I don't like it.
Harder. And that is going to be different for different players too, where like a different build is affected by a difficulty change more so than others.
Potentially.
And that's an interesting question as well, I think, where how much are you guys pitching these sorts of distinct endgame pieces of content at being like completable by the same build or by encouraging players to make a different build that's better at certain
So this is a very difficult one. And it's something that we've discussed a bit recently is like the harder you make.
What is with this stream always dying? Damn. Someone needs to gift thousands of subs so that Twitch will give them
make the hardest content, the less builds will be considered viable by the players because effectively like the build's only viable if it can defeat like, the pinnacle boss at difficulty 4. Like that will be kind of the general perception. So we have to be really like, I actually don't know necessarily what the right answer here is. Like we have the ability, I mean maybe you feel like you do, but I don't think you do.
I wouldn't say I'm 100% confident on it, but I'll have a go at it.
Look, there's going to be iteration here because what we'll see is like, if we find that like, there's only like some particularly abusive, like only the most abusive stuff is possibly able to defeat the hardest content, that we might have to dial it back a bit.
Yeah.
But it's kind of going to be a bit of experimentation, and it's very hard at this point to be able to pitch that because we don't have the crazy history. You know, PoE2 does not have the history of PoE1 to be able to, to know kind of what is the right life value to have on a difficulty 4 pinnacle boss. Like, how do we even know that at this point, really, without,
That being said, though, like, the bosses are a lot more skill-based and tactical, right? Like, at the end of the day, the gear is, to some degree, necessary because no one can really make no mistake for some amount of time, so you do have that thing, and you do need to mitigate certain things, but like a lot of these are like very dodge roll tactical, or using certain skills or mitigation tactics or whatever. There's heaps of different things to bypass the things that make them hard, for sure, but I would say it is very much, a lot of skill is involved, especially when it comes to some of these with dodge rolling. Like, I'm trying to emphasize that quite a bit. Or blocking, if you want to do a different way about it. Not to say you must block, but yes, dodge roll is a pretty key mechanic here, and I'd say we're certainly upping the emphasis on using it and using it well as you get into these higher tiers. But gear is always a way, and combinations of uniques and passive tree and builds is always a way to go, I'm not good at dodge rolling, I'm going to gear around that skill check and become strong enough to defeat the boss.
Or, or another skill, like some sort of skill that helps you block, shield block,
using skills in the mix is fine, But I would say pretty generally you can take, I'd say, any decent character, you get you gear up all the way, and as long as you're good enough, that is a way to defeat them. I would say there's no real hard requirement on doing something crazy niche or out there or complicated.
You're certainly not going the route of like, this boss is fire immune or something.
Oh, no.
Thanks.
No immunities.
Yeah.
Excellent. So this very cute atlas, this infinitely expanding civilization map-esque atlas, which I know you're particularly fond of, Jonathan.
Yep.
What's kind of the idea here? Like, is the layout the same for everyone? Is it the same across the league?
So it's the same for all your characters in the league, but the layout is different for everyone. It is random.
Okay.
So you're gonna have to find stuff. Like, it works like Delve in this respect. It's obviously a league that I was particularly a fan of. I'm just
sure.
what I really wanted is I wanted a feeling of exploration in the atlas. And it's something that we sort of tried to do with the Atlas and PoE1, with that feeling of kind of, having the connected areas and exploring, but it didn't feel like exploration in quite the same way that this does.
Yeah.
So that's a feeling I loved, and it's one of the reasons I love Delve. So that's, kind of where this was coming from. And at the same time, it's sort of solving various other problems that we've always had where, one of the things that's really cool to do is to be able to have things like, okay, like in this area, you've got like this item drops and like that kind of thing. Like, I guess in PoE1 you had div cards, but yet there was always a problem where if you have differences between in-game areas in a system that works like PoE1 does, then effectively that's the only map people, like whatever the best map is, that's the one everyone will run like continuously forever.
Yeah, they
so
recognize
effectively,
that.
we wanted to try and make sure that you actually like had an experience that had more variety while still retaining the whole, like, I get to play the content that I want. So ideally with the Atlas, we kind of get that we've got in PoE2, we get to kind of have
the fuck you to the
the
players.
best of both worlds. We get to make sure that there is some variety. You feel like you're exploring, but because once you've run a map, that's run, and now you have to move on and do it and find another one. It's not just like just play one map again and again and again. But yet the content can be added to it. You can do things if you like the particular maps, because there are biomes and you can see them from far away. You can be like, okay, I know there's a particular desert map that's great, so I'm going to go for deserts, and that's fine. You can do that kind of thing. So like you've both got controllability, but also the ability for us to kind of make more variants.
You get a lot more very high satisfying spikes.
Yeah.
Where, like, for example, you get more variables where you just have, okay, there are like 4 towers, really. You got a good tower cluster, and you've got really good maps in that range. So, like, there are maps. So, in Path of Exile 1, for example, the range is effectively, say, how do I quantify this? Like, say, 350 monsters up to 700 monsters.
Yeah.
Whereas the range here is like 300 monsters up to like 1,500 monsters, much more drastic range. Now, those numbers are arbitrary, but it is approximately the representation of the range. Obviously, you then modify it and add more to it and all of that. So you will have some maps that are like extremely good with Delirium, and some maps that are like way better with something more like Breach.
Yeah.
Because Delirium enhances the monsters of the map, whereas Breach entirely adds the monsters. And you will even have things where there are maps that are like way more magic monsters, way more rare monsters. And so you probably want that with, pick your league of your choosing and whatnot. You have all these variables that are at play, and so you all of a sudden find a really good set of towers with some really good maps and radius, and then you'll get really good tablet modifiers, and then you'll get really good maps with really good prefixes, and you want to just combine all of this and you obviously instill them all, and you corrupt them all. And there's the corruption influence.
We didn't show that,
and so then there's the corruption influence on them. And it's like, okay, like...
It is possible for there on one map to be many, many mechanics stacked to the point of craziness.
So it sounds like the juicing is definitely there.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's important, right? I mean, like, that's part of the PoE experience. But, yeah, for 100%.
But how much control do you have as a player, though, over min-maxing your just exploration of the Atlas map?
So effectively,
can you do better in some way?
So effectively, what you're going to want to do is the towers are where you go to like see areas around, and then there's the structure of the connections is quite open. So like you can beeline for things pretty well. Yeah. Like if you you can certainly see a lot more maps than what you play, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So because of that, like choosing what you want is easy to do.
And you can kind of see the towers in the fog.
Yeah, so you can see the towers in the fog from a distance, which means that you know, like a lot of the time it's like go to a tower, you'll see some maps you want to play, you go play those, then it's like the next tower is just a few other maps away. Go to that tower, see the next area, and so on.
I'm guessing that's like a certain
cool
range
system.
Into the fog.
You can see the towers from a little bit away.
Fog's actually a 3D thing, and it like rises slowly as you get away from where the thing is. So that's how you kind of get the towers to.
Cool. So you might see a cluster of towers off somewhere. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that.
It sounds like this is like potentially an infinitely expanding map that is going to be by the end of someone's league quite big.
Yes. So we actually need to add a search feature. I don't know if they've done it yet for finding specific maps that haven't been run yet.
Yeah, we have a few things. Like there's a button you can press and it like goes to your last map round, one that goes back to a home base, and one that goes to some of the special more iconic things you find. But we certainly need more.
I hope they let you do hotkeys for certain regions.
Hopefully it's there.
Like, back in the day in Command & Conquer or something like that, where you had like hotkeys for enemy base, for home base, and for specific strategic points on the map.
Substantially. What sort of impact does that have?
It'll make the map stash tab a little easier to manage. That's good.
Yeah, so have you thought about like what sort of, I don't know, economic consequences that have for like how players progress through maps? Is it easier to
which
do when
stash
you
tabs
to
to carry over? That's a
maps
big
to get
question.
The completion bonuses and stuff like we do currently? Like we have that whole hunting down over 100 maps to get completion for. That's
now you're hunting, you're hunting certain valuable maps, you're hunting towers, you're hunting content, you're hunting, the warlord, the faction leaders to get the pinnacle.
Yeah.
You're hunting unique maps, a very different thing for sure. As opposed to, and then the item is all about, I've just got a key, I just want good modifiers. There's not really all that whole other variable to it. So there's still a lot of interesting choice and access, but we've taken it from the item and put it on the actual world map. But it's cool. It also makes you just feel like you're traversing a world. You're not instantly like finishing the campaign, very grounded, and now I'm in space. Like Path of Exile does have that.
I only literally just thought about that. I was going to ask about that. So, the mapping system was always this like extra dimensional kind of unknown thing. It's pretty interesting, but it is a little weird.
So we wanted to start with to actually like at least, I mean, look, I'm sure we'll get to the extra dimensional beings eventually, but at least to start with, we wanted to have a bit more grounded initially.
Yes, you're on the planet.
Yeah.
Right, you're
on the planet. That's like a good thing.
You're in real life.
Sci-fi crazy, but you haven't gone to the moon yet.
Yes. Well, even then we were saying like, can we at least before we go to outer space, go to the moon first? Like, how many moons are we? Don't. There's a whole complicated thing we need to figure out there.
Wow. I feel like there's a delve but up league coming. All right. So we've got this 1 in 4 maps is boss maps, and then that means the other 3 are not boss maps.
Yes.
What does a non-boss map look like? How do you win it?
So effectively what you need to do is kill the rares in the map to remove the corruption and finish it. Once you get down below
the rares are going to be harder than any of the bosses.
Any rares that are remaining, they'll do like a marker just so you know.
I was worried about that.
Honestly, I wouldn't expect that to even be necessary most of the time because the layouts are kind of designed so that if you generally speaking you want to clear the maps to find the rares anyway because those are the those have good drops, and effectively the only reason that you would need that marker thing is just occasionally you get some slightly weird degenerate layout where there's some side bit you didn't notice or something like that, and then that's where you have to go. So generally speaking, you'll be able to make your way around and kill them all.
The goal of the player is you're cleansing corruption from the world, you're bringing order back, stuff like that. So you even get the thing on the map where you're like, there's
spreading
some
Christianity.
corruption-y looking stuff around the map. When you complete the map, that gets purged away. So you feel like you're reverse painting the map a little bit. And
you're
you're
cleaning up.
It can actually be quite satisfying as you're like changing all the nodes from one color to another, and you're like, this is fun. I'm like,
But ultimately, what we wanted to do is we wanted boss combat in PoE2 to matter when we have it.
Yeah.
And so in order, like if you have a map boss every area, then if we made it so the boss combat mattered enough, like in order to actually balance it that way,
stressful.
It's too much. Like it actually is like, you spend too much of your time fighting bosses.
Yeah.
So effectively, if that's what you want to do now, you can do it because there's bosses there. Like when I say 1 in 4 maps is a map boss, that doesn't mean that 1 in 4 maps you play is one. Because, obviously you can pick what content you're doing by exploring
you
around.
can chain
You're picking your
boss.
pathing and your path.
Exactly. So effectively, if you want to hunt the bosses, then that is the thing you can do. If you want to just like do some mindless grinding for a while, you can do that too. And what it means is we can actually make the bosses way more rewarding. They can drop way more items than they were going to because of the fact that there's not one at the end of every area, right? Like we can actually, and the fight is substantial. You get a lot of drops. That actually is something.
And they get their own tree.
And they what? Oh yeah, I don't know. Right? You mean the boss killing tree? Yes, there's a tree for boss hunting. Sorry, I thought you meant every boss had its own tree. And I was like, Jesus, did you do some design while I was looking?
Every boss has its own tree. No, but isn't that going to be a little bit awkward when you go from like campaign where you have multiple bosses per zone potentially, and then you go to like one boss every 4 zones? I mean, I guess most people like blasting and killing rare, and the rares are going to be rippy and strong anyway.
Yeah, so effectively, I mean, well, you can...
You get a lot of points for the core tree. There's a core tree that affects all mapping. That a lot of things like pack size, quant rarity, and you've got multiple keystones that all can work together, and all can. So I think there's 3 of them. One plays on like corrupted maps. One plays on like prefixes and suffixes, and I can't remember what the other one does right in this very moment. But you obviously get that core tree, and then you have a boss tree, and then obviously all the different league and pinnacle content trees. So you get those points by just completing maps. It just has a you effectively get a quest, and effectively it's like you complete 10 maps, you get your first 2 points, and then like complete X maps and one, goes up the chain.
But of certain tiers, like
of at least tier 1, at least tier 2, at least tier 3.
This is the tier climb, effectively, where it's like as you get up the higher tiers and clear maps of certain tiers, that's when you start getting points for the Atlas.
At like maybe say the 3rd one, I can't remember the exact specifics. It's like complete this and defeat a boss, and then later it's defeat at least 5 bosses at something, and so killing bosses generate.
It sounds way better for fresh starts. I'm not having to like go and get that estuary map that I missed or something. It's
for sure.
I'm just doing content. But
it is kind of the analog of that in a way, because like it's that feeling of like I've got a system to progress through. Like I need to meet these objectives, and
definitely got a lot of progression.
I'm getting from that you're getting the the Atlas passive points and so on.
Cool.
So yeah, that's kind of the idea.
Yeah, so you can really like focus in on.
Yo, what up, Kickers? I'm finding it hard to comment on anything because they're constantly talking.
If you want to, or on breaches, or on.
And you can always put a breach on a map with a boss, right? You can do both.
Yeah, like they can have all. You can have every type of content in one map if you want.
Yeah, is like a boss map
But
a
it's
kind of
POG.
like a distinct thing from like a regular map in terms of like the layout or the thing you've done?
Technically, they are separate, but generally speaking.
Like similar.
Yeah, they're basically the same.
They're pretty similar.
They're pretty similar.
So there'll be like a boss estuary and a non-boss estuary.
Yeah, there are some cases at the moment where there are some maps that can't have a boss, and because we haven't done the one that would go here is not in early access yet, and that kind of thing. But effectively, as I said, generally speaking, it'll be 1 in 4 that you'll find.
Okay, excellent. So I think that covers. Did I miss some things from? You've got like all the smaller contents, like the strong boxes and essences. And things like
So
that
initially, we actually had a design where everything, like even all the smaller content, there was still going to be icons for it on the tree. On the Atlas.
Yeah.
But we actually found that it meant that when you were actually exploring, it felt like there was nothing random to find. So we wanted to make sure we also have kind of just completely random stuff that like doesn't have a progression system that you just run into.
Okay.
That's fun too.
That's cool.
And we'll probably be.
I actually love the scenery. This is actually well set up Q&A. It's so good.
Tree so you can kind of like see more
Production quality.
Yep.
Great.
And often mods on the items as well. On Kickaway
Proper
stories.
talk show.
Cool. Yep.
Lots of different names. Maps,
Color me
Waystone,
impressed.
Yes, I've had to keep kind of correcting myself about that. I was like, I don't know.
I mean,
guess
look,
these aren't really called
internally,
maps anymore.
we definitely call them maps all the time. The thing is the only reason why it doesn't make sense thematically is because a map
which
doesn't
one do you
apply
mean,
to a
the right one or the
specific
left
location,
one?
whereas a waystone can take you to anywhere.
Yes.
So that's the reason why the name change had to happen. But I think that
Oh
probably
yeah, that one I
players
see
will
it
just
now.
call them maps. I bet
Very
just
similar.
because that's the PoE one connection.
So we've got the Breach, Delirium, Ritual, Expedition, those like leagues that maybe need a new name.
Yep.
Is there another one that you're just both personally really keen to bring back in the future?
Oh, I mean, like I've always wanted to have Delve again, but I kind of got a bit of that wish with this system.
Yeah.
It's also a very like content heavy league to make because you need to make tons of encounters and like doing it properly is a huge thing. But I mean, look, I love.
I did
Incursion
actually
as well. It's one
meet
of my
him.
favorites. Like I'm keen for that. I don't know if there's anything other than that you're really keen for.
There's a lot, especially because there's a lot we can do with all this new art, new monsters, right? Like, for example, if you just take Legion had all those 5 civilizations. We've now got an entire new array of Vile monsters, Vile bosses, etc. that we can use as a baseline. We've got way better consistent direction on what's going on there, heaps of stuff, new animation, and the capacities are just like out of control. But then you've got Incursion, we've got awesome Vile artwork we can use there and make that all awesome and nice. New corruption mechanics that we can extrapolate on.
You don't want to have a roof as the boss anymore?
Nah, yeah, we're not just going to have a floating roof. The Omnitex is just a small floating roof.
Oh, you're keeping with the theme of vacuum cleaners.
Well,
standing and then
mistakes
the
were
Roomba.
made. Now we have minimum
I didn't know they had a Gorilla 2023.
skills.
Yeah.
Right. There's only so much you can do with a floating roof. So anyway, and then I don't know, even like Bestiary coming back with something because we've got all these awesome bosses, way grander in scale, and you can do these more grand hunts for them as opposed to just like, I'm like in a city and there's a rare spider, You can just get way more epic and way more
Oh, it's gonna be a Monster Hunter World mini
so
game.
much stuff to like.
Bestiary 2 that's like hunting.
Yeah, I need to go
big
sleep as
beasts
well.
and preparing for
I have
them
to
and
get up
training them.
early. But thanks for saying hi, Kickers.
Cool.
Exactly.
I'd definitely take some mercenary action to that. It'd be a good fit, I feel. All right. Well, there's lots for us to look forward to there. You have some kind of like penned already for adding.
I think they're trying to end it.
I mean, all plans can change, but there are absolutely. I mean, look, that we've done things like commissioning art assets and so on. Like we've
Have a good night's plan.
there's stuff coming along. It's just a question of like when we actually get there,
committed.
what's it going to look like?
Yep. All right. Let's talk about crafting a little bit because we've done a lot there, and it's.
They're opening another topic. Okay.
So
I
what's the
have
core
to
of what
be
you're trying
awake
to do with
for
crafting
all
in
of
Path of
this.
Exile 2 compared to Path of Exile 1? Kind of noting that you've really kind of stepped back from the idea of like reforging an item many times or scouring it.
So we really want to make it so that you're finding crafting items all the time. You're using those crafting items way more often than you were in PoE 1.
Yeah.
That you like just the game of like picking something up, like seeing what I could modify it to, like, then actually equipping those items is just happening way more often. And there's so many subtle changes around this, like in terms of
I'm down.
just like the way that the base mods scale and items and the like things like that, like all the stuff to kind of make it so that as you find new base types and new things, like you've got a reason to craft them. Part of that is making sure that you've got enough of that currency. It actually took us a long time to even get comfortable with the idea of making something like an Exalt drop that often, because there's just this thing in your cemented in your mind of like this is rare, right? Like it's an Exalt, how can it possibly drop like multiple times in Act 1? Like it just seems crazy. But with the way like removing scouring affected so much of the way that we can craft. Like I know that you noted earlier that you can. There's so many more things you're allowed to craft now that you weren't allowed to before.
craft relics, which
yes,
were
and the reason
uncraftable.
why that's allowed is because without scouring, like those crafts
you can
become
never set it
one-time
back.
things, which means that it's actually okay to allow for that stuff. And I think that's opened up a huge amount of stuff. There's so many more types that can
It
be
adds
crafted.
so much more value to the dropped item as well.
Exactly. So that stuff has just, I think, opened up a huge amount there. And it also has, and this wasn't necessarily an explicit goal right at the beginning, but it's also meant that the game of like I'm just going to click again and again as my crafting session is no longer really the meta.
Not just spam re-rolling.
Yeah, exactly. Like everything kind of is something that you want to be able to use.
You are still reforging and meta crafting things.
Oh yeah, we've still got stuff like that, right? We've got annulls and you've got but that stuff is higher up. Like that's kind of more of a later game thing.
It's not
yeah, exactly. Because you have to think about it after each time. Like, will I improve this? Will I make it worse?
Yeah.
There's stuff to do there, and like the meta crafting that omens can do. Is also very interesting. Like, there's some pretty powerful stuff there. But once again, we introduce that stuff later on, and so effectively we want to, I guess for lack of a better word, democratize crafting at early levels. Like, make sure that everyone's able to do that stuff, while having the more advanced stuff be kind of a little bit later.
We certainly had a goal at one point where we're talking with Rishi, and I'm like, if every single time we're doing alpha wipes or getting the staff to play, I am like, if I am not seeing and hearing about people using exalts during Act 1, then we have failed, and we need to drop more of them. And so we ended up, like, I would say honestly, in the last month, we have like over 8 to 10 times the amount of currency dropping, and there's the cool things about it as well, which are the subtle things, like a boss is way more likely to drop the higher tier currencies and stuff, because again, rarity affects that as well now. So you're like way more incentivized to go and kill bosses to get them, and there's heaps of awesome stuff around there. But we're actually now finding people are exalting gear during the campaign, throwing it on weapons and building weapons from scratch that you find very good. Transmute, Org, Regal, Exalt. That process is like...
Transmute, Org, Regal, Exalt is like a thing that you're doing often. And like enjoy, and when you find good bases and you do stuff with that.
I can speak to that experience. So I've played probably 6-ish hours. I'm most of the way through Act 2 on my mercenary, and I've found maybe 6 or 7 exalts. I took a ring from like a 1 blue stat ring that had a nice roll, maybe a nice life roll or something, and crafted it up to 6 property rare. And I crafted a crossbow that I found with good sockets that had a good damage roll in it, and I took that to 6 properties with multiple damage mods. And I'm like, each time that power is going up, and so I was doing that.
It feels good.
I felt like the bottleneck was Regals, which was actually kind of interesting because I don't know if that's intentional or just luck, because I did really have to think about which blue items were good enough to take to a rare, so that I could then put my exalts on them.
So you get more of those by disenchanting rares.
Yeah, they are farmable.
So they are farmable, which is completely intentional. We want to make sure that, like, if you don't have enough of those, like, so generally speaking, it's like you're going to want to keep
rares gives you
I feel like
shards.
once you get like more than like 5 or 6 transmutes, then you stop disenchanting blues and start selling them instead. And the same thing can be true also for regals, where it's like, okay, once you've got more than a certain amount, then you're like, okay, I can stop having to disenchant the stuff and kind of switch over. But the nice thing is like when you don't have enough, there is a way to get them, which I think is really important. And the same is true with the socket currency as well, where it's like, when you don't have enough, you can start salvaging. I know you were telling me you were buying stuff from the vendor with sockets in order to salvage it.
Them with my my methods, my degenerate ways.
So that stuff, it's just really nice to have for people to have the ability to to get that stuff when they need it. And so it's nice that like all that really basic stuff of just like getting items to better tiers and is now way easier to get. And that solved a problem that we had through quite a lot of the betas, where people were saying they didn't feel like they had enough control, like they didn't feel like they had a way to advance their character when they needed to be able to solve specific problems. And I think the socket thing really has helped a lot with that now, because now we have a way finally to be like, okay, if I need a bunch of fire resist, there is a way to get that, and I've got the tools to do it, and I've got items I can use to do this stuff. So that has helped a huge amount, I think, of solving those like issues that come up with your character.
And this is to confirm how you've solved bench crafting.
Exactly. So we went through so many iterations of bench stuff. It was like a huge thing. We implemented tons of UI. Like there was tons of wasted time there implementing crafting bench things. The problem that we had was that the systems that we were making, it's like we could balance them in the ways the players were happy with, and then the designers were very unhappy. Or we could balance them the way the designers were happy with and the players were unhappy. And it's like when you've got a system where like you're fighting the players for how the balance should be, like you can tell that means you have a system that is bad. But I think we were very I myself honestly was too slow to recognize the fact that a complete overhaul was needed. And then at some point the socket stuff originally came from the Varlorb. Like it was designed there. And then at some point, I don't know who came up with it, I think it might have just been you, who said like, why don't we just Rishi. Rishi thought of that. Okay, yeah. So Rishi thought of the idea of like, hey, what if we just put sockets, in early game? What if you got them in Act 1? What if you had runes that would let you get the basic boss as the way of solving the remedial crafting problem? And so then suddenly, as soon as we do that, it's like, oh, like I'm happy, players are happy, everyone's happy. So that means we have a good system that is working and gets those good feelings. So that I think was a real win. I love how that system is feeling at the moment.
Yeah, so the bench was achieving two things kind of in its way, which was maybe even three. Gear customization for one, like you take an item and you can do something more to it, firstly. And then you've got the problem fixing of like, I need a bit more fire resistance.
Yes.
And then the third thing was like the meta crafts. So you've handled those each in different ways.
Exactly.
You've got the runes, which do the first two things. The customization and the problem fixing. So early on,
but I think that the customization it's the what do you call them? The soul cores. Like the runes are more about the kind of like I need to fix resistances, whereas the soul cores are more about like I want to customize my items in different ways than what I would otherwise normally be able to do. And then of course you've got the omens to solve the metacrafting problem. So we effectively moved all that stuff around. And essences, of course, of course. So essences, what they allow you to do is get 2 deterministic mods. So because you can upgrade to blue, but you can also upgrade from blue to rare with an essence as well. So that lets you kind of get some of that stuff, and then plus some of the omen things you can. Yeah, there's stuff you can do there.
From blue to rare with an essence. That means you can get 3 deterministic.
That's just at the start of release.
Yeah, because obviously there's going to be more, of course, as we add more things. So
So I was worried that some of the changes we're making might move us away from some of the like deep impactful crafting that we have, but it sounds like you are still allowing like powerful meta crafting and
I think you misspoke.
To make like a really good item.
But there are other items. They're not essences. The other items that take an essence crafted item from a 1 mod to 2 mod. And Jonathan just said you can use essences to take them from blue to rare as well.
Going on, I think just like clever things we've done with the item system as well. Like one of the things I love that we did is we've made it so that so we've got blue and yellow chests you can find now, and we've changed the world generation so that if a dead end is generated, the chance that you get a rare chest there is way higher. So effectively, if a rare chest will spawn in the area, then it will choose dead ends first to go there.
You feel better about the
effectively. So like that means that we effectively mean that like when like it makes the world feel like as far as item drops go, that like it feels intentional, right? Like I went down this into this dead end room, but look, there was a rare chest there, so I feel happy about it. Like that kind of thing is really cool.
Really cool.
So there's things like that, but there's also the way that so we've alluded to it a few times, but the way that rarity now works, where the mods get better as rarity increases, and also things like the you get better currency rather than just it means we don't have to have like the spam of items that's like crazy. Like you actually feel like that you kill a boss and it drops good shit, as opposed to just lots of shit. That's I'm a big fan of how this feels. I think it's a lot better. But it does mean though, of course, if you're a PoE1 player and you see a boss kill, like the number of like the expectation of like, because a PoE1 player looks at the amount of spam on the screen to some level as the way of like knowing how good the drops were. Now, of course, you got item filters and everything.
We
to
have
kind of improve
quantity
that.
brain rot.
Yeah, exactly. So exactly, that is a good way of putting it. It really is more about like, are the items actually good? Like, ideally, you kill a boss and you pick every item it drops up. Like that is to me is a win, and I think we're basically getting it at that point.
I quite like how the exploration systems and that as well, with the chests down dead ends and things like that, acts as a player leveler in some ways, where like a player is struggling.
The more you explore, the more stuff you'll find, and that's true as well for the optional encounters around the place as well. If you're struggling, go fight some optional content. There'll be stuff there that can drop, and and you will definitely find more things. And
lots of guaranteed rare items here and there,
exactly.
and certain like that. This little boss here will drop a rare caster item, and like heaps of stuff.
And the funny thing about that is that stuff came about a little bit from the fact that we actually had a problem where people were just face tanking bosses and dying over and over again. And they keep on respawning, and they would never be like, oh, I'm going to go away and actually find some other stuff. And so I was thinking for a long time about like, well, why is it that in other games that people don't do that. Like if I'm playing Elden Ring and I die to a boss like 10 times, I'm not just gonna like just continue doing that. I'm gonna be like, oh, maybe I'll go do something else for a while. So we realized that the map, like the idea of just there's lots of stuff to find, like is actually a really important part of that. So in PoE2 now, one of the recent things, and it's taken a lot of work from people to get this working, but now all of that you can see all this sort of weird side encounters that have specific drops on the map. And that means that if you're having trouble with the boss, you're like, oh, you know what, I'm just going to go do some other stuff, and then you'll come back and you will be powerful enough to kill the boss much more easily because you do absolutely find the rewarding things.
There's a little chest on there or a little campsite.
Or like there's lots of little hard-coded drops from specific bosses. The hard-coded drops, they only drop one time, so you can't just farm them endlessly. But effectively, if you go do all that side content and you check it all off, you'll get some very rewarding stuff.
Yeah, you got some pretty clever systems there. And I definitely noted I was using the map thing a lot to be like, oh, well, to be completionist about it a bit. But also, just being aware of like, oh, cool, there's some good stuff in this zone that I can come and find. And I think we figured out that some of that stuff reveals after you find the waypoint in a zone.
I think that's how it works. Is that?
Yeah, it's either there's a few. So it's like either because an NPC told you about an area, in which case it just happens to be revealed, or at the very least, yes, when you get there. Generally, it's just when you get there you see everything. But there's a few different conditions that will reveal everything. It kind of depends. Like a lot of people just click through the dialogue, so they'll never know the NPC told them, but they maybe did.
I was checking my map kind of like when I went into a zone, and then maybe afterwards to see if there was anything.
But you never get to an area and don't see some unless they are very obviously hidden intentional secrets. That
there's nearly something everywhere.
They might be there, they might not.
Yes, I found half of your key for your secret quest.
Oh yeah, don't worry about that.
So pivoting into economy and trading, the exchange from Path of Exile's one experiment recently, we got a chance to actually try that live in the field, and it seems from the player's perspective it was a smash hit.
Definitely for us as well. Solved a lot. We're 100% on board with that. It's very good.
It was the least stressful league I ever played. I mean, what normally caused almost all the anger and friction for me was especially bulk trading. It was horrible, and I was just like, oh, this is like a dream come true.
Myself and so many other players, I feel like we're more engaged in endgame. We were able to do the thing we wanted to do more, and we're just less aggravated on a moment-to-moment basis. It's good. So do you take that then as
and make money
as a big positive for it going into Path of Exile 2?
100%.
And how do you feel like it adapts to the game being quite different in the end? Because they are pretty different games. Like the economy works a bit differently.
I mean, honestly, I think it will just work. I mean, look, we have no idea what the trade values will settle on and how that'll end up. But
is it going to be chaos? Is it going to be exalts?
But ultimately, I think that the trades effectively Settlers was a test of what the economy will be like in PoE2, and to some extent because of the way that we did the gold and everything.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty confident that that's going to be okay. But obviously, you never know, right? Like when lots of people hit the economy,
so many moving parts.
Hopefully, we don't cause horrible hyperinflation or have some horrible issue like that. But I guess partly this is what an early access is to find out, right? Like whether there's any issues like that.
Was there any
economy testing?
Was there any surprises with that or with gold in terms of how things panned out?
Thankfully not, honestly. We were worried, but thankfully none of the horrible situations came to pass with that, and it ended up working just fine. So it's
been going for so long, dude. It's 3.5 hours.
Who'd have thought 10 years later we'd be back here saying, you know what?
I mean, not the interview itself.
Just had to do it right.
The Q&A.
Because
the entire thing.
10 years ago, this game's brilliant. It has no gold. Stupid gold.
But the funny thing is I don't think we would have arrived at the way gold is now if we had it in the first place. Like the non-tradability of it, using it as a sort of marker for how much play you've done. I don't think that we would have ever had that way if we hadn't arrived from here. So I think that path dependency kind of did matter. The
paths we weave. So
the wisdom of the path not taken.
How likely then, based on just how successful it is, are you to want to expand the exchanges capabilities to other things like maps or waystones or even gear?
Well, I mean, look, I'm interested in this, but I don't think it's necessary right now. So we're not going in early access, at least. We're not going to launch with any expanded stuff in that way. But I guess I do want to sort of see how it works, and I'm interested in potentially trying something like that in the future. I just don't the currency exchange was 90% of the problem.
Yeah.
And so fixing that fixed a lot of the it seemed like we would need to do more initially, and then maybe now it's seeming like maybe we don't, but I still want to experiment with it potentially. So I'm interested to see how it goes. But the currency exchange definitely helped a vast amount.
Those were the annoying drains.
Yeah, they were for sure. They were.
Yeah. definitely.
Great. So we've had some, so this is a tricky question to answer, especially if we could just scroll down.
It's a tricky question.
So what are you aiming for in terms of Path of Exile 2's kind of like personal player economy and progression? So how much resources you're acquiring, how you're using them, but also how much are you getting from trade versus from yourself?
I mean, this is a
Solo
tricky
self-out.
question, but I mean, I think that really the feeling of like being able to trade is super important. So being able to get that stuff, I think, is good. Like not everyone wants to do that. You need to be able to progress through the game well without having to do much trade. But I do think that, like, you know, look, it's definitely going to be the case that if you're playing in a trade league, you're going to have the ability to
It accelerates
it accelerates you
everything,
very significantly, and that's the case, and it will continue to be the case. And
Yeah.
like we are a game that embraces trade.
Yeah,
right?
well,
like
I think the DNA of Path of Exile 1 is very much that, like, it is a game about economy and trade.
100%.
And
So, yeah.
for some people, getting rich is their main motivator.
100%. So effectively, yeah. So I mean, that will absolutely be a factor. And look, like I think that the feeling of that will probably end up feeling quite similar to PoE1 in that regard.
Yeah.
I think that's what, you know, that's the type of game we're making.
Yeah. Do you think it's that said though? Do you think it is in some ways better for a solo self-found sort of experience?
I mean, I simply because, again, as we talked about, we're dropping a lot more currency that we expect you to use on gear, as opposed to save till end game for one, and then by end game, like, we don't have Kirak mods costing, you know, that kind of stuff that all costs chaos, and you don't have like the meta mods costing divines and all that, right? They're all different items. You're like, I want meta mod crafting. There's a ritual. I'm
know where
gonna
to get
it
them as well,
right? So you're not just like having to, I'm blocked behind this thing because I need so many divines and I can't get that because I'm solo self-found, and farming divines is not exactly, you know, beyond trivial. So, you know, there's a number of ways there where I'd say it is honestly a much better solo self-found experience. But, you know, each to their own, that to be seen, and, you know.
And there'll be a separate solo self-found mode, presumably, even potentially beta launch or in the future?
It is our intention to have hardcore and solo self-found.
We'll have both of them.
Right, cool.
Yeah, I wouldn't play hardcore for your first round, honestly, because you're likely to die. Like once you learn the boss mechanics, it should be fine. But
someone's gonna.
First time, you know, it's gonna be tricky.
Couch co-op hardcore, and you get to see your friend die right next to you. That's the true dream.
Actually, hang on, wait. In couch co-op hardcore, do we still lock the camera so you can't walk away from your friend?
No, we put you back.
You put you back to solo. Okay, great.
Right.
Good.
You can't revive your friend in hardcore.
It's like you have
to have a mourning period of about 30 seconds.
Right.
But you're just like, all right, you can go home now. We're like, yeah, go. You can,
See ya.
What do you do?
Yeah, that's a devastating moment. I did lose my place there. Yeah, I think we mentioned the co-op support and everything. And we'll scroll down and take some of the additional questions here. Excellent, thanks. Will there be a penalty for individual party member dying when grouping up for bosses on that note then? It seems weird that the boss straight up resets when playing solo, but when playing in a group, nothing happens if a party member dies.
So tell us about the rules
now
that we have, because I know you've changed them recently.
Yeah, so, well, bosses are obviously harder for having more people.
Yep.
Less crowd controls, things like obviously more life, and I'm not just saying double life, more than double life, right? It does get more than twice as hard, or more than in players as hard. So yes, you could argue, okay, we have reviving as an advantage. Well, yes, it does. It does take time to revive, and if your friend dies early and you're unable to revive them because you're constantly being interrupted, well,
from what I saw, it's pretty hard to
you're
pull
not
off unless
having
you
a fun time.
Get a big stun or something.
Another change that we made recently is, of course, for each revived, between each set of checkpoints, every time you have to revive them, the revive takes longer subsequent times.
So that's important because it just means that if you're like, you can't revive spam anymore because it's going to take longer and longer each time. But then when you go to a checkpoint, that resets. So like you're back to normal
now,
again.
Now, in in-game maps, you cannot revive each other. Death is a consequence.
Yeah. I was going to ask actually about like endgame maps and what is the rule for dying in endgame map? Is it one portal deal now, not 6 portals?
Well, you still have 6 portals so you can have your party members, but death.
And you can leave and come back as long as you don't die. So you can take items out, but a death will end that map for you.
Yeah. And to remind people, the if you like log out or the server crashes or something like, not that that's going to happen, then the game pauses. So when you boot the game back up and log back in, you'll be still in your map, right?
And also, even we've also now have it so
That's
that
cool.
when if you just Alt F4 the game at a random time, you'll actually, even if you come back like the next day, because for example you might have rage quit, you will appear back at the checkpoint you were at. So if you are like fighting a boss, you die a bunch of times, you're like, crap, Alt F4, you come back, you're going to be right there at the boss checkpoint again.
That part is campaign specific because there are no checkpoints in maps.
Yeah, non-maps. But in for the campaign though, and that honestly has helped a lot. Like there were so many. I think it really did cause new players to have problems in PoE1 where they felt like they just lost track of where the hell they even were when they came back after a session. If like they might have not got waypoints for certain times or things like that. Like you now kind of the situation where you log back in and you're like,
I can totally see
I
that.
forgot like 3 waypoints in a row and now I'm like freaking miles away from where I was, which I think happened to new players fairly frequently.
I'm glad in a world where everyone's becoming a Souls-like that you guys didn't do the running back to the boss segment of gameplay, and you just kind of jump back in, and have another crack.
that's definitely the right decision.
That's nice to just have the save checkpoints to your character.
I think in the beginning they said that you were gonna
were there any
have
other
to run
mechanics
the
around there
entire thing again.
reviving? Well, obviously in hardcore you're dead. That's the drill.
It's irrelevant at that point.
So your maps almost embraces a kind of semi-hardcore mentality there, where there is actual cost. Like we went through so many iterations here, where it's like, okay, like the moment that you have to spend something of economic value to do the attempt, hence a map item, and especially if it's got breaches and all this content that's coming from precursor tablets, all of this stuff is worth stuff. So you all of a sudden have heaps of stuff on the line, and then you don't want to be in a position where you're like, I need to bring in some people to do this because I'm not going to risk that value. So that's why we just were like in maps, no reviving. It's just like, yeah, sure. You still can always bring in any context someone way more powerful than you to carry things, right? That's the benefit of multiplayer. But feeling like you have to do this thing because then they can just keep reviving you so you can get all the rewards. Like we're trying to get away from all of that. Otherwise you get this weird thing where like you're often always too scared to do the thing. Yeah. Now you're scared, but everyone's scared and it's fine, and you don't feel like you're like, okay, you have to go in with a sense of confidence to like, I can definitely do this thing. And so it's just a little bit less fear when it comes to all of a sudden doing that.
That's much better in the context of the fact that you can pause the game if your cat's on fire or if the server crashes or something, that you just paused and you can jump back in as well. You're failing because of your own faults.
Yep. Now, it's worth noting in multiplayer, we do have a thing, of course, with respawn at checkpoints as an option. So if a player dies and you don't want to die, don't want to finish the fight out, you can both choose to respawn at checkpoint, and then it will just create a new instance. Cool. You don't have to die to do it, and you don't have to log out and do any shenanigans like that. You can just press escape, hit respawn at checkpoint. It'll ask other players to confirm, and then it moves you all to the new area.
Cool.
That's awesome. I love that.
I don't want to go super on it because we've definitely talked about it before, but click to move versus WSD, it's definitely been asked about a bit. So there's been plenty of reports about WSD being amazing. Personally, I've been using it a ton and really enjoying it. I know you've said a lot of people around the office have given it a try and adapted to that, but it has raised the point for people that feel like they're still very much against that for whatever reason, or maybe that they literally only have one hand and and want to use click to move still. How does it stack up? How does click to move still stack up now?
I think honestly it's fine. Like it's not been a problem.
There was a time where every time I'd go to sit down at a developer's computer, there'd be in WSD, and just because it's a little bit easier to move around again or whatever. But lately, I'd say now it's back to almost every designer's computer I sit back down at to go play. They're back in click to move.
Interesting.
Yep. It's gone full tilt the other way.
Interesting.
And I'm always like, change
I wonder
it
why
back.
that is.
But even
That's
watching Octavian play on click to move,
he's a click to move player.
He's 100% click to move. He is
there.
very proficient with that.
Yeah.
With it,
that'll be reassuring for I think some of the people that are worried about being forced into WASD. Right. Even though it is obviously.
I definitely feel
so
for mercenary WASD is the way to go.
That's very good then. Yeah, and Octavian's often doing the demonstrations,
yes,
feel live things too, so you'll be able to see that even.
I have to force him to play WSD sometimes because I'm like, I think the mercenary looks so much better with WSD just visually. I'll tell him to...
It does feel very good on the mercenary. You've got that kind of like stalking through, especially with that kind of like preparational tactical play style. Yeah, it's good. I'm loving it so far. We did already talk about the skin transfers. Could we scroll down to any additional questions that we have? I feel like I don't even know how long we've been going for, but
I mean,
I'm feeling
it's
the
a while.
We're getting creep in at this point.
Yeah, exactly. We've been going, we've been rolling. Yeah.
People asking if there's going to be anything like challenges or challenge rewards in the early access.
Not at first, no.
We will do it later, though.
Did I ask about races, events, and private leagues?
I think not initially, but we will do it later for sure.
Cool.
I think I'm not sure what happened because I think the issue was that the private league interface was like on the PoE1 site, and we had to do some work and something like that. It wouldn't be far away though. Like it won't take us that long before we get to it. Like
I can't exactly remember either, but it wouldn't be private leagues in particular wouldn't be far away.
Yeah, it's a money feature, dude. Obviously.
So I mean, we'll have them, just not like right initially potentially.
But I hope for a huge feature creep with private leagues.
Hostages are a thing or not a thing? Are they've been kind of replaced by those radius?
We replaced them with that almost like rollable timeless duel kind of thing.
Yeah, that's cool.
At least for now, there's like so much passive tree there, and the duels accomplish the kind of off-build thing anyway.
You hardly need to add the extra passive trees on your passive trees.
Yes, we do. Yeah,
that's after launch.
We made the passive tree implicitly bigger, so
because the jewels are in the tree already.
That's again, I talk about like year 3 features. That's around a like year 3 to year 5 feature as well. So
yeah. We got another decade of what we had with Path of Exile 1 to look forward to for Path of Exile 2, hopefully, before we start worrying about Path of Exile 3, maybe.
Jeez.
You go just to start thinking. Just start thinking about that.
It's a little while.
We so I guess to just finish us off for today, then, do you guys have a recommendation of what is the best class to play in the beta?
I mean, that's a very hard one. Honestly, like
There's so many choices now.
There are. So
I asked Jonathan as well.
If we're going by the numbers,
yeah.
If we go by player satisfaction reports on per class, we break it down from the betas.
I mean, this is good technical information here.
Then that means the monk is very interesting because the monk is the class that dies the most often. But it's also the class that when people play it, they have the highest satisfaction level by a very, very tiny margin that compares to the others.
That's fascinating.
I mean, it is like glass cannon, like it's very fast, but you have to you have to retreat and move in and out. So,
I fell in love with the monk playing it. It looks like it's gotten a little better.
Yeah, that's interesting. But I think if you're a new player, then the mercenary, if you're like used to shooters and stuff, I think playing the mercenary could be
the end game footage of the monk looked the most like blasty.
I've been loving the mercenary, but to me it feels like you need to really be considering each engagement a lot more. It's a bit more tactical.
Maybe I don't know. Like I like it. I really like that.
Correct if you.
But honestly, like I mean, I go through favorite classes all the time. Whenever I change to play a different class, it becomes my favorite.
That's my current favorite.
It's just whatever I'm playing tends to be the thing. So right now I'm doing a mercenary playthrough, so that's probably why I'm into that. But it's, I'm not sure if you've got a similar thing.
No, you were talking about the numbers as well. It was interesting that monk and then warrior had the highest satisfaction levels.
Warrior's next, by the way, technically, if you're looking for...
That's pretty good. That's 2 melee classes.
Exactly.
That's a win.
Yeah, that's something going on. I mean, they were dying a lot more at the time, but
it's such a change from like, especially early Path of Exile 1. Like, it's gotten a little better in modern days, but still.
I mean, I just have a real desire to freeze time, so I just want to go sorceress and just go. I don't know what
it's
skills
good to get some
I'll
sorceress
play.
love. I feel like she's not getting enough attention.
I don't know what skills I'll play, but I definitely just want to be able to freeze time. So it just feels cool.
Right. So you could be playing a crossbow build anyway.
Yeah, I might be a crossbow time freezer. I don't know. We'll see what's going on.
Yeah, all right. I noted that our mercenaries were very different as well. I was playing full grenader. You were.
I was doing the freeze shotgun.
Yeah, I noted. I liked that. I noted that our mercenaries were very different as well.
Some sort of monk trigger build.
You were
the freeze.
They had so many of those like stacking effects, the wind and the ice coming off it, and the ascendancies showed some more as well. Oof.
Just see how far that can be pushed and how many spells can I get to trigger per second.
Monk does seem good for that. Alrighty. Well, thank you very much for your time, both of you. I don't even know how long.
That was a mammoth session. I think we're coming up to 1 o'clock here, so
there's still
it's the longest one ever.
Some time to digest.
For sure. Thankfully we didn't have everyone saying patch notes when this time.
So good.
So that means we actually have a conversation.
There's no pressure on us to wrap it up, boys.
Yeah, exactly. That's good.
Fantastic. All right, thank you very much for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the Q&A.
They want patch notes now.
Patch notes.
Well done.
It's not a patch.
Exactly.
Where's the launch notes?
Of course you can have patch.
All right. Yeah, and thank you very much.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Launch
it's
notes,
been an epic journey. It's kind of surreal. And it's only the start of another journey, really. So
that's it.
I'm thinking either Chaos Monk or Exploder
Cool. I'm gonna
Crossbow.
play more now, but yeah, sure.
I'm gonna be Crossbow Warrior.
Bosses going up elevators and
sorry. Yeah. I'm just pre-bug testing. So. All right. I assume we've.
One witch class has 10% reservation from PoE1. Nobody uses as a whole ascent. What? I don't even know what you're talking about. But like reservation works completely different, right? So it's a spirit and all that. Yeah, grenade launcher looks really juicy. Honestly, there's a lot to unpack. I think I'm gonna just make like 2 or 3 videos tomorrow night. I'm not gonna make the mistake and like start talking about everything now. Like if it was 2 hours ago, yeah, then I'd start. But like we're gonna have such a long conversation, and I'm so tired and I have to get up in a couple of hours and go to work. Or the temporal shift thing. Yeah, but the thing is, like, I always think give it the benefit of the doubt. Like they cut so much bullshit out of the game. They made so many good decisions, and I just want to have played it before I bash it, right? It's like, yeah, at face value, just like what we're saying with the temporal sanctum and with the chaos trials and shit being the way to ascend now. Yeah, if I take everything that I know about those mechanics from PoE1 and put it into PoE2, but I don't know all the context, so it's really hard for me to judge. I mean, yeah, it's easy to fall into the pit of being like, I don't like this, but let's just play it and see how it is, and then you can hate it. That's what I'd like, right? I mean, I know you have concerns with it, but I think I want to give it like a couple of fair shots. And same for the temporal shift thing. It might work completely differently. It might be completely worth it for the ascendancy point, because it's like so much more powerful than the 10% reservation version from PoE1, right? We just know too little about all the context to be able to judge it, in my opinion. Everything sounds good at face value, and it could very well be as good as it sounds, right? And it could also be completely other way, like you said earlier, with the investing into certain mechanics in the tree and then not getting the items that you need to in order to put them on the towers, so you get the influence where, you know, they're added to the other maps or made stronger and whatnot. It's all also a factor of them adjusting it, and that's like what the early access is for, right? You're getting a large number of players to play and to give them feedback and to show them what they still need to improve and what is good like that. But I'd like that they were very confident, and they know the downfalls, and whenever they're presented with why did you do this or did you do that, with the exception of what you always point out, the well, but I think that's a negligible thing. But like they always know is like, what are the implications? How could we have done it different? Why didn't we do it differently? Why did we do it the way that we did it? And game reminds me of LE, but it's meaningfully different enough. And I think it will have some. I mean, the corruption grinding in LE is just annoying, right? And I don't know. I have not engaged with it a lot, right? But it's just a lot of grind, and I feel like the PoE2 endgame system for me right now, even without having, well, especially without having played it, seems at face value like it has more longevity. But it's all a matter of like how it will actually feel, the nitty gritty, like what screws are twisted whichever way, right? But hey, it was a great stream, but I overextended way longer than I wanted to be awake. I gotta try it. For me, it's still the same. Love all the stuff that could have been a PoE1 patch, and I don't like all the stuff that's the reason it's not. You don't like all the stuff that's the reason it's not? You don't, I mean, you pretty much at least like that maps are done when you die. That's what you said, right? And I'm not sure whether that could have been a PO1 patch, but anyway. Thanks everyone for being here. Thanks for the resubs. Thanks for the love, and you know, thanks for remembering me in the huge pile of PoE streamers that we have nowadays. And I'll make sure you get some content to look forward to in the weekend. I'll definitely also do some streams, and we'll definitely also be the raiding Darth microtransaction. Sell out. Anyway, rating Talkative Try. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. And I'll upload some more gameplay stuff because people have been requesting the mercenary gameplay but uncommented, like in full. And I also still have like 1 or 2 videos with Balor from the console co-op, couch co-op. So that would probably be worth uploading as well for a couple of clicks to get that algorithm back in my favor before I do before I actually do videos where I talk about my thoughts in regards to Path of Exile 2.
I know a lot of people want to send blankets or water. Just send your cash.